And today is my birthday. Today I turned 55. What do you do when you're 55 and failing? Maybe the question's no different than what do you do when you turn whatever and are failing. Of course, once you get over 50, you start worrying about the end game a bit in ways that maybe you don't before. Maybe I didn't before, So, regardless, it is my birthday, and while Rachel and I had some errands planned for the day, I forgot that it was my birthday. At some point today, I realized that it might actually be the 27th. And it is. You might be asking yourself, well, Eric, what are you going to do for your birthday? Well, long answer, not sure. Short answer, mushrooms. I do plan to eat some mushrooms, and we'll see how the day goes. Rachel's sleeping still. I've watched a lot of different videos today. Hi there. How's it going? ISAQ, I hope you're doing well. When I was in my 20s or 30s or 40s, things were straightforward enough. Like, I didn't have any ontological space available for considering long-term considerations, really. When you were young, did people say the word Chinaman instead of Chinese? I mean, maybe sometimes. I don't especially recall that as being common, but may have happened. May have happened. So yeah, I'm feeling a little bit deflated today, perhaps. Just not for any particularly compelling reason, but I'm feeling that way a bit. Yeah, I'm 55 today. Just turned 55. Yep, today's my birthday. My brother passed away from cancer last week. I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks, MM. Yeah. Turned 55 today. 55 is not a particularly notable birthday. 50 feels like more of a big deal than 55, I guess. But I feel so much more lost today at 55 than I did 5 years ago at 50. Like, I just don't feel like I know. I don't feel like I know where I'm going, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it. I feel quite lost. But, it's not necessarily a bad feeling per se. Like, sometimes it is. Other times less so. I guess ultimately what makes me feel lost doesn't really have so much to do with my age, so much as my lack of direction. I suspect I would have felt lost at any age in my current situation. To a certain extent, and it varies from person to person, but people aren't going to really be fully realized without some purposeful expression of self, some kind of meaningful work they're doing or what have you. Never mind. I contacted them to ask a question that I didn't like at all. You're turning 11 on 16th of May, huh? Wow. Congratulations. That's pretty young. You've got a lot of years ahead of you. I wonder what you're going to do in life, what with AI being the way it is. It's such a hard thing to predict how it's going to play out in terms of jobs and work life, economy in general. It's a challenging proposition to answer. Let me bring the chat up here on the big screen. So, hi Daffy R, how you doing? This is gonna be gross. All right, gonna be fine. No, thank you, sweetie. I don't want you right there right now. Disgusting. Horrible. Also very horrible. What I mean failing at 55? Well, I mean, I don't have a job. I don't feel any clear sense of directionality. I have long-term concerns, but only short-term plans. That sort of thing. Yeah, I'm 55. Well, you're not the first person to say that, A.B. Irado. Fortunately, one's physical well-being doesn't look very much to one's appearance, I guess. I don't feel as though my body behaves as though it's older than 55. But it is the case that I've had plenty of hard living, I was not one who's ever done a great job of taking care of myself, being healthy, getting enough sleep, stuff like that. So it's probably to be well expected that I look older than I am. Anyway, let's just wait for the drugs to take effect. This is the American 55. Yep, this is the American 55. Well, it is me anyway. Some Americans age differently than I do, obviously. What's most significant to note is that my experience of 55 links strongly to my current state of affairs as much as it does to my age. Sure, there are physical issues that come with age, declining capacity in various areas. Like my eyes don't see as well as they used to. I have to wear reading glasses to read my phone, But ultimately, failure for me links to clarity about who I am and what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. In the absence of an adequate amount of doing, well, I feel somewhat like I'm not a fully realized version of myself. Well, Gil, you're going to have to do without. I'm sorry. Rachel's still wrestling with her kidney stone. This morning, she's almost out of her Flomax pills. And I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do about it. Probably I'll try to get another prescription for the Flomax and hope that maybe it comes out. Is it normal to feel this way too at 25? Sure, I suppose so. I mean, the sense of failure that I'm articulating stems from situations, not age, particularly. But I just ate some mushrooms for my birthday. Took an extra couple Adderalls. Took some mushrooms. Waiting for them to kick in. I guess the age modifies how I experience the failure, not the other way around. Oh yeah, they're two great tastes that taste great together, Gil. Let me tell you. I never take mushrooms without also taking amphetamines. Otherwise, it's kind of like, there's a lot of serotonin-y stuff that happens with mushrooms. And you gotta roll against that with some amphetamine, dopamine stuff, and then you kind of get the best of both worlds. I was imagining my wife and I going to the store when she got up, but I got tired of waiting for her to wake up, I guess. Figured I'd just commit to this plan of action here, which does naturally reduce the possibility of us going to the store substantially. But it's my birthday. When I Googled how much the sonic treatment for kidney stone was going to be, it was a lot. It's 4,500 to like 10 grand. So I'm going to do my very best to try to hopefully we'll get Rachel another bottle of the Flomax and for her to keep trying to pass it naturally. She's not in any pain right now, really. It hasn't been since she got on the Flomax. If we could solve a problem that way, that would be fantastic. Because obviously, I don't want to spend all that money if we can avoid it. Stuff like that. I just think, God, Eric, what are you doing? You're just twiddling your thumbs as money just fritters away at various things. But that's life in the big city, you know. Um, I'm a lot more secure than a lot of people in the world, and I'm not sure if I could even conceivably be so secure that I would not have to worry about things at all ever. So it's kind of tricky to keep in mind, like, why we bother living at all. There's a Mr. Show skit. I watched a really good interview with Bob Odenkirk earlier. Hi, Acacia. Nice to see you. A really good interview with Bob Odenkirk earlier today. And he was saying some things that I think are absolutely correct. For example, that the highest form of art humanity can achieve is sketch comedy. It's the very best. And it's like more revelatory about human beings than drama or action or whatever it could ever possibly be. Like, they have a. Oh, it was you who texted. Thanks. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to you too, Acacia. He was asked about like what his favorite skit from Mr. Show was, and he cited this one. I don't even remember it. I probably did watch it. I think I've seen all episodes of Mr. Show, but it featured these people who were in a lifeboat, and they were all like they had no water, no food. They were dying in a lifeboat, but despite that, they kept getting into arguments about petty things like you were rude to me that one day on the boat or something like that. And they're all obsessed with little irrelevancies, even though they're all dying. He said it was an allegory for life itself, right? That we all get caught up in dealing with irrelevancies to the extent that we forget to live to some extent, you know. Uh, but he said how when he was on the set of Better Call Saul, he had a heart attack, and like he he doesn't remember even having a heart attack. He just remembers, waking up in the hospital later. He said that for quite some stretch of time after that, he was highly aware of that lifeboat analogy. Like he felt if you were Al Gore's friend, Acacia, you would name him that. That's for sure. But yeah, he in the aftermath of his near-death experience, he had this experiential awareness of the importance of moments, the importance of living today as best one can. Why is that not showing? Okay, now it is. Battery died earlier. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going to resurrect Joseph Smith so we can all get laid again. Is that going to help you get laid? I think he's going to monopolize all the women, right? Was going to ask, what are the best things to mix with Addy or shrooms for potency? I don't know how to make either of them more potent inherently. I will say that, like, for male potency, well, in that case, the obvious answer is Viagra. My concern, Crown Guy, is that he's going to tell Joseph Smith that Joseph Smith should have sex with all the women and you don't get to have any of them. Like, the one thing I do to increase the potency of Adderall is I don't swallow the pills, I melt them in my mouth. Because, your stomach acid will dissolve some of the amphetamines. So it's better to dissolve them in your mouth. Of course, they taste disgusting, so sometimes I only dissolve it like halfway and then swallow it. And it leaves such a terrible aftertaste, too. It's hard to wash out of your mouth. By cutie, do you mean a little tangerine? I do think that Joseph Smith was a little tangerine. That's true. There's no disputing that. Listen here, tangerines. Where do you get off calling yourselves a brand name? You're just tangerines. What if I went to the milk section, instead of calling milk, they call it little darling? Well, then people wouldn't even know what they were buying. What's this white stuff in the dairy section? Joseph Smith was accused publicly of having gay sex. Well, what's interesting is that the guy who had more to do with how Mormonism played out than Joseph Smith actually was Brigham Young. Another guy who had a prodigious amount of wives and children. perhaps more so even than Joseph Smith. After Joseph Smith died, the future of Mormonism was somewhat uncertain, as those kind of religious movements, they typically only survive if they've got a well-established like successor line, you know. And that's not really what happened with Mormonism, but because Joseph Smith wanted his son to take over, but his son was only 11 when Joseph Smith died. So, but Brigham Young turned out to be a highly effective, essentially, politician. And he moved the Mormons from Missouri to Utah, and then basically did a bunch of deals with the federal government to give the Mormons legitimacy because they were aligned with the U.S. and the other combatants for that land were Mexico. So that's how the Mormons gained legitimacy. The Freemasons killed Joseph Smith? I doubt that, but who knows? Maybe whoever did kill Joseph Smith was a Freemason. Even if that were the case, I doubt it was a hit put out by the Freemasons. I mean, the governor of Missouri was very much opposed to them. Like the story of the Nation of Islam is quite interesting too. The guy who founded the Nation of Islam was not even black, interestingly enough. So glad to see a proud gay man out of the closet. Well, I'm glad that you're glad to see that. You're not seeing that from looking at me, but Brigham settlement near a bridge. Is that what Brigham means? Don't act like you ain't fruity, boy. I'm not acting like it. I'm just reporting to you accurately that I'm not a homosexual. I'm on my third female wife. Third and final. I'm also not somebody who's caught up about like societal expectations regarding that stuff. So if I were gay, well, I'd just be gay. Tofuti cuties are little vegan ice cream sandwich things. Bisexual much, Eric? No, I'm not bisexual either. I'm cissexual, which means straight. But whatever. I could be whatever identity everybody wants to do. Whatever race, whatever sexuality, whatever. That's fine. I don't care. Nice to see you, Elaine. I hear you think thoughts. And you know, I gotta admit it. I not only think thoughts, but I also feel feelings. I know. I know what you're saying. You're thinking to yourself, but Eric, whatever possible use could that be, feeling feelings? I don't know. I don't know either, everybody, but I can assure you, despite their uselessness, I do feel feelings. Should we convert to Judaism to see what evil things are up to. That's funny. No, they don't really want a bunch of converts anyway. You're gonna pass on those too, Elaine. It turns out you really can't pass on them. I've thought that in the past as well. I thought, you know what, I'll just pass on these. And it's like, what's that thing that's happening? It's an emotion. I thought I indicated to you that I have no need for you. Well, the good feelings ones don't count as emotions, Acacia. Good emotions, that's just, should be like just your default state, right? I would just listen to sad music and wonder why I like it so much. Yeah. It's so strange the way that our feelings engage with us on various media and stuff. Like, there's a show that Rachel was watching that features this guy who is like having an emotional affair, quote unquote, and his wife complains about it, and they end up splitting up, and he says that she's being controlling and stuff, and anyway, then the fan base is also like hating on her, and the fan base very much wants the guy to end up the with the lady that he had the emotional affair with. And this really makes Rachel mad. Like, she's very, very bothered by it because, from her and I perspective, the whole thing is all about whether or not, in general, it's okay for men to have emotional affairs, whether or not, in general, it's okay for women to call them on it, whether or not, in general, it's okay for a man to leave his wife and end up with another woman that he had the emotional affair with and have that be a good outcome, whether or not that's generally okay. Those are the kind of things. What's the last show or movie that made you cry or tear up? Oh, it was this morning. I was watching this show called Untamed on Netflix. It overall is not a sad show per se, but you know, the main character in it, he and his wife, um, their small child died when he was little, and there's sad stuff about that. Why men or women? Why not just anyone having an emotional affair? Well, because in that regard, I think she puts herself in the woman's shoes, and I put myself in the man's shoes. And I can think of movies where I was mad because I felt as though they were doing men in general a disservice, like Barbie, for example. Um, and it's men and women specifically because of the way that the dynamics of the thing played out in that show, right? Like, she was portrayed as being controlling and a bitch in some regard, and he was portrayed as being, I guess, to some extent, smothered. I don't know. So, it's like she's going to understand the thing as being a commentary on relationships that are corollaries to the one she's in, right? She's gonna feel bad or mad because she interprets all of those kinds of things as normalizations of something, right? She doesn't see it as that's that person's story. It doesn't. It's not trying to project any norms onto the rest of the world. Although, to some extent, everything is revelatory of the norms that it projects. Gotta go pee. These mushrooms are kicking in pretty quick here, it seems like. I have the sense that these ones might be stronger than the last ones because he did tell me there were two different kinds of mushrooms. All right, I'm going to leave you here with Capillo. And I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll be back. Yes. I was going to say it's hard to have an overall take on is all right when it comes to relationships. Navigating that can be really difficult because they aren't all the same. Elaine elaborates a lot of shoulds, musts. I had a lot of shoulds, musts about relationships, and then life verified a lot of that, and a lot of must became it depends. I think shoulds, musts are different, right? The shoulds you typically end up converting to um, I should be in a different relationship. The musts are fair because it, there are certainly, well, well, it's rare to find a person that's actually evil. Like there are certain behaviors that one shouldn't tolerate. And those musts are correctly depicted as such. I did a lot of shoulding earlier in my life, like telling partners how they should process information differently because they were not processing it like I do. Which is kind of a silly thing to do. Obviously, not a good thing to do. It's not silly like a funny good thing to do. It's just it's silly. Alex says I turned 54 on the 21st of April and just done a run. I'm like, wow. I'm not 21, that's for sure. Got shin splints. Shin splints. It's hard to spot what not to tolerate. Well, right, because people are complicated to some extent, and they're certainly aware enough to try to prevent others from doing stuff that does cross clear, bright lines. So even if they're going to cross those lines, they're going to do it in deceptive and misleading ways. I'm not even mad at myself for it because it's the sort of thing that I literally could not conceive. I had no conceivable answers for it without cognitive functions, but also without, I guess, more experience in life and stuff. It's the kind of blind mistake that I think a TI person is much more likely to make than a FI person. FI types have their own kinds of like unfair distribution mistakes, right? That's the alternative. I tend to forget about those things. I'll tell everybody right now that I'm going into this mushroom trip. I don't want to listen to those neighbors. Those horrible, horrible neighbors. Okay, meow. Fine. Let's go. It's easy for me to articulate the ways in which, like, say, ESFPs annoy me by going out of their lane, right? I forget that there's a whole slew of individual experiences that I don't consider significant, right? That are actually hugely significant. I don't consider them significant because I'm only thinking in terms of like how they muddy up argumentation. I just don't think of it in terms of how I muddy up experience, how we muddy up experience. The point is, For me, at least, at that age, it was inevitable. I was that bad at FI to pick somebody who I was that incompatible with and was that fucked up. And I didn't have any cognitive functions to explain to me why people are different or how people are different. You know, for a long time, I really did believe, and I know this seems ridiculous, but I really did believe that people were willfully being this way because they were stubborn about winning or losing an argument. uh, like that's the only way I could conceive even remotely of me being like that, I guess. It's like it's such a hammer nail kind of situation, right? Where like if you if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, your frame of reference is so completely FI polar is to think that everything is just an argument. Then you try to explain other people's behavior in terms of arguments, you know? And you can't conceive of bias as being anything other than an argumentational problem. Like, you know, like because bias is a problem in argumentation, and you wanting things is biased, therefore you wanting things is bad. Oh yeah, I am, Alex. It's my birthday, so bipolar don't help much in figuring stuff out. Not like that, no. I also don't think FI eighth is much better, but it's less painful because it's not an absolute value. One imagines that an FI eighth person would be less prone to being filled with decades worth of regret over harms done because you didn't hold things precious enough. Thanks, Alex. It must have been super frustrating. However, sometimes I'm still convinced of that at a level. FI eighth and eighth functions that overall weird me out a little. Yeah, I don't know what to make of eighth slut functions. You know, in some types it's very obvious the difference between eight and seven for some functions, and for others it's not at all. That I think though is informative about the tests, not about the functions. If so weak, then why so strong? Because weak and strong isn't a metric we should use to describe functions. Like, like we can. It's easy for us to understand some functions in terms of weakness and strength because, like, TE, for example. Well, let me switch gears. Let's look at any as just one example of why weakness and strength is not a good term to use. If you look at, first of all, when we're talking about extrovert intuition, we're talking about a function that's extroverting, so it's designed to be looked at. Um, so we can measure the, presumably, we could measure the strength of it by measuring the quantity of it and or the predominance of it in, in like a value calculus of some kind. Like um, this thing seems most wholly expressive of the expert intuition value. But the thing is, you're gonna get whatever thing you want to take the place of strong or weak there, you're gonna have the same problem. You look at Dave Matthews, he's got third slot extroverted intuition, and spends hours and hours and hours on stage just doing nothing but extrovertly intuiting for his incredibly stupid fans. So, more in that case is not adequate to measure strength. Okay, you need to get down already, for fuck's sake. So it's like, no matter what you mean by strong, if it's going to mean something that you can actually measure, then you're not going to find a good way to correlate that with one or three. And the fact that you're measuring something like that is only going to be able to be measuring the conscious expression aspects of it, right? So, she was trying to fight getting down. It's like she was already up here a bunch, already petted her a bunch. Just get the fuck away already. I feel like any is always serving my SE. Find a weird thing to do, explore, do it, find more. I mean, are you an ESTP? But regardless, like, now let's look at any eighth. If you test the difference between any eighth and any seventh, it's night and day. Like, nobody would ever mistake any eighth for any seventh when you test it. But what Elaine's saying there is that, of course, the key relationship between 8 and 1 is one of subservience and, you know, pure instrumentality. Like, I can always do just enough stuff to make my extroverted intuition get going properly, like with a live stream. Whereas it's hard for me to do stuff that would better serve my extrovert intuition through, I guess, SE frame. Hi, Rachel. That'd be ISTP and ISFP. That's polar and First thought Annie is funny. My mom is ESTJ, and even in text, she talks a lot about her day, the weather, suggestions on how to do things. She says she wants to see how I'm doing, but she can't help but steer the conversation. Yeah. Well, I'm succeeding in turning 55. Yeah. But I'd say in large part the reason why I'm failing is because I don't have enough external stuff getting me to S more, you know. Oh, these mushrooms, I think. I think these mushrooms are stronger than the last batch of mushrooms. That's what I think. Although it's maybe still too early to tell. So, you're getting ready to do what? I'm getting ready to go come on a live stream? Because we're not going to go anywhere in a while.
Happy birthday!
Thanks, darling.
I know,
Appreciate it.
I know from the title you don't sound excited about it, but like, I'm excited. It's your birthday.
Yeah, well, I am also working up to excitement. I ate the
I
mushroom.
heard. I think
Yeah.
it's such a great thing to do on your birthday.
Yeah, so that does mean we're gonna have to delay dealing with some things we were gonna otherwise deal with today. I forgot it was my birthday. So then I thought, well, even though it's not a good excuse to
Uh, it's
to
like the best excuse. Hello, if you don't want to do something on your birthday, you don't do it because it's your day.
right. Well, I do know that's how it works mechanically. I'm not sure if it should work like that, but
Well, whatever.
that's fine.
Maybe
Rachel, I appreciate your positivity. I'm sorry to be a negative Nancy. I
no.
did not mean
I'm
to
just
rain
trying to
on
bring
your.
cheer because I'm
I
so
I
excited.
appreciate that, and I'm kind of working into
Okay.
that state from the
Uh,
mushroom still. I'm
all
kind
right.
of like on my way up.
I'm
So
sorry. I
it's
might be a
fine.
little bit
It's
much
fine. No,
right now.
I'm sorry too, and um, I didn't mean to rain on your or I guess my
You,
own parade
you
as well,
didn't.
but.
No. You didn't at all. You you didn't at all. Um, where you explained my displeasure with the storytelling of that couple so
Oh, you
well.
were listening, huh?
Yeah, I was getting ready. I just wanted to say happy birthday in person and on text.
All right, cool. I love you.
I love you.
All right. Well, so my goal here is not to be a negative Nancy. I don't know what made me want to title it like that. I should probably change the title. I know what made me want to title it like that. So I've watched a couple of videos with that kind of title, like what to do. So I retired. I was retired, and yeah, and then these horrible things happened, and I had to start all over, like that kind of thing. I've been watching that kind of thing, so I thought, well, I've also been thinking more about titles and content in general, like to the extent that I just type it. When you turn 55 and eat dot dot dot. So what was I saying? All right, I've been thinking a lot about content stuff, YouTube. Been trying to think about as well, like what makes me want to watch videos. I watched a video about YouTubing and stuff as well. Bottom line is something that I feel like I understood for a long time, but didn't really like hit home exactly in this way until I watched a video about it. Was the idea that YouTube wants to reward videos that people finish watching them and they feel happy about it. Like um, it seems so basic and obvious, but people want to watch videos that make them feel happy. And that includes me. And so I noted that I'm interested in certain kinds of topics that I also make videos about. But
Hi, Trouble.
I won't watch the video if I don't like the guy's attitude, right? Which is very revelatory about me and the kind of way that I am. I definitely don't think I'd watch my videos because I'd say, I don't like that guy's attitude. Excel spreadsheets on the thumbnail make me want to watch videos. Well, Elaine, I don't think that's particularly common. I don't think thumbnails have a lot to do with whether I watch a video. I'm sure they must, but um, I think titles have a lot to do with whether I watch a video. A lot more than thumbnails ever would.
What the heck happened to you? What were you digging in, Trouble? What the heck? What is this?
It might be that blood again,
It looks like clay.
Oh, okay. Um, I really dislike current thumbnail trends with dumb clickbaity captions and
Okay,
oh my
okay, so
god,
like
wah
the
faces.
do you like the ones like that are like obviously AI like made that are like
I mean, the thing is, I can't even really think about what kind of thumbnails I click on because I don't think it impacts
no,
me very
not you.
much whether
You're
I
not
click
really a
on it.
visual person though.
I think I'm very impacted by titles, and if a thumbnail has additional words on it, like Ruben was saying, maybe start thinking about that reality of thumbnails a little bit. Like I'm probably, if to the extent that I'm impacted by thumbnails, it's probably going to be because a thumbnail has additional text on it. It basically works like two. I mean, like This thumbnail is funny, but I
I like the
I
title better.
when someone doesn't read the news, right? The title alone, I'm curious. Makes me curious about it.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't click on this one. I'm not sure because I think it's only 3 minutes and 48 seconds long, and so at that point I go, oh, some kind of like comedy thing. All right.
Yeah.
It's going to be some sort of political commentary thing. I'm not interested in that. We're really like the psychology behind people who are willfully avoiding the news are going to be a little bit more likely. But so these are the kind of thumbs I'm seeing. Like none of these videos do I want to watch. I don't want to watch any of these videos, YouTube.
So far, honestly, YouTube hasn't been like last night. I was looking for recommendations, and I was like, "What is this? What's going on with the algorithm?"
Everyone is leaving Maine. Here's why. Okay. Like, when am I ever going to watch that? Never. Never in a million years.
If it said everyone's leaving LA, would you read it? Or leaving California?
No, maybe slightly more likely if it said LA, I'd be like, really?
Yeah.
But no. California, I know it was some sort of political thing. Going to be made by some right side.
No trouble. I have to get up.
Political partisanship thing. The worst subscriber game I've ever seen. Oh, it's a chess video. See, I thought it was going to be like saying that there's this one game that you could subscribe to play that's so terrible. How did they even have anybody subscribe to it? Oh, that's not that unusual, is it? No. I don't know what that's about. How bad was Shadur Sanders' rookie year really? That's a video I might watch. They keep showing me this. I don't want to see this. It's like, why does it continually recommend this to me, even though I never click on it? I recognize it because it's got kind of a like a memorable thumb, I guess.
Do you say that you're not interested?
No, I just do what anybody who's not interested in things does. I just scroll past it. Scientology speedruns are insane. This has been recommended to me before, and I can conceive of myself watching that because I'm curious about the whole idea. Like, I guess there are people who Scientology building speedrun. All right, you win. I am curious about this. As usual, typical. This is on normal speed. A lot of times things will be on 2 times speed because I whenever I'm watching anything, almost always it's like word stuff, right? It's like talking stuff. The pictures don't really matter in the things that I'm watching. So I have it on 2 times speed. Sometimes 2.5 times speed. Because, I can hear faster than they're talking. It's not that hard to hear things, but I'm not blaming them for not talking 2.5 times faster than they are. I understand that that's not a reasonable ask. It's not anyone's fault that our ears are better at hearing things than our mouths are at saying them. Just how it is. Asians can't stop. That one is a gambling title. Let's see. Gotta choose by thumbnail anyway. Acacia, but I love the ones packed with Pinterest pictures. Yeah, you'll notice there are not. If you as you scroll down, you're not going to see a bunch of thumbnails with pictures of pretty girls in them.
I have to
I
say,
don't click on those kind of things.
thank you.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I can see titties right here. I don't need to go.
Oh, you're pointing at me.
Yeah, I'm pointing at you.
Yeah, and real life titties.
Yeah. More importantly, that's not what I watch YouTube videos for, right? Like, I'm not. It's, that's not relevant to anything that I'm trying to watch a video about.
Mm.
Like, if I'm trying to watch a video about what's this one about? This is about a painting.
Oh.
The longer you look at it, the weirder it gets. It says the title of the video. I was like, huh, maybe I'll give this a little chance. But I didn't really give it like 1 second into it.
Kami says happy birthday.
Thanks, Kami. Let's look at Eric's YouTube history and see what Eric watches videos about. All right, let's see. Hmm. 10 weirdest space theories explained in 21 minutes. This is the most ridiculous video I've ever seen.
Game theory number 2, the U.S. Century of Humiliation.
Yeah, I thought that was actually going to be what it was about, but
Yeah.
it's just this ridiculous video of a guy saying ridiculous things, and I don't know. I didn't find it funny at all, but I find it funny when I'm thinking about how much is not that video. Other YouTube videos I watched today. 10 alien objects that shouldn't exist, which is actually a video about explaining how these objects that people say shouldn't exist as a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of them. Every possible method we could use to travel through time. The latest draft busts of all time. The Donut Labs solid state battery. That's my own video. The most realistic AI takeover scenario.
Yeah, that's been on your radar lately. That kind of thing.
How a random Burger King in Pittsburgh went rogue.
That's interesting.
I thought so too. Pretty straightforward story.
Yeah.
It wasn't very interesting. Bob Odenkirk would like to remind you that life is a meaningless farce. The interview.
Oh, interesting.
That was
That
really
sounds
good.
good.
Oh yeah, it was excellent. 10 terrifying new theories scientists are too afraid to publish.
That sounds so interesting too.
It's a good title, right?
Yeah.
The dark story behind the GM Future Liner.
Interesting. Is GM Future Liner like some sort of
It's
railroad?
like a super big bust that they made.
Oh.
Claude just leaked YouTube's algorithm, which is such a deceptive title. But I did find what he had to say about the algorithm informative and interesting. It was a good video. Very deceptive title. I gambled $1,000 and won the grand jackpot. I watched
Wow.
this guy. This guy is something where I watch him every day. So I
Is
would
that
have
Casino
watched
King?
his video regardless of what the title said.
Or Gretzky?
Or Bretsky, yeah.
It was that Casino King?
This is Casino King.
Yeah.
And it was great that he won it because he'd fallen down. He was down like 7,000 so far on this series at this point.
Oh
Like
my
he was
God.
staying about even, sometimes up a bit for a long time, and then he had this bad streak of like 6 or 7, 8 days in a row or something.
Really?
And yeah, he was down like $7,000, and then he won this grand jackpot that was worth like $8,000 plus or something. So,
Oh, that's good.
yeah, I know you think grand jackpot only $8,000.
Yeah.
Well, it's because the amount of it changes depending on the denomination you're betting. So, like if you're betting 10 cents, that's the grand
Oh, okay.
jackpot.
Oh, so, well, he did well then.
Yeah. Archaeological discovery in Oregon that could rewrite human origins. Another deceptive title that was not a very good video, though. Something is killing 50% of Russian soldiers before they even get to the front line.
Wow.
90%. Yeah, well, that was a really interesting video. That was well worth watching. Etc. You'll notice that none of these are like dumb chick acts dumb and sexy in front of the camera.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't watch this kind of videos.
Thank you for not.
It's just a matter of keeping things in their proper lane, right? That's not what YouTube is for.
No. Because then, like, YouTube will start just suggesting that sort of stuff to you.
Yeah. I'm not pleased with its suggestion stuff. Like,
no, me neither.
The other day, I was so frustrated by its recency bias that I actually searched for, of course, I can't remember his name now. I could at the time I searched for it. You know, that guy who makes the World War II videos. Mark Felton, maybe? Anyway, I searched around, watched a couple of his videos that I hadn't been recommended, and then went back to whatever I was normally watching. Well, he's just been sucked back into nothingness. There's no record of my interest in that stuff at all, as far as the algorithm and what it's suggesting to me is concerned. Just like, what the hell? Why do I have to search for this guy? I'm subscribed to him. I've got all the notifications, whatever. I want to see the new videos that he puts out. Why are you not recommending them to me when you're recommending me all this shit that I don't want to watch? Like, I have to go through so many videos to find. And if you look at my actual history, you'd wonder, why are they recommending you all of these things?
Yeah.
Eric, you're clearly not watching these kinds of things. Like, this sounds pretty interesting. The oldest YouTube video with no views.
Interesting.
I'm kind of curious about that. Will you just default to having the subtitles on, please? I could probably I probably turned them off. Because I always turn them on and off depending on what I'm watching. Like, unfortunately, there is no good way to determine in advance of watching a video whether or not you're going to want to watch it with the captions on or not. And in this case, since I'm not listening to it at all, obviously I want the captions on. But sometimes when I'm listening to it, I still want the captions on. Like every time I'm listening to something with 2 times speed, I still have the captions on because my eyes do a better job than my ears. Because people don't necessarily speak that clearly at 2 times speed. Again, not their fault that they're not speaking that clearly at 2 times speed because they spoke at 1 time speed. Yeah, I was kind of curious about this video for this reason. Like, how would you even find out what videos have 0 views? It's obviously not going to recommend that to you. Oh, horrible taste in my mouth. Oh. No views since 2006, December 2006. It's pretty old. What day? When was YouTube invented?
I think it's like what, 2003?
Oh,
Maybe 2000. I remember it, like, actually, like, I remember it becoming a thing that was used in like 2006 maybe. So maybe 2006. I don't know.
this video is not very interesting. I was wrong. YouTube was wrong. Suggested to me. We were both wrong. So it seems pretty obvious that for some reason YouTube doesn't recommend stuff to me sometimes that I have to actually go search for that I'm already fully subscribed to and everything. Yeah, this guy, Mark Felton. I'm not subscribed. That's funny. It's because the thing is, this is the problem with having a brand account that you actually do most of your stuff on, right? Like, I mostly am on YouTube these days as a watcher. Like, but regardless, I'm still a substantial amount of time as talking with famous people. So historically, I've always just been a watcher and a creator as talking with famous people until I got YouTube TV. When I got YouTube TV, well, all of a sudden, you can't watch YouTube TV as a brand account. You can only watch it as Eric Strauss. And so I had to start logging in as Eric Strauss to watch TV. I got sick of just, or frequently enough would fail to remember to log out. And the thing is, you have to kind of commit to one or the other name when you're watching YouTube. Otherwise, you just be constantly, if you go back and forth, you'll be constantly recommended things you've already seen before. Because it thinks, wow, you're so much like this Eric Strauss guy. You probably like the same things he does. So at that point, I switched to just being Eric Strauss because, like, it's rare that I'm having to, for whatever reason, I don't have to log in as Eric as TWFP to go to the back end of TWFP. At that point, it just logs me in for that purpose, and then when I'm not in the back end anymore, I'm back out as Eric Strauss. So I really have no particular reason to be logged in as TWFP at all, and accordingly, I just switched to the Eric Strauss one. But what that means is that less so the further away I get from it, but there are various things that I think I'm subscribed to like that, which I was actually subscribed to with TWFP and never subscribed to Eric Strauss. And it's just like, will you stop YouTube with this nonsense? Like, are you serious? You make me switch my watching thing to Eric Strauss to watch TV, and I'm still paying the consequences of it. God knows how many months later or years later. How terrible!
What? What?
How YouTube TV doesn't let me be logged in to TWFP to watch it,
Oh.
and the way that impacted my viewership, because it's like obviously I had to go back to various channels and resubscribe to them as Eric
Oh.
Strauss because I was, you know, it's just been a fucking horrible, a huge thing that you wouldn't think is such a huge thing, right? Like, but I'm mostly these days a watcher of YouTube, and it's a big deal when shit like that happens. Like, why are you not recommending me videos to a guy I know I'm subscribed to and I know is putting out new videos, and instead you're recommending this garbage? And then I go to him and I'm like, oh, because you're not subscribed to him. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for making it so I had to change what my login guy was to watch TV. Thanks a lot. You've caused God knows how many harms in the ensuing months and years. You don't think like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Or I guess that's kind of a big deal. Like, it's caused me, as you saw today, operating under false assumptions. Nothing good about that. Yeah, well, I should have put it that, but even if I don't, if I just have enough subscription like that, I think it'll tell me. It'll recommend amongst this slate of garbage it throws at me. Who knows why it thinks I want to watch all those horrible videos that it recommends to me.
Yeah, but it does that to me too. I get like strange stuff, like that stuff that I don't research it.
Right.
Yeah.
Or something like I do get that the algorithm needs to have some space for un, untested stuff. It needs to get some initial run out to random people because, and also I get that even if a video is not on a subject that I'm normally interested in, If it's a super compelling video, then I probably still want to watch it. But like, it has trouble distinguishing between the kinds of antique roadshow things that I'm interested in and the ones that I'm not. Um, Karsten Runquist. I watched my parents' favorite movies. What makes you think I'd be remotely interested in that? Baseball thing, I get. I watched some of those. SNL things, I watched some of those. I get that. You know, like, this is when Star Trek died. Maybe I could see myself watching that. These History Channel things, like Ancient Aliens, I'm never going to watch that. Even if I watch certain kinds of things that might be, you know, that subject adjacent. I guess that's the best I can do is think, well, worth a shot. The second channel epidemic. That's something I might conceivably watch. This paradox splits people 50-50. I don't like that video. I watched that video and then I watched half of it again. I bought obviously fake scams to see what happens. When the editor has to fix it in post is a good title. But that's something I'd probably watch. The episode that deciphered Stewie's anomaly. Like, I'm not gonna watch that video, obviously. Is that somebody pulling into our driveway?
I don't know. It sounds like it.
No, it must have been a loud ass neighbors with their loud ass car.
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette now. The truth about the stream that nobody survives. Like, this is some sort of like, it's probably like a canoeing, a kayaking thing, I guess. Don't toss it. 3 fun ways to repurpose disposable vapes. Like, no, I'm not gonna watch that. The Devil's Mask. 5 ancient masks that shouldn't exist. I don't watch this channel at all anymore. I watched it a couple of times a long time ago, but super dumb channel. The deepest strategy esport you've never heard of. I could conceivably watch that. Will a stranger take me skiing? Undercover pro. I hate shit like that. Well, I don't know why it ever recommends me stuff like that. Do I watch archaeology stuff at all? Sometimes. I've been. Look at me go, ignoring the chat. That's a good sign. I mean, when you're alive, aren't you kind of traveling through time? Yeah, but that doesn't count as time travel. You know. Um, I bet ripples in space-time cause little fluctuations, where parts of space-time are warped to go a little slower or faster relative to the surroundings. Or you're you're wondering what the answer was, ways that you can time travel. Yeah, there's like seven, or one of them was that thing you're talking about, where it's like a no, it wasn't exactly that. It was you create a bubble of sorts in which distorts space time such that instead of you moving through space time is moving around you, and accordingly, it's not you're not forced to obey the speed of light limit, and you could, in theory, get some place before you know functionally you could travel back in time. But the thing about that is there'd be no way to steer the thing or anything like that, and the algorithm catches you lingering on that gym goth girl thirst trap for a few seconds, and now it's all OnlyFans goon bait. That's interesting. It's an interesting set of words that by in normal language, like 40 years ago, nobody would have said that make any sense at all. Right? Like 40 years ago, that sentence would have made no sense at all. The only words that would have made sense are the catches you lingering on that gym goth girl, okay, for a few seconds, and now it's all those other terms you have no idea what you were talking about. Okay, so who is this? The algorithm. How does an algorithm catch anybody doing anything? It doesn't make any sense. It's a math term, right? Thirst trap. That would have made no sense to people. Obviously, OnlyFans goon bait would also have made no sense to anybody. Ah, you scan the transcripts, huh? Acacia, if I wanted to read vertically like that, I like to read horizontally. So I just turn up the speed and put the captions on. Read the transcript. Acacia. You think that hasn't occurred to me? It hasn't really occurred to me.
It hasn't really.
I don't know. I don't watch videos to read transcripts. If I wanted to read, to go to a library. Well, there are no more libraries left. Good riddance. The stinky book holes. Get out of here. Your books and your. You know what, libraries? You should. How about that? How about you should? Anyway, it's easy to find broad agreement when you're just talking about hating libraries. Holocaust to the noisy. That's what libraries are. As a noisy person, I treat libraries like the Jews treat the Holocaust. Because, libraries are a a really bad thing that was forced on me by authoritarians. That's what libraries are. Almost all of my family died in the library. All the same cause. Excessive quietness. Yeah, quiet, naturally quiet people don't know that could kill somebody, but for us naturally loud people, it's a death sentence. Our country elected with a supermajority of Putinist stooge whose pre-election campaign literally ran on empty populism, built up hate for every other party. How cooked are we? Pretty cooked. Sounds a little bit like America. I mean, I agree that Trump isn't exactly a Putin stooge, but yeah. People are obviously far too dumb to be put in charge of things. No matter how you try to cut it, they're too dumb to be in charge of things. They're too dumb to select others to be in charge of things. It's inconceivable that we've gotten as far as we have, right? Like, what is going on with this crazy world with all this impossible future technology happening all around? And yet, every single person you actually engage with they might be bright in various ways, but they're impossibly ill equipped to make any decisions of significance, you know? And worst of all, the nature of things is such that people who are most well equipped to make decisions of significance, certainly politically, are not just unlikely to be, risen to that level of power, not just unlikely also to seek it, but
Let me see. My mom would
actively
like to
selected
say happy
against.
birthday.
Oh, cool. Hi, how you doing?
Happy birthday.
Let's switch places. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. Are we loving Eric on mushrooms today? I feel like it's like perfect. I forgot that he had mushrooms. So like, and it seems like he's having a really good time talking to you guys. Hi, Winston's mom. How are you doing? It's nice that my mom called for Eric's birthday. I'm glad. I want him to feel like family because he is family. Yeah, right?
this the cigarette I was smoking? Maybe.
No, maybe. It could have been that one too. I don't know.
Could be either of them, yeah. It could even be a third yet undiscovered cigarette butt. Since it probably isn't this one because maybe I didn't throw it on the ground. Maybe I put it in a bottle. I don't realize what it is.
Is that no? You put that there. You definitely, in a hurry. Definitely like put it down in a hurry.
Well, well, it's a mystery that'll never be solved. I was expecting there to be like a cigarette butt on the ground with a smoking stick.
Yeah, right.
But I don't see any such thing. We could review the footage.
Oh, sure. Oh, Acacia, you know I can't promise that, but I can promise no devil in one of the decks. But no, I haven't heard that. Winston's mom. What does it have to do with like
I wonder if the footage would show what happened with that.
yeah, it would.
I mean, if the
Oh,
camera was
no,
pointed there,
you were over here.
yeah, probably wouldn't show. Oh, good, my nose is running.
Don't let Eric touch the cards. I can't, Acacia, I can't guarantee that, like, I think I pulled that card last time. Honestly, I think it's working. In 2 weeks, my eyebrows are filling in a bit. I do castor attunement twice a day. That's something to think about. I'm not too concerned about my eyebrows because the hairs that are coming in are white. So I'm kind of just letting my eyebrows go white.
I think that's a fine idea.
Thanks. And I like that you don't mind. I like that you don't care like what I do with myself in terms of
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't even process that kind of information.
Good.
I'm thinking about something else when you're talking about that stuff. Like when I said, oh, good. I have no idea even hardly. It's something about her eyebrows, right? Like, when she talking about like, wow, these are things I'm thinking about my eyebrows to do this chat. I'm definitely not paying very much attention to that. And I just want to stress that I'm being fair. I also don't pay any attention to my eyebrows.
Oh,
So,
the sun's coming out.
fair is fair. I do pay a little bit of attention to my eyebrows occasionally, I guess. When I give myself a haircut, I'll try to make them a little less unruly looking. I was just saying that I was being fair because I not only don't pay attention to your eyebrows, I also don't pay attention to my eyebrows.
No, but like, you know, it matters to me because there's a lot of people who, like, say for instance, like I'm going gray and I'm letting it go gray, and there are, you know, there are men who, you know, would say,
Yeah, there's
color your hair.
A lot of men.
15%.
Uh-oh. Time for us to go inside and plug you in, Mr. Phone. You and your insatiable appetite for electricity. I have some more of that electricity? No! Learn to live without it.
Okay, so Acacia, would you like a reading?
Oh yeah, sit down there. I'll put the there in front of you.
Keisha said that you can't touch the cards.
Oh, that's fair. My fingers have birthday cooties.
Do you have a question, Keisha?
My fingers have birthday cooties.
Yeah, they do. I wonder if right now in the hospital you were being passed around and people were visiting. Oh, look at him. He's so long. Oh, he's so cute. What a big baby.
I guess she wants a second deck.
Oh, you'd like a second deck? Sure. Sure.
So many yawns.
General. Okay, cool. Whoa.
Jumpy.
Oh, but this was one of them was a twofer, so I can't really take it. This was a twofer.
Wow, I'm king of the yawns.
Why are you sorry, Keisha? Nothing to be sorry for. I have the decks.
Like y'all, they need to adjust your concept of entertainment and who would be monetized, motivated to watch.
You're not asking a lot, Keisha. You rarely ask for anything. Yeah, I'm not a good rapper, but you know, his music would definitely inspire me to like rap along with the music as I was reading the cards. Okay. I've okay. So I'll give you 4. And it's okay to apologize too, because I apologize for everything as well. So thanks, Acacia. I like having fun with Eric. Eric is really fun, and it. I love seeing what comes out of the keyboard. Like it just seems like he like is like when Eric plays with the keyboard, it seems like he's like genuinely just like having a good time, like a kid would with a keyboard.
Yep.
Okay. First 2 cards, 10 of Pentacles. So, this guy is like, I feel like he's sitting on a log. And you know, like the logs have the rings, so it's like a longevity. It's generational. This card is generational. And like you're the dude. Like I don't know, like maybe you're the dude or like someone in your family is the older gentleman. Or maybe you feel like this guy. Like you feel like even though like you're not the oldest person in your family, like you're the head of the household. And these are the people who are like part of your generational family lineage. I like how like it's surrounded by flowers too. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's you. Look how wise you are. I could see you petting it as you're thinking. Okay, I'll move on. But yeah, this your heritage, your money, like there's a big house, so like there's a lot of family history there. Three of Swords.
Uh-oh.
See, okay, so there's three arrows that's right in the middle of your heart and your flower shirt. Um, but it doesn't seem like you care really much. Like maybe like a little bit, but maybe because it's like arrows, and those represent swords, it's like maybe like three ideas that you had that were like turned down, like oh, I really feel, and it's just your heart, like, oh, I really feel uh like this is a good idea, and then like it gets shot down. So like maybe this happened like three times, but honestly, don't seem bothered by it. Yeah, Shaw, shoot me if you want. Yeah, like you wish to phase me. Like, yeah, these are like you have you have three, these are the three arrows that like ideas, thoughts, plans that didn't work out and that maybe you had a lot of heart in, but yeah, like you don't seem phased. And I feel like it looks like you could be have you have like I don't know, like it's like you have your palm out like I have plenty of ideas. Yeah, you're phased, I'm not phased. Okay. Then we have the Six of Cups. It's pretty magical. Maybe you feel a little like magical today in your imagination, and your imagination has to do with cups, so it has to do with your emotions. So maybe you could be like daydreaming or like thinking about like Reuben, things that you love to do. Um, yeah, it is very occasion. I could even see you like sitting like that, thinking of ideas, like and it's very playful because these fish are in motion.
What are the four pink things?
Fish.
Oh, they're fish.
Yeah, they're fish. So like you're yeah thinking about your mom's birthday and all the ideas that you have, and actually you're feeling like good about it. I think your ideas are probably like successful in it. And then we have card 13, Death. Transformation. This is also you, Acacia, with the scythe. You're running through the water too. You're like, you know what? You may have shot my ideas down, but I don't know. I'm feeling different. I'm feeling new. I'm feeling like this part of me, this part of my life, this part of my conscious needs to shut down and change. It's over. Yeah, you ride at sunset. And I don't know, maybe like Reuben is the horse. He's giving you a piggyback ride. And he's like, yeah, Acacia, you could do it. Yeah, begin anew. It's a new you. It's transformative. Things are going to that you might have had think would last forever, that would be important to you. Not in relationships. I'm talking more like morals and stuff, and just like ways of being, and it's changing. Yeah, it's Ruben using the SE. Hell yeah. So that's your reading, Acacia. Hope that answers some stuff.
You know, it's really interesting. I want to know the answer to this. What is a three-dimensional rectangle called. Because cubes are called cubes because if you take a right angle and you put exponent of 2, it makes a square. So it's called squared, right? And if you put exponent of 3, it makes a cube. So that's called cubed. But that explains the name of cubes. It does not
It's a
explain the
prism?
name of, of other things, though, right?
Thanks, Winston's mom. Would you like a reading? Actually, I would like to do a reading for the birthday boy too. But I'll do, since I said your name first, Winston's mom, I'll do your reading first and then the birthday boy.
What made me think about this was this what the pink things could have been other than fish, and I thought, well, they could be can of spam without the can, right?
How?
Like
Yeah.
what? Well, what I was left with. Well, what do you call that shape? Now, granted, that's not a perfect rendering of that shape by the can of spam, but let's imagine it were perfectly rendered. What shape is that? Now that shape has rounded edges.
I'm doing yours first. Eric Dale Strauss's birthday extravaganza.
Rectangular prism.
Rectangular prism.
That's a super dumb
birthday.
Name. That's a super dumb name for it. I reject that.
What do you want to name it?
I'll have to give a little bit of time to think about that. You go ahead with what you're doing.
Okay.
I'll try to think of a good name for
Eric.
what is supposedly called a
Dale
rectangular prism.
Strauss. Don't be mean.
Who would ever name it such a dumb name?
It's a rhomboid.
Rhomboid is fine. I'll go with rhomboid. That sounds like a
You're
good
a
name.
rhomboid.
I am a bit of a rhomboid. Rectangular prism. How can you possibly need so many syllables to describe a three-dimensional rectangle?
Okay. Eric Dale Strauss's birthday extravaganza. There probably is a name for it, though.
Right. Well, what they're saying is that prism means three-dimensional shape of something, and then rectangular modifies prism. There's got to be a better word than that.
There is. There definitely has to be.
How about a rectangular? Rectangular. That's what it should be called. The rectangular is fine.
Rectangular?
Yeah.
So we're not even going to look up what it means. What it is.
I'm sure they're right. It's a rectangular prism. I just don't like that.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Eric Dale Strauss's birthday extravaganza reading. We start off with the Four of Cups. There's actually no cups in this picture. But you could tell this bird is shading Eric from the sun because, it's nice to be in the shade. And I think that bird is me. He's contemplative, he's thinking, he's still, like, I don't know, like, it seems like there's, like, a lot on his mind. Well, how do you translate this for you? Like, I think I'm definitely the his pants do match the grass, you're right.
Glasses. I don't interpret that.
Yeah, that's for you. This is for you.
Oh, yeah. Don't matter how sunny it is, I got my own little umbrella of rain on me to make me all Debbie Downer.
Oh.
Like that's what that means,
I'm
right?
I'm I'm the bird.
Yeah, you're like, okay, well,
Let's make this happen.
yeah, let's make this happen. If
Yeah.
you want to sit here and be Debbie Downer, let's make that happen.
Yeah. You also got, as Acacia got, 10 of Pentacles, and that's totally you on that log.
Yeah, yeah, that definitely
Yeah.
seems like me on that
You
line.
know, you're thinking about,
History and stuff.
yep, mm-hmm.
Well,
Family lineage. I'm gonna bring down well, there's plenty of photos, but I have like this cube of photographs of Eric from when he was a little kid that I'm going to show. It's been shown before. It's just like I feel like I'm like very attached to Eric and I love him a lot and I want to like celebrate him today. So okay, so next cards are the Two of Swords. You are blindfolded. These swords are like in your hand and you're like, no, I got this. But honestly, it's gonna get like very tired. Like your arms are up too, holding those swords, and you're blindfolded. Like,
is this for me or for?
yeah, for you.
Oh yeah, I'm never gonna successfully stab whatever I'm trying to stab. I can
No,
tell you
you're
that
not.
right now. Even if I didn't have the blindfold on, likelihood of me successfully stabbing things is very low.
Thanks, Rubenar. Yeah, pledge allegiance to Saturn, but he refuses. He's not doing it. He's not doing it. He should pledge allegiance to Saturn, right? Maybe to the stars in the sky. That might even be like Saturn seems to be over here. So maybe this is like, I don't know, Mars, Mercury, Mars, I don't know. Thanks, Rubenar. Yeah, but there's maybe something in his birth chart, some planet that he's like, I don't want to deal with this. Maybe it's, see, like this is probably Neptune, but this is, I don't know, maybe it is Mercury or Mars, like being, I don't know, rawr, aggro. He's not into it. And the last is the Five of Cups.
Is that one regret?
It's crying over spilled milk.
Yeah, same thing as regret. You know, it's true. I've got plenty of regret.
Well,
But
you know, I see it as like he has a hoodie on. Eric even has a hoodie on. And these like waves are like turbulent and stuff. And it's like he has emotions, right? But he's like looking in this cup and it's like, well, I don't know, what am I feeling?
yeah, I mean, I don't even wonder about that very much. I just maybe note that I'm not feeling like playing, right?
Okay.
Which is a little bit different than wondering what my feelings are, you know. Like I can identify them pretty well, I guess. Sadness or the most prevalent feeling I have at 55 is one of, oh, Eric. You, Eric.
Hey, like, how about, yeah. Well, yeah. But no, like, you're so tough on yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying it's good to be negative or have bad emotions or whatever.
No. It's not good or bad to be negative. People, they feel and they are like, you know, those emotions like that happen, but continue your thought.
I'm a big believer in subjectivities, not being excuses for things, but um,
No trouble. It's definitely a whole. I'm having a whole like. Be careful what you wish for, because it may come true.
right.
I love him coming up here, but I do have to say no sometimes.
Oh yeah, of course. Like the third or what? What is the point of regret? There is
Well,
no point of regret. I mean,
but
the thing is, you make mistakes and you learn from them. Hopefully,
hopefully though, but you can't berate
sometimes you
yourself if you
don't.
make a mistake again.
Right, and sometimes you don't. But think about regret itself, like pure regret, like oh, I wish I had behaved
Yeah,
differently.
yeah,
Then
yeah.
the
That's
only conceivable benefit of it is to help you to not make that mistake
mistake
again.
again.
But certainly, the scope of the regret is vastly going to outsize whatever's necessary for that instrumental purpose. And for certain things in life, you regret it because you had one chance at it and you blew it, right? So, in those kind of instances, what's the point of regret? Well, I don't know. What's the point of things mattering at all? The point of regret is the same point of things mattering at all. For people to understand that things matter, regret is a inevitable consequence of being. I don't know who Rachel thinks she's talking to right now. Maybe she's on the phone. What in the world is going on? Oh, she's doing some sort of birthday thing. I don't know. I don't know what she's trying to do. I'd be perfectly happy if she did absolutely nothing. But, like, I've never been a big fan of birthday stuff. I guess there's part of being like a bipolar is like I guess that disconnect with Rachel's reading me in the morning with happy birthday with my like well I'm not I'm not that enthusiastic about it, I guess. I guess there was some lack of recognition on my part of what I was even talking about until I was talking about it. And there'll probably be a failure to remember as well. It goes along with polar. And like earlier, I was struck by how like, oh right, there's a corresponding failure to stay in lanes that TI people do. It just happens on It just happens to be like, instead of being about arguments, it's instead trying to tell other people there's something wrong with them because they're not TI, you know. I don't know. I don't know why we're talking about emotions anymore. I don't know what to say about them. Like, I just don't know how to process reality emotionally at all. That doesn't mean that I'm not necessarily going to do so. It's just not very informative to me about things because I'm so ill equipped to convert that kind of information into utility of some sort. In other words, long way of saying, I'm really the wrong person to ask about what's the point of regret. Even though my answer was as good as an answer could possibly be to the question, I think. But if anybody's going to understand the purpose and processes of emotions, it's not going to be me. It's express the kind of thing that I'm ill equipped to understand. You know, like logic people are all like, wow, without the law of non contradiction, that applies to everything. Something can't both be and not be in the same time, space, and context. Well, emotions can. You know, emotions can. Maybe they can't both be and not be. But even that, somewhat, they can, you know. Like, in a given moment or context, you may, depending on how lengthily you define moment, you may very well switch between awareness of having an emotion and failure to have awareness of that, certainly.
No, you're
I
not.
guess that.
I would give you some information if I had any information. There hasn't nothing. There's no pain. So it's. I think it's in my. I think I just have to pee it out, and I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, well, I Googled that. That was one of the things that made me kind of bummed out this morning was if Rachel can't pass the kidney stone, it's going to cost between, somewhere in the range of $5,000 to get the thing removed via. That's via the non-surgical approach, you know. So I was already committed to the idea of let's at least attempt to go to urgent care, get another prescription for Flomax, and see if maybe by some stroke of luck we can pee it out. What I read is that 60% of the size of Rachel's is can be peed out. Well, that's not super good odds, but since she's not actually in pain, even if it's a long shot in some sense, I don't know at this point. It's been quite a while since she's had it. I'd really, I'd really rather put off that unfortunate reality for another month if we could. Or hope that it actually does solve itself, you know. Worst case scenario, I mean, put it off for another month. We've taken a lot of big financial hits this year. It's been kind of a brutal year financially. I understand my dad's frame of reference so much better now. What once kept him up at night now keeps me up at night. You know, combination of a variety of different things seems to have me kind of like paralyzed into inaction in a way that certainly contributes to, largely explains, maybe entirely explains my growing self-loathing. Am I struggling with a strong sense of lost purpose and inevitable finality in what you deem to be your failures? Well, some of them are final, right? And the ones that aren't final are things that I need to take action to prevent from being failures, perhaps, or any number of different possible things, you know? There's a lot of different relationships I have with my failures. Are you getting enough sunlight and walks? Oh, I mean, probably not, but uh, what I'm struggling with is much simpler than all of that stuff. I'm struggling with adulthood. You know, I'm struggling with adulthood. I don't like being an adult. I'm woefully unpracticed at it, ill-equipped at it. I've got no self-discipline. You know, I'm mercurial, as they say. Oh my gosh, you need some more exercise, and that's certainly very plausible. Or maybe and this seems like maybe a little more plausible, maybe Eric needs to take a little bit less speed and sleep a little bit more. Maybe that. I thought about those possibilities. That seems a much more likely state of affairs to me. But you know, there I go again, being objectively self critical. I bet you, though, I bet you very much that if Eric wasn't such a tweaker, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But you know, here's the thing. Unlike everything else you're talking about, being a tweaker is fun. So, guess what Eric prefers? Eric prefers having fun being a tweaker, even though the other side of it is not so much fun. Because, well, Eric has no self discipline and does not know how to be an adult. And just, or more properly, refuses to be one despite knowing better. Because he's a bad person. That's the only way to put things. It's correct, right? Like, the problem here is not that I don't know better or can't, it's that I refuse to do what I should do because I'm a spoiled baby. That's the long and the short of it, right? There's nothing else to be said about it. I refuse to do what I should do because I'm a spoiled baby. There's no other words to explain anything. Self-discipline plus tweaker don't go hand in hand? They don't? Are you sure about that, Acacia? You know, I'm feeling remarkably more self-disciplined already. This conversation, I think, has helped us a lot. I'm feeling better. And I think it probably has very little to do with that additional Adderall I took. Couldn't possibly because I just took it. But I do feel better. I do feel better. It's like, yeah, Eric, you're a spoiled baby, and that's the problem.
Oh, really, Trouble? How mighty of you. You know where you're not going to be sitting, right? There. How's it going?
It's going fine. It's going fine. Who were you talking to?
My mom. She would like to contribute to your birthday gift.
Oh, okay. Well, did you tell her what I wanted?
Yep.
I bet she will get one of those delivered to the house soon.
Oh, she's gonna contribute money.
Oh, okay. To get a trowel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she's Venmoing the money to me, and I'll give the money to you.
It would probably be, we'd all probably be best served if she were to pick it up, but that's fine.
Oh, you want me to do that?
She's better at that kind of stuff
she's
than,
great at that. That's why.
than
Okay.
we are.
Shit.
Yeah, just call. You can send the money back to her or whatever, you know.
I won't. You didn't put the money in, did you? I'm so sorry. So I talked to Eric and I said how you were. Yeah,
So coming down off amphetamines always made you cry and self-loathe a lot. Well, my self-loathing, by and large, doesn't link very much to my amphetamine usage. Hi.
Hi there.
So,
So what kind of trowel do you want?
I want like a small hand trowel that you can dig small amount of diggings with because I only have a big shovel.
Okay, so it's like by hand, but let me just see.
That's exactly what is preferable. I don't really know. I figured you have better ideas about what things because it's like I've been so impressed with the stuff you've sent us. Like when you gave us those cutting boards with the things, those things are fantastic.
You know what? I love like gadgets and different things.
Yeah.
So when I saw that, because I put, what do you call it? Silicone.
Right. Yeah. This.
You can put that in there, and you can like I cut up a watermelon, and I just slide the watermelon right into that silicone holder.
Right. It's a genius design, and those things go in the fridge and they stack, and it's just like wow, that thing's fantastic.
Okay.
So I figured, you seem good at figuring out like what are important things to focus on when you're trying to get something.
Okay. Well, I'll do a little bit of research then.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate
You're,
it.
you're welcome. And before I buy it, I'll send you the information just so you can take a look and make sure I'm on the right track.
Okay. Cool. Great. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Mom. Love you.
I love you too. Bye bye.
So yeah, her mom's really good at stuff like that. That fucking cat. Both these cats, I tell you.
I know. I can't believe that he's like poor Capio. She's like up here on a scratchy blanket, and he's right here.
Right. Well, they will take as much as you, in general, will allow them to take.
To take. That is true.
Capio was up here earlier, and it's like the fourth time I found myself just petting her. I was like, "Will you get the fuck off? For fuck's sake!" It's like I want to enjoy our special time. If you're just this pest that's constantly up here and wanting me to pet you all the time, then I'm not enjoying it. I'm just trying to get through it
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I don't feel too guilty when I kick you off.
Oh my gosh, the thought process behind that. I'm so sorry you go through that.
Well, in general, across the board, I am not like ever thinking to myself, boy, I wish the cat would come over here and let me pet it. I would pretty much never think that.
But that's why they come to you.
I guess so.
I don't know. Well, you have a connection with Capio.
And sometimes when they are with me, I enjoy it, right? Like, oh, good, I'm having special time with the cat.
Sure.
But if the cats don't think that, like, it's not a special time of the day where we pet for a while and then you get down and do your own thing, then no, you need to just stop it already.
Yeah. Like, where is Capio? Oh, she's in her bed.
Or one of my absolute least favorite things when I get up in the morning and I've got Capio here and Trouble right here. And it's like, okay, both you fucking cats need to get away from me.
Seriously.
It's just, I already fed you, and I'm just trying to sit here.
You have your peaceful time, and like cat ladies around the world are like gasping right now. But
It's the worst. Like, you
But
guys,
it's true. It's true. They really
you
do
have
take up
this
your
whole
personal
house,
space.
and you got to be right fucking here.
I know. That's what it's like. Okay, so that's what it's like when you're on the treadmill, and there's tons of treadmills around, and someone goes right next to you to run.
Right.
It's like, I smell like crap right now. I'm not in a competitive mood.
Yeah, they're trying to hit on you, probably.
They're women. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the sex. Like, honestly.
They still shouldn't do that, right? Any
Right.
more than like if you're someplace
Like,
where
right.
there's lots of seats and
Yeah. Yeah.
instead of sitting in one of the random seats that come sit right next to you.
Yeah, like, what?
What are you doing?
Personal space much?
Like, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, bro. Like, especially if I was in a groove, right? Like, because sometimes I would be like on the treadmill and I would like go uphill, then like flat for a rest.
And you
like
see this
right
fucking
now.
cat. You see
And
this
I
fucking
let
cat?
him because I don't notice him.
He was right here a second ago.
Yeah, but he wasn't getting the attention from Eric, so he comes to me.
I even pet him too. He's just what he's doing is going back and forth because he's establishing. You see this Capillo?
Yes.
You're not allowed here.
Yes.
She's happily asleep over there.
Yeah, she could care less.
She's not paying any attention to what you're doing,
No.
Trouble.
Unfortunately, she's never lived in a house where she's been. Well, she did. She had her time in Arcadia.
Yeah, she was in Temple City for a while too, where.
Oh, right, where there were no other cats.
Well, just her mom.
Oh, then that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Laverne and then Arcadia again, and then carried forward to now. Yeah, she's always had a difficult person around to deal with. Sometimes it was one of Kimberly's cats, sometimes it was Trouble. But she's mostly had a difficult person to deal with at some point in the day. It's unfortunate. I don't know what we could have done about Trouble though. It's like, oh. The only thing we could conceivably have done is to just not ever give him any food or anything.
No, we had to.
But how are we gonna not?
Well, we could have. Okay. I don't know. Once he was neutered, is that what it is?
Yeah. Then he just was like, I want to be your cat so much, even though I don't even know at all how to be somebody's cat.
Yeah. So he would observe me and Capillo in the morning because me and Capillo had our walks in the morning. And I would see him from a distance looking at us. And I would always give Capillo a lot of affection. You know, she would go and brush up against some of the bushes and stuff and brush against me, and I would be petting her and I'd be like, oh my gosh, yeah, oh yes, Capillo Strauss, giving her a lot of attention. And I would see Trouble from like, a little bit of ways on the curb staring at us, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna want that. And sure enough, like, it probably was like a month later. It took him a little while. He came up to me and he rubbed up against me and he wanted affection.
Yeah. And back then, like, he didn't get that, like, you ask him, he's asking you for pets, and you might pet him and he might try to scratch
Oh my god, that was so scary.
Like,
I would never want to go back to those days. Remember when he would come in bed and he'd be like, oh, this is so cute, and then he'd be like,
yeah, he just didn't know how to be a cat, right? Like how to be a person's cat.
Yeah, no.
But the other thing you could tell is he was so genuinely sorry about it afterwards.
Was he?
Yeah. I remember one time he scratched me and I was trying to pet him, and then I was like, oh, you fuck. I was sitting in the bathroom in the front of the Arcadia house over by where the where the washing machine was,
Mm-hmm.
And after I like, oh, you fuck, get away from me, you fucker, for scratching me for no reason. Because I was pretty good about reading him as to when he's had enough pets. And then after he ran away when I yelled at him, he shortly thereafter poked his head around. He looked so apologetic.
That's so cute.
Yeah.
Aww. I just remember Crazy Eyes. He still gets it sometimes.
Oh yeah, he
Get
still
rid.
gets crazy eyes.
Oh my gosh. Scary.
I feel like moving up here kicked into an extra level of domestication.
Oh my
being able to raise
gosh.
in Arcadia too.
He is. He's totally become a house cat. Sure, he patrols outside.
Well, I think you recall at first, it was like, you people are fine and everything, but I'm going back to where I live in Arcadia.
Yeah.
And he
That's
tried
true,
that
he
for
did.
quite a long time. He kept coming back here because he couldn't find any way back to Arcadia. Even though it was snowing so much, he tried to go do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, he stopped trying to do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, he became fully domesticated at that point. Like, he realized, okay, or bought into the idea that, okay, I'm not responsible for myself exactly anymore. These people are. So that's why he gets us to like watch him eat and everything. He went from super capable cat to like, I also don't know how to be not, I don't know how to be dependent.
Mm-hmm.
But he's such a character, man.
Yeah, he is.
And
Yes. You are.
yes, you are a character.
He really is.
You're a good boy. You're not a good boy, but that's fine.
But it's good to tell him positive reinforcement isn't bad, right?
Not like
Although,
he
honestly,
can't
sometimes
understand
he's
my words.
honestly
that well.
he's the nicest to me when when I do things that he doesn't like pick him up. Like he I don't know. Yeah.
Meow. But right now he looks like he's gonna scratch me. But
I know it's scary.
You want me to pet you or no? You don't. You got your big eyes. Yeah.
See, I don't listen.
This cat is still he didn't like what I was saying about him being fully domesticated, so he came over to show me. Huh.
No, he didn't. He listens. He's a talker too. Like yesterday, he was meowing a lot. I thought he was like meowing at me, so I thought he wanted me to watch him eat. No, I go over and I'm like, okay, let's go. He's a statue. Didn't move from his place. He just wanted to talk.
Yeah. He's definitely a talker, and I would say for sure the smartest cat I've ever encountered. This cat is so smart.
I just wish he was nicer to Capito.
Yeah,
Makes
well,
me mad. Yes, you know it doesn't make me happy. You want to come up on my lap?
at least Capillo knows she lives in a justice-friendly environment that we're not okay with it.
No. You know, I do like protective things. Like if he's stalking her, I'll come in between them, like
Yeah.
physically.
Yeah, I'll always yell at him too.
Yeah.
He flinches because he knows
He
he's
knows.
in trouble. Whereas Capillo, she knows she's not in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know that the cats understand.
Acacia, can I say, like, you saying that she can irritate you. Like, I appreciate you saying that because, like, when I get angry with um trouble, I feel incredible guilt. Like, I'm like, I'm a bad mom. Like, I'm a bad pet owner. Like, um, and I sometimes feel alone. Uh,
You want to help her, but her problems are being super old, it sounds like. You're not gonna make her be younger again.
my parents or friends can irritate me, but it doesn't make me bad. No, it definitely doesn't make you bad. That happens, right? That's a human experience. Having things that bother you. Literally, I was on the phone with my mom, and like, I she said something, and I rolled my eyes. So,
Yeah, it's unavoidable that
yeah.
people are gonna say things that annoy you or run afoul of things you think and such in life. That certainly doesn't make you bad. It just makes you have subjectivities. We all have subjectivities. And even though I might not find it very informative, in some sense, every life well lived focuses on those things, you know? How, how else can you even define what living well is without focusing on those subjective preferences and, um, feelings and what have you?
Well, okay, there are times where I actually like envy FI Polar because it's like you can have such like a neutral until you know the the facts of the situation. Usually, you have a very neutral stance on people, especially, and like I feel like I judge more. And so
Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong in your judgment or that you're wrong to judge. What you're just saying is that you're a knowing type and I'm a deliberator type.
yeah,
But
and I like that about you. Like
I like you about you. I wouldn't want to marry myself.
okay, that's good.
I already know I don't like that guy.
I love that guy. Oh shit. Can you unmute the thing for a second?
Yeah. We just got worried about the silliest thing.
Cause like, I get checked for shit.
Oh, well, one thing that I am not is apologetic.
This is the picture I put on Instagram.
Well, that's a good one.
Thanks.
From what I can see without my glasses on. Yeah, I have no problem with people knowing I take mushrooms because there's nothing wrong with doing that. If they think it's bad, that's their problem because there's nothing wrong with it. It's not a moral issue. And it's like, I'm not worried about other wrong people being wrong. Like, if I let wrong people's wrongness impact me, I'd never accomplish, I never do, I'd be completely unable to move at all. Because wrong people are wrong all the time.
Aunt Jan says, happy birthday, Eric. Enjoy today. Aunt Sherry says, happy birthday to Eric. Also, enjoy. Balloon emoji, cake emoji. Happy birthday, Eric, from my sister. Happy birthday, Eric. Hope you are having a fun day celebrating my Aunt B. Emma says, happy birthday, Samantha and Eric. And my Aunt Elsie says, hope Eric enjoys his special day.
I like how that one aunt of yours, she made a point of saying happy birthday to my male name and to my female name. And I give her credit. She knew me well enough to know that my female name was Samantha. Not a lot of people know that.
One take. I've never heard it before.
So yeah, give her a special
You want me to
thanks.
I should
No.
tell Samantha.
Obviously, I know already that Samantha and I have the same birthday.
Thanks, Elaine.
I
Good
was
night.
just making a hilarious joke. That's all.
It was hilarious.
Well, I like the fact also that you read it as written. You didn't edit it for the occasion at all.
No.
I
Because
appreciate that.
it's my cousin Samantha's birthday also.
Right. Yeah. In this context, one would imagine that somebody would say, well, I'm not going to read that part because it's not relevant, right? But
No.
I appreciate the fact
I was
that
reading it back like a fucking
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. I think that's great. It's basically
What do
saying
they call that in court? The person who types?
a court transcription.
Yeah.
Or a court stenographer. Stenographer. That's what
Oh,
they call it.
thanks, Akeisha.
Well, thanks a lot, Acacia. How kind of you. How wonderful.
Stenographer, exactly. Thank you. Yes, I felt like the court I am like that. I'm, when they ask the court stenographer, can you read that back? And it's like exactly what the person said.
I mean, I do not know how anybody abuses mushrooms. It's impossible. I've tried, trust me. It's like impossible to abuse them. It's like if you eat them too often, then you have to eat so many of them. Like, for example, today I ate, look how tiny Eric is and how big Acacia is. You make an excellent point.
I think that's what you guys are like in your emoji world. In an emoji movie about...
That you could say that, or you could say it's our socionics intertype relationship.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
No, but yeah, it is socionics relationship.
When you're 55 and eat ... Well, the answer is mushrooms. I hope you guessed what the answer was.
You changed the title, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Because I decided to not be such a negative Nancy.
It's okay. Not everyone feels like great. I felt fucking terrible yesterday. I couldn't even voice how terrible I was feeling.
I didn't even know. Did you tell me how terrible you were feeling at all?
Physically, yes.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I did learn about that towards the very end of the day.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
How do you feel today?
Great. I got great sleep. Sleep fucking it like affects me so much.
I don't feel supervised by you occasionally. Occasionally I'll note like what I think of as being the implicit to the supervisor role, which is I recognize implicitly your superior wisdom about certain kinds of things, right? Because we speak the same language in E. You're competent at TI, but you're an expert at FI. So,
Like, honestly though, like, I've had it wasn't a bad trip. I just got really fucking emotional on mushrooms and like had a whole crying spell and I get nauseous and throw up. I don't like it. And then I try to sleep because I'm tired. And then I have visuals. It's like
nobody's trying to tell you that you should take mushrooms.
I'm just trying to say that like not everyone's had a bad not everyone's had a good trip. You could say right, mushrooms are the most awesome drug ever.
Who's
no one's
saying
ever
that?
died. Johnny Cats.
Oh yeah, it's not like mushrooms are not for everybody. Okay, there's not some general good that people get from taking mushrooms. Mushrooms are good for me.
They're great for you.
But even then, they're only good for me in conjunction with Adderall. So it's like when I take mushrooms by themselves.
What does it do?
Well, I'd have to take them I haven't taken mushrooms by themselves at the right time in a long time. Like, I'd have to be fully rested, like, have a lot of natural energy and such anyway, and then take mushrooms. Otherwise, they're just gonna like overwhelm me with the SI stuff.
Yeah, it does. You're right. Maybe that's why it has like such a different effect on me than it does you. Like it really. I mean, it brings out FI in me too. Remember when I was crying to that Joni Mitchell song?
Yeah, I know. Well, and you see, it impacts my FI too, but in the opposite way.
Yeah. It's great for you. Like I'm glad. Like I'm glad.
Instead of caring more, I care less.
Yeah.
That's again in conjunction with Adderall too. Skygear says that he decided to live in the backwaters of modern time to avoid the nonsense as much as possible. Well, that's cool. To the extent that you can sustain that long term, that's cool. Thank God he decided not to go once he saw me crying. I'm guessing the same type of treatment like when you take pills. I'm not sure what you're even talking about.
I want to bring it back to the birthday boy. Look at this adorable picture of little Eric in his, like, what do they call it? A raincoat.
I thought it was some kind of banana costume.
He has rain boots on too.
See it very well from here. I was also not looking at the thing itself.
And it's in the rain in California. He's loving it. And then not loving getting a haircut. He's like, eh. And enjoying Christmas. Look how tall he was from a young age.
I'm sure even at that age, getting a haircut, I was thinking, what does it matter what these things look like? I'm sure even then I was thinking that.
Yeah, it kind of does look like you're saying that.
Oh, for God's sake, what does it matter what these things on top of my head look like? Who cares?
Do you have to dominate every space the computer takes?
Thank you. Just get away from there, mister. No. You can just get away. You just get away. Just get away and stop being all territorial about shit.
Seriously.
Fucking cat. What a nightmare he is. What a sociopath. Horrible cat. He is such. He's FI in a nutshell, in the sense that, like, all the conflicted feelings we have about him, in a TI universe would be contradictions. They're not when it comes to FI.
No.
It's like I both love him and hate him.
I know.
For good reason. The thing that I don't have good reason for is loving him. I've got plenty of good reason to hate him. That's emotions for you.
I just picture him on this earth forever. Like, I just feel like he's just, like,
Yeah.
going to roam this earth forever.
And
Like,
just dominate
everything.
Everything
Yeah.
he touches forever.
Yeah. Oh, look who's back. He's so like brazen. My goodness, it really is his world and we live in it. We're just living in it.
Yeah, well. He's always happy interfacing. You know? Like, trying to establish things one way or the other. I think Effie's wonderful and everything. But in the hands of a sociopath like him, it's not so wonderful. He's just day in, day out ruling over his little empire that he's constructed in his mind. Well, it's not just in his mind. I mean, it is the case that he's enslaved us. So, I guess he is successfully ruling over a little empire. Or, I guess his little empire is not in his mind. But I don't appreciate his insane control freak ways at all. Capito's not like that, you know? She's not trying to control everything all the time.
She's a little bit like, her feelings though are on her time. Like, there are times when I like am not feeling great and I would love to pet her and she's like not into it.
All right.
But then she'll come up to me.
That's not wanting to be controlled. That's not wanting control.
But then like she'll come into the room and she wants pets.
Yeah, but wanting what she wants is not also not control. Like when he's in control, that's when it goes like over that chair, it's her chair. And as soon as anything is hers, he wants to make it his. Controlling is like getting us to get up, even though he's not even really hungry, right?
Yeah, he's very controlling.
He's super controlling. That's what's super sociopathic about him.
Are sociopaths controlling?
Yeah, well, like, for sure they want to use others as means to an end rather than treat them as ends in themselves.
Well then, but how is that different than manipulation?
because Capito, this is such a...
No, I don't think that Capio manipulates me.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, the core difference is going to be authenticity. Capito authentically wants what she wants, right? And authentically doesn't want what she doesn't want. With Trouble, what he wants is to be able to make us do stuff.
Yeah, he does.
And what he wants is to be controlling of her.
Yep.
And so those things are not authentic wants. They're not like, I want food, I want pets, or whatever.
No, that's true.
Those are inauthentic wants that represent attempts to control everything rather than actually being a normal cat. But it's very instructive about how even with cats, you can understand that there's a certain quality of morality that goes down, right? Like, Capio may do very similar things to Trouble, but she is healthy, not wicked, and he is wicked.
Yeah.
And it's only because we have limited shared frames of reference with the cats that we tolerated it at all. If it were a human being and stuff, that would never have happened, right? We'd never have allowed this horrible creature into our lives if we were a human
Oh
being.
my god.
But because we don't have adequate shared frames of reference with the cats, wow, we didn't see it for what it was, I guess.
Nope, I don't.
I felt as though when we left Arcadia, obviously we couldn't leave this cat that had become dependent on us, etc. Like,
You're better than me.
if we had asked him, he would have wanted to stay.
Yes, true.
Like, we realized that once we got up here, But
well, I feel like
I had a tough decision to make there with that cat.
well, we did,
Yeah.
and we talked about it. I gave in because I was like, "You're right. How can we strip this cat of?"
Well, that's why I said I instead of we. It was because it was more my decision than it was ours.
Well, I could have, if I really felt,
Yeah, you could.
know,
Obviously, you are empowered with veto power and
Yeah.
stuff, but this wasn't a thing that you and I were both like going back and forth about, trying to make a decision together.
No, it was kind of all right.
I just couldn't.
That's fine.
I just felt like I would have felt personally.
And I would have
felt
too.
so much like
I know. Guilt
regret
and like
guilt and
what
stuff.
is that cat doing now? Like I
Yeah.
wonder how it is. Yeah, I know.
In retrospect, obviously.
No, but
Thank you so much for whoever's giving us these fine gifts and
wow,
everything.
thank you so much,
We
Winston's
greatly
mom.
appreciate them. Thank you, Winston's mom. You're a wonderful lady. And I think that you deserve the Nobel Prize for wonderfulness.
Yes, you do.
So anyway, this cat. I mean, you see what an evil genius he is, though, right? Like, here we are, once again, having this conversation outside about what a terrible cat he is and what a sociopath he is, and we're gonna go walk right back inside and pet him and feed him and everything, What an evil genius he is.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we know
And he's
an
cute.
evil genius, we can't do anything about it.
And he's so cute too. Like.
Yeah. And he has the full repertoire
Of a sociopath.
of words, right?
Yeah.
He
yeah.
knows exactly when to be all like, meow,
Yeah.
and when to bark orders, meow.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's horrible. But he's definitely the most interesting cat overall that I ever had. Like, I would say he's got to be the smartest cat I've ever had.
Can I talk Enneagram?
Sure.
So I think he's an Enneagram 8, and it's like
For sure.
I've heard that
For sure he's an Enneagram.
I've heard that Enneagram 8s, when you push back, they respect you more, and I find that with him. Like, he doesn't react well to like softness and being gentle. Like, now he does, but it took him a while.
Yeah. He's softened a lot. Considering
I basically, like, you know how the strength card is a woman petting a lion? That's how I feel like I've been with him.
Right. Well, he's the thing is, he's softened a lot in the following sense.
Well,
He's come to understand that that certain techniques with us aren't effective. you
Yeah.
know?
yeah.
And so he's adjusted.
Yeah. That's what makes him a sociopath. He adjusts. But God,
It's nice to have computer to contrast against, right? Because
they're opposites.
it makes it very clear what a normal, healthy cat is versus an insane cat, right?
So yeah, really, she's such a good cat. And then, like, I think when I set boundaries with him and stuff, like, he loves me more. I can't lie. Like, when I'm like, no, like, this is not happening, and I pick him up and I put him in his bed, like, he might not stay there. Sometimes he does, but like, then he, like, I don't know, like, he respects me more because I'm not just a pushover, I guess. He loves that Eric, like, ignores him. Oh.
Yeah, well, I don't think he respects either of us at all.
No, not really. Not really. He doesn't actually respect us. I'm just telling myself that, but
Yeah.
he becomes more loving though with me when I set boundaries with him. It takes some if I yell at him for like being like chasing after Capio, swiping at her, like, it takes him a couple of days to be nice to me. That does happen.
You know, at the end of the day, he just has a really toxic relationship with FE, right? It's normal for an FE dom to care all the time about what others are thinking and stuff. But normally, in an adaptive, healthy way, it makes you, you know, behave well towards them so that they'll like you, rather than in his unhealthy way, which is not getting us to like him at all. He doesn't care about that, right? He cares about whether or not he gets us to obey him and whether we're his territory. And the reality of it is he gets me to dislike him all the time. Sometimes I love him, but he doesn't care. What matters to him is that
Yeah, like, why are you doing that?
that's fine, he's just turning it.
Oh.
He's just turning it. It may be better to go up the driveway from this angle because I think it curves this way. In which case, I totally understand what he's doing because it's also faster to go this way than it is to go all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
That explains why that happens all the time.
They could suck it.
Yeah. Well, I think somewhat predictably and contrary to your fears, rather than them wanting to confront us, they're trying to be on their best behavior.
Do you think that?
Yeah.
I hope that's true.
I
Because
don't think it's gonna
I was
last
genuine.
much
I'm
longer, but-
genuinely like,
No, they're not thinking that way. They're thinking, oh shit, we got in trouble. Not
and the whole
who to,
neighborhood knows.
not who to blame for it, because they know they're to blame for getting in trouble,
Yep.
because they're the ones who shot guns off at 3 in the
Yup,
morning.
and they lied about
Or
it.
whatever time it was, 1:30.
1:30 exactly, because I checked my phone.
So their concern is not with who called it in. Their concern is, oh shit, we got in trouble, let's try to behave.
Because like realistically,
Get
They-
water on
yeah.
top of it.
you know, the repercussions for their actions they could lose their house.
Well, I mean, because they're renters, yeah, for sure. And in fact, I do believe their landlord was informed of this.
I do too. I think that Tom and Marianne probably told them.
But, you know, what one knows and what one can prove or uses as justification for things
I
are two
know.
different things.
Yeah, I know.
So, I don't expect we'll see them gone anytime soon. And
No, that's fine.
And
but-
as much as we wish for the last neighbors to go away,
I know.
be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, right.
Although I still prefer these neighbors actually to them, the last neighbors, because I couldn't stand listening to them yell at their children.
You gotta yell at each other. I'd say they're both.
At least these people don't yell at their children, and they don't seem to abuse their.
Come on now. There are parts of it that's really bad.
Yeah,
If I woke
okay.
up seeing my mom having a shiner, I would be like in tears.
Well, look, Rachel, I'm not saying that these neighbors are good in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, you know, I do. They cause me less distress than the last neighbors.
Well, the dog too was always on
Yeah.
the porch outside. And
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
too. The whole scene over there was too depressing for me.
I
But
know they're definitely.
these
really
people are
bad.
more volatile but less depressing.
They actually, the kids seem pretty happy.
Yeah.
I still, as a kid, if I saw that, I would just be like,
Oh yeah, they're trash. Don't get me wrong, they're absolute trash. What I'm saying about them is they're more volatile
no, but
but
as
less depressing.
their child, I would be like, traumatized.
Oh yeah, I'm sure their children are traumatized, but they're not traumatized by traumatic stuff directed at them.
No, it's not. In fact, like I hear them playing with the kids fairly often.
Yeah,
It's nice.
yeah.
It's not easy to take care of kids.
And you know, instead of forcing their dog to be unhappy, they just let it run free around the neighborhood. And you know, I like that dog. I worry when I don't see him.
I know. I
But I
feel
did
like-
see him not that long ago, just a couple of days ago.
That's good. I like that he feels protective to me. Like if I was being attacked, like I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
he would be there.
Yeah, if he were around, he would protect you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, if you were around.
But
Yeah, but he's not our.
he's a scary dog if you don't know him.
Yeah, if you don't know him. Lulu doesn't like him, but
But you know, he's not toxic like trouble,
no, toxic is
right?
toxic. He's so toxic. He hisses at Lulu. But they have a past where Lulu stepped down and said, "No, this is my house," and ran him up a tree.
Trouble in Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow. Good for
And I
Lewis.
said, that's what I said. I was like, good for Lulu. He needs to know boundaries. So now he hisses at her when she's at the house.
Why eat if I can deploy some tactical meows? And you're gonna watch me eat and celebrate me when I eat. Right, well, that's a much more satisfying meal, I'm assuming. And, Rachel goes in the kitchen, he just runs right after her. His eyes are always alive with understanding and scheming. Fucking cat. Oh, I tell you. And I'm never gonna win because, unlike him, can only conceivably give this matter a fraction of my attention. This ridiculous matter of his little kingdom has all of his attention. He's like history's smartest cat, so the only way to defeat him if I were to give this matter all of my attention, in which case, wouldn't he already have won? Yes.
I have an off-topic subject to bring up. Do you remember when you used to say that we were like Annie Hall?
I don't remember saying that.
Oh, yeah, you used to. I always, when you said that, I always thought you meant that I was Woody Allen and you were Annie Hall.
I mean, typically, when I think of myself using that expression, I'd be like, we're doing cutesy stuff like you do in Annie Hall.
Oh, like I thought you were saying
cooking lobsters together.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know. We're doing Annie Hall stuff.
Yeah.
Means like, go berry picking. Any number of gay couple stuff would qualify as Annie Hall.
So. I always thought that you meant that we were like the characters, and that I was a neurotic
I don't even remember
New
that.
Yorker.
I think I have seen the movie before, but I don't remember it.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't remember anything except the famous lobster scene.
Yeah.
I just thought of it as a
reference.
As a quick way of saying we're doing cute couple stuff. Yeah.
Well, I still thought that I was the dude.
Okay.
I really thought that you meant that I was like this neurotic, like.
If I had been thinking in those terms, I don't even. Not sure what the lady character was like in the movie.
Yeah. That's funny. It's so funny. Wow.
I know what Woody Allen's
I put
like.
So much meaning into everything.
I know what Woody Allen's like because he's always like that, right?
Yeah.
But I don't even know what the girl character was like.
She's like me when I'm healthy.
Okay. So you saw yourself more as
actually,
Woody Allen than as the girl?
Well, I thought you meant that. I thought that you meant that. I don't know why. I was like, oh, is it because I'm like.
Yeah, you were intuiting a bunch of stuff that I definitely did not mean.
No, I don't think you did. I know. This is how my brain works.
Yeah, well, you can always ask me, as you have now many years later.
Well, you know what they say about assumptions. They make an ass out of you out of me.
Yeah.
I totally watch that. That's I have a stance on Woody Allen. Like, fuck that dude.
Yeah, I have a stance on him
Yeah.
too. I would say this, that it's just another example of people do this constantly, just projecting their frame of reference. I
frame
do
of
as much of it
reference,
as you do, you know, like for you, if you were gonna say something like that, it would be in reference to the relationship.
Totally.
Right?
100%.
So you assume when I say something like that, it must
Yeah.
also be in reference to the relationship.
Yeah.
In fact, it was in reference to the thing we were doing.
Fucking different. So funny.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to be Woody Allen.
And like, I'm sure if there are equivalent instances the other way around too, where I can't think of any, but where I assumed you were talking about the thing that we were doing and you were actually talking about the relationship. Like, you know, what do you mean? It really hurts you when I break open the crabs like this.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the equivalent. Oh, you're not talking about me opening the crabs, you're talking about your feelings. Oh. Because of our relationship. I understand now. I couldn't begin to guess Woody Allen's type, never thought about it before. What type do you think he is? I mean, my first guess would be probably possibly ENTP, possibly ENFP, but maybe.
He intellectualizes a lot.
Yeah. Oh, but he intellectualizes well, so. Or I seem to think of him as doing so. Maybe I'm incorrect to think that.
I don't know.
I don't know. He's obviously seems to me like I don't even know if I can convincingly say he's any front stack. Could just easily be an eye up high. His movies, you know, his stuff's been more successful broadly than and more conceptually compact, perhaps, a way of putting it, than I expect from an ENTP, really. I don't know what type he is. What type do you think he is?
I really don't know either, but actually, like, ENTP is not, but the NI up stack is not.
But his FI nonsense, like his total failures on FI grounds.
Yeah, they really fail.
That could be very consistent with ENTP.
Yeah, he really could be. You know, there's an evil version of every type, so he could be the worst version.
Ruari Jim is 33 and feels old. Well, depends on the day as to how I feel. Right? Age-wise, I always feel like I never felt that age mattered at all. Like, I never thought about it as being a meaningful thing to consider until I understood it for what it is, which is things stop working as well, biologically. And that's annoying. Every aspect of getting older is annoying. So to the extent that I'm experiencing more of those annoyances, I'm more likely to feel old. But also, there's a corresponding weight of, like, time. You know, it to a certain extent, there are certain kinds of things that are a young man's game, you know? And so, and whereas there's other kind of things that are best realized at one's peak intellectually or what have you, and then there's a presumption of a decline at some point. So those kinds of thoughts and burdens that come with being 55 versus that there's some are things you don't have when you're 35. You don't need to worry about like after later on. You have to worry about maybe well I got to figure out this chunk of adult life from 35 to 45 or something. You may be putting aside for retirement or something like that, but you're not really attending to the things that somebody is attending to at 55. And, especially with
Oh my gosh, he is so much.
like ultimate
Oh my god,
responsibility for
he's the
things,
biggest
too.
personality of anyone I know. He wants,
But he wants to be involved in everything we do. It's like, you know what would make this better? If I were controlling this somehow.
yes.
You know what would make this moment better is if I could establish very clearly, so everyone understands that this belongs to me.
Look at what he's doing right now.
He doesn't care about your comfort
No,
at all.
he doesn't care at all. He's not gonna be here for very long. Where do you think you're going,
I
buddy?
mean, it's a huge cat. That's why it
is a
looks
big
that
cat.
way. He's a huge cat. And
Like, look at him compared to me on the screen.
he's just in
I'm not
every
picking him up.
conceivable way, he is an absolute nightmare.
Oh, goodbye.
Just like you could. It's one of the good reasons to believe we live in a simulation. Is no, there's no way naturally occurring that anybody could get this totally bad of a cat.
So someone simulated it and we took it off?
It has to be some kind of simulation joke they're playing on us, right? Like, because, first of all, just on one ground alone, never has there ever been a cat, or even 50 cats, that shed as much as this fucking cat sheds.
So much.
His
So much.
fur is always everywhere all the time. He sheds an impossible amount of fur, and he's constantly shedding it all over everything. So right there, it makes him a good candidate for horrible cat of the year, right? Like, that just, if you just have that, right?
He's not going okay. He's going bold in some areas, and he has AIDS. We're privy to his,
He has AIDS and probably gave it to our other cat.
Yeah, which she fucking knows and fucking hates. He's drinking water that he's drinking.
Yeah, well, they both hate that. They both hate that.
Yeah.
They both don't like to drink after the other one, or they're both very fuzzy about their water, like they want it brand fresh all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I respect that. I wouldn't want to drink all gross water
that's
either.
That's true.
I respect that. But, yes, he has AIDS and gave it to our other cat. Yes, he's the most sheddingest cat ever. He's also a complete sociopath. As you see right here, he will, for a long time, petting him came along with periodic penalty of scratching as well. So only through our increasing awareness of his communication signals we can avoid getting scratched at all. And you can see what a fucking horrible pain in the ass he is all the time. He's super controlling. He's in the way. He's sociopathic. He's horrible in every conceivable way.
His name is Trouble for a reason.
His name's Trouble, and we should have just named him like Devil fucking, I don't know. Like,
No.
He's cost
Just
us.
keep
He's
saying
cost us a bunch of money,
He
like
knows what you're saying.
having to get various things done to him and stuff.
He totally knows what you're saying right
He
now.
knows what I'm saying. He's hearing me, and he's liking it. Like, that's right. I'm a sociopath. So I get off on you acknowledging my evil. I do acknowledge your evil.
Bro has cat AIDS and you're roasting. Look, no, this cat is fine. He has AIDS. He's been giving it to other cats, and he's fine with that.
Yeah, he's like that villain in the movie Kids. Here I am. That's actually not why I came in here. I just find myself, I go into the kitchen for some other reason, and all of a sudden I'm in the kitchen to watch him eat. You know? That's how much of a devil he is.
He's so controlling.
I came in here to get a beverage. I do have one left. Happy day.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, darling. Happy birthday to me. I am so glad I have one of these left. We so badly need to go to the store that we have nothing at all to drink. We don't even have any bottles of
We have
water.
iced tea.
We got a little iced tea. Okay?
No, like more than a little.
Alright, cool. That's good. We got
Okay.
some iced tea. We can also make iced tea in the oven, so
It's true.
When
We're okay.
I think about drinks,
Okay.
look, having no drinks at all,
Can we throw this out?
yeah, for sure. Having no drinks at all,
Oh my god.
that means.
That's so bad.
But just hear what I'm saying. Having no drinks at all means you always have at least coffee, iced tea, and water from the faucet. You know.
Yep.
Well, we're basically down to just that right now.
Yeah, we are.
And we don't even have bottles of water.
We're out of coffee creamer, right?
We're out of coffee creamer, which
That's
means
a big sign.
we're out of coffee because I don't want to drink it like that.
Okay, so I have a question. So I'm drinking more water for my kidney stone. Does it affect the wheat drinks at all? Will it dilute
No.
the effects? Okay, cool.
No. This stuff will get absorbed into your body regardless.
Okay,
The same amount, yeah. In theory, it could maybe hit a little slower, I guess, but that stuff, I don't think so at all.
I've been sipping.
Because there's a decent chance if you hold it in your mouth for a little while, you get much of the stuff out of it right there. That sound is the rain. That's right. Finally, I've got everything I need to go outside and smoke the cigarette.
We're going back outside?
Well, yeah, I didn't have a drink. Well, at least that's what I was trying to solve. The problem I was trying to solve was the lack of a drink. I was delighted to discover this drink in the fridge.
I'll leave the other in the bathroom.
Good. Well, today turned out pretty good. In the end, this day started out as a sad story of a boy who was turning 55 and also who was near the end of his Adderall bottle. And it was a pretty ho-hum beginning of things. And he said, you know what, I'll take some more Adderall and I'll take the mushroom. And he's like, but I still feel kind of blue because I'm at the end of my Adderall bottle, so I'm in kind of a dopamine valley already. And I'm 55. But you know what? I took even more out of it. And in combination with the mushrooms, eventually that turned things around. And now I'm feeling pretty good about stuff. So, the moral of the story is maybe, at least sometimes, the problem is you haven't done enough drugs. Maybe sometimes it's that you've done too many drugs. But sometimes it might be you need to do a little bit more. And that would seem to be what today is an example of. My life as a crazy Eric. 55 years worth of crazy Eric. Never a moment's respite. My entire life, all the seconds of it, however many that is, I spent being me. I can tell you, not particularly easy.
Rain is nice.
Yeah, it's nice. I was just reflecting on 55 years of being Eric. And like all of us, I've had to spend every second of my life being me. And that's easier for some people than for us, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of according to a lot of objective metrics, I didn't have struggles really at all, you know, like I had no reason to find life difficult in terms of security, financial stuff, or whatever. I had loving parents, that kind of stuff, you know. But I never really understood, nor did I even have any frame of reference to consider understanding my challenges as anything other than failures of character. And I still see things that way today.
What's so wrong with your character?
You know, that, I guess, failure to be productive, / lack of self-discipline, lack of SITE stuff.
Oh, I know the struggle.
SITE, SITE, SE stuff. You know, it may not be correct to see them as a character flaw, those failings, but to understand what needs to be done and fail to do it is, I don't know how else to portray that, right? I don't have any other kind of language that can meaningfully understand it. Because, of course, I'm an objectivist, I can only see it for in its starkest resolve set against me, right? I'm approaching these kinds of questions from an argumentational frame, so I'm thinking that's the argument to beat, and there isn't any other argument to beat it. So,
That's not a bad thing.
well, it probably is a bad thing because I keep trying to convert my like failures on one frame within one frame into ontological failures. So it's like I keep wanting these things to answer questions like what's wrong with me or why am I bad? Whereas they're not that kind of thing that answers that question. They're like, well, a more practical question is, well, why didn't you do that today? You know, that's a question I'm not actually answering when I try to convert something into some kind of ontological self-critique, which is an insight I've never really had before. This is informative, I think.
I think it's a birthday gift.
Maybe it is. It's been a very interesting birthday, and as of late, gotten rather pleasant, I think, positive day, even though it didn't start off that way for me at all. And I don't think I really, I know what was going on. The thing that didn't start, it put me in a really kind of a dark frame of mind was, so I Googled how much it would cost to get you that acoustic treatment, right? It's going to be between $5,000 and $10,000.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, I was figuring it was going to be, I was hopeful, I had my fingers crossed for like $2,500, $3,000, but yeah, that's what it's going to cost. So what I was hoping is that we can go to urgent care or something and explain that we get that we may have to eventually shell out for that, but we really can't afford that. And if there's, it says a 60% chance of ones your size will pass eventually. So
Just drink a lot. I have to drink more water.
I want to err on the side of trying as long as we can to have you pass it without doing the procedure.
Okay.
As long as you're not in pain.
I'm like, yesterday, I think I forgot to take, see, I need the fucking medication.
What?
I need the medication.
Yeah, I know you do. And I already have on our schedule for tomorrow to go down to urgent care first.
Should we go to urgent care?
Yes, we should go to urgent care because I want to explain. I just want to be. I want it to be an in-person thing, like.
I do too, but doesn't, like, because what if I need another CT scan?
Well, the same question would arise for an online doctor. So
Yeah.
I feel like
we
we're better able to appeal to the guy's sentiment of we know we might have to get this done eventually. We want to really try to minimize
Okay.
cost, kind of thing. you
Yeah,
know.
and that's best to talk in person.
Yeah, I just feel like it'd be better. Plus, we'll have to go down there anyway to get groceries,
Yeah.
and also to go to Wells Fargo, and also to pick up your prescription. Although, in theory, that could have been done in Mariposa, but since we have to go to Oakhurst for the other reasons, you know.
Okay.
Also, I think the actual urgent care is actually cheaper than the online urgent care.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not
Makes
that,
sense.
not that that's a factor in the decision here in this instance, because it's
No,
not,
no,
it's not that much cheaper.
It
But
wasn't for me. Online versus in person. I think in person is better. I didn't know if it was for me. It was ER versus urgent care because I know that the ER has the CT scan, and that's how they knew the size of my
oh right,
kidney stone.
yeah. Well, what we're gonna do is appeal to the doctor's humanity and make it clear that we don't want to spend more money on more tests.
Okay.
We're gonna just, if it doesn't pass another month or so, and you actually, or if you start getting pain or something, then we'll get it. We'll get it. What do they call that fucking
The
thing?
Sonic.
Yeah, the FT, whatever it's fucking called. FTL, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, this sort of thing is what put me in a dark frame of mind, was dealing with this kind of stuff.
I'm really sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I'm not. In no way should you feel responsible for this, darling. You're having a medical situation, right? It's just like these kind of practicalities um, got me thinking about other practicalities and stuff, and put me in a bit of a you know, self-critical state of mind. But like I just said, it does seem that my assaultive
Oh, look who's here.
behavior towards myself are, yeah, and it's been a while since you've been up here, Capito.
Aw.
That's fine. I mean, it hasn't been that long, but
So it's been a good day. Mostly, I want it to be a good day.
yeah, well, it's a good day now. The other thing is, obviously, I'm getting very close to the end of a bottle of Adderall, so things start to, I tend to fixate on darker thoughts when during that period of time, or brooding. You might broadly call brooding a self a self-feeding unproductive cycle of dissatisfaction with myself.
We're hardest on ourselves, but
Yeah.
I don't think of you that way.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's more a feature of a lack of sleep and a failure to have a good recovery cycle or something. Anyway, I'm close to the end of the bottle, but guess what? The next bottle I get is just a week from Friday.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
That is.
I made this bottle last a lot longer than usual. But the same thing happens at the end, where it's like, if I want it to actually work in any meaningful way, I've got to take more of it. And like being able to take, if I were to take 2 of them every day, I think exactly 2 every day, then I think after a fairly short period of time, I wouldn't find them very effective. So, Trouble sees Capio over here.
Mm-hmm.
And they got his clan as well.
He's gonna get a lot of pets.
He's over there on Rachel's lap. And of course, because of that, now I feel like I should pet Capio more and for longer because I don't want his unjust ways to win.
I have to pet him because if I don't, he'll be so satisfied on my lap that he won't leave.
I mean, it's fine to love him being on your lap. I love that too.
But it's sometimes because I feel like I want to get up and I'm like.
Oh yeah, if you're not feeling it, that's fine too. Then just kick him off. You don't even have to go through this the play you're putting on to make him less happy there.
Oh.
That's so effie tool. I don't want to kick you off. I want you to want to leave.
But he's an effie dom, so it doesn't really work all the time. He's grown to like pets, especially on his cheeks and under his chin. Yes, because you are king. Yes. I'm getting up.
Now I have been liberated from Capio too.
Wow.
Because now I don't feel it's unjust for me to kick her off. The thing is, the main reason why I was gonna let her stay here is because I didn't want him to win. It's like you worry about you, Trouble, and stop worrying about Capio all the time. Seriously. Don't forget, you can usually make an appointment at the emergency room. Skip the whole sitting around a bunch of sick people for hours and hours and hours. Well, the last thing I want to do is go to the emergency room again.
What do you want to do?
The last thing I want to do is go to the emergency room again.
Oh.
No, I'm saying as people are proposing different solutions to your problem.
Oh.
One of them being going to the emergency room because they have certain things there. I'm like, that is the last thing I want to do is go back to the emergency room. That's like the maximally expensive way of doing anything.
Where do you get Chanca Piedra from? I'm into that. I'm into...
Let's get some.
Yeah, where can we... Fuck! Oh.
Now you can just throw it in the trash because it's got a bunch of Trouble's hair on it. Thanks, devil.
Oh, come on. Oh. I was like, yes! I have this left over.
Alright, let me get this thing right now. Yes, we will get this right now. Why are you making me do this?
I don't know.
Oh, what? There. Oh, are you fucking serious? was.
I'm sorry about that. I've experienced that before, I know.
Oh, wow. I cannot believe how difficult it was for me to successfully type that code into the meow. Like, why doesn't it work from the number pad? Either with numlock on or off. Why does it not work? Does not matter if numlock is on. The numpad does not work. Explain that to me, Amazon.
Boom.
Yeah.
I like you telling off Amazon.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Cool, thank you.
Wait. Hold on here. You can still add Wednesday to
cool.
Oh no, I thought never mind. I thought it meant you could move up the delivery date.
Oh.
Instead it means you could buy more things to go in that one package. Well, we don't need more things to go in that package.
Well, not right now, but my mom is looking at stuff on Amazon. Like she has.
This is fine. Let this order be this order, and that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, no problem. It works fine. Do you have any Typology episodes planned? I still am planning on making one, but you know, as I was talking about a little while ago, I have this habit of at a certain point in Adderall bottle just going into this like dark playground cycle where I'm being unproductive and probably brooding a lot, consuming a lot of videos and accomplishing nothing. So I'm kind of in that stress right now. But my goal is to get another one hammered out before the end of the bottle, which means probably tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest. So, you know, when I'm not making stuff, it's always for the same reason, which is I'm in a suboptimal state of being. It's not nearly like I can understand my suboptimality now against a backdrop of like when I was in having genuine mental health issues with depression and stuff. But it's also the case that I'm not functioning optimally at all. So in my actual expression of self, normally I make a lot of different things, including stuff like that or whatever. But it's not been how I've been expressing as an entity for a while, really. So it's something I'm still dealing with. I feel like I'm coming out of, but there are, you know, it's a 2 step forward, 1 step back kind of thing, I guess. It's kind of a theme for this live stream. In fact, I would say if this stream had a single topic, self concept when you got S in 4 or 8, 4 and 8. It's a challenge.
Don't I know it?
Yeah. And it's not there's that aspect to it, but additionally, you know, you and I are not cushioned in our weakness there with any kind of subjectivities. Like if we were FI, well, you have a clearer sense of your value and purpose linked to stuff that's not so linked to S stuff, you know.
Mhm.
So it's a challenge. It's a challenge for me. It's been a challenge for me my entire life. But uh, and my healthier expression of self is a challenge for me in that it looks like I'm all over the place, right? Whereas in my unhealthy expression of self, or less optimal anyway, I wouldn't say I'm unhealthy right now. My mental health is fine. Like, I have something to compare against now, so I recognize what actual depression feels like versus this, you know.
Dude, when I don't get sleep, depression sets in like so easy. Yesterday was like fucking sick too. But I woke up feeling bad, and I was wondering why.
Well, I've noticed that your SI stuff converts to FI a lot.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's just uh, what one would expect with super unconscious SI is that it takes a conscious life as something else. And you know, a lot of people have FI responses to SI stuff. Um, it's natural to feel feelings about one's own body stress,
Mm-hmm.
but I think tend to decouple the things.
I do.
Yeah. So
Why?
because SI is super unconscious for you. FI much less so, but
I'm learning.
still unconscious. Just like my TE, you know. And the thing is, I can see your unconflicted relationship with your feelings all the time.
God, I'm so sorry to deal with that.
Rachel's not a critique.
Sounds terrible.
It's just an observation of equivalence with me and my TE, my relationship with TE, right? I have a very conflicted relationship with it. In some sense, I everybody respects their six slot function and that they know they're equipped to understand when it's done well.
Well, you help me a lot, and I'm actually able to be myself around you. So it's like, uh, just how I am comes out. And you then explain to me like why, and I understand, which helps so much. I'm like, oh.
I very much doubt that Rachel read that.
I did actually. He's right.
Oh, he's right.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
right.
I didn't
Oh,
read
it's
it.
420.
And this is another example of me projecting my experience, right? I didn't read all of that stuff because I was busy talking with Rachel about relationship with FI and TE.
Mm-hmm.
So I forgot, since I'm not a receiving type, that
No, he's right though. I was listening.
oh, and I believe you were listening
Yeah, I totally.
and reading as well because receiving you have more capacity to yeah from
Tutorial.
various things, right?
Yeah.
It's that's me projecting my frame of reference as a action deliberator to think that there's a limited number of meows, right?
I know. Oh, that's true. But a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. Like now I like watch TV shows and or like YouTube, and I've always watched YouTube and played Subway Surfer. Um, but now I'm watching shows and watching Subway Surfer, like movies and stuff. Like sometimes if I'm really into the show, I'll want to have it on a bigger screen, so I'll watch it upstairs. But if it's just like, you know,
Right. Well, and the thing is, I'll often take advantage of receiving extra ports, so to speak, myself.
Yeah, you do.
But the fact is, even though I understand that intellectually in reference to that thing that's happening, I still project my conscious way of being and assume that, like, well, she wasn't reading that because she was engaged with what I was saying in the way that I would engage with it, which is not the case at all, obviously. So, my point is that you project your frame regardless of if you understand better.
Thanks, Ruben. That's good. Nice. Gil.
Gilb. So his name is Gilb?
Gil? It's an H.
Or there's an H?
G-I-L-H.
I feel like you've been my pops for so long. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Gilb. I've been myself for 55 full years now.
Yeah. Like, okay, so if you're newborn right now, go back into your newborn self.
Uh-huh.
You were born at 1:29 a.m. So, like, you've been born for a few hours now, right?
Yeah.
Several hours.
Yeah.
I
was already partway to Arizona.
Oh, that's what you were doing?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, please tell us. That's what I was just gonna ask you. What do you think, if you were to travel back to your newborn self, what were you doing?
Well, I was doing exactly what I should have been doing. I was traveling to Arizona to jump over the Grand Canyon on a horse, which I would eventually successfully do. And neither the horse nor any of the onlookers thought there was any way the horse was going to be able to make it all the way across. But I believed in the horse, and I told that to the horse. And then the horse believed in me, and together we jumped over the Grand Canyon.
That sounds like a kid's book.
Well, that's things of I started off really strong in life, jumping over the Grand Canyon. I fought in the Vietnam War. I'm the single most decorated toddler in all of U.S. military history. And
I'm sorry, I don't recognize that more.
I know you think they would make more big deal about that.
There'd be like a docu on YouTube about you, I think.
Right.
You have more followers.
You think. And I, for example, invented the high five.
That's a big one.
That was when I was pretty young still. I don't remember exactly how old. How to win against ESFJ in social dynamics as ENTP. I'm not going to win. There's no winning. If you are an ENTP and you're asking this question, what you mean is, why are they unipolar? Because they are. You can't win against unipolar. Believe me, there's no winning. There'll be a continual, non-stop failure to think anything is relevant to anything. Like, hold on, I'm talking about this subject. Well, here's some adjacent thing that I have to say. Okay, well that's not what we're talking about. Believe me, there's no way to win that battle. You might as well just bang your head into the wall until you bleed out.
And should I tell my family thanks for the birthday? You say thanks for the birthday wishes?
Oh yeah, of course. You don't need to ask me about stuff like that.
Okay. Because it's more my words than yours.
I don't care. It's all this birthday stuff is just platitudes anyway.
I like celebrating your birthday.
I appreciate that, Darlene, and I appreciate you getting all these well wishes from your family and stuff. And if that aspect of my birthday makes you happy, then that's all the reason for anybody to have that occur. It's all the reason we need. Happy birthday, Eric. 55 is the new 25. It's probably not the new 25, but I'll take the happy birthday regardless. And I'm sorry for being a bit of um, a rain on your birthday parade. I don't
I
mean
mean,
to
it's
be
your
that way.
party and you'll cry if you want to.
Well, but Rachel, it's like, it's not cool for me to be, you be all positive about this and we'd be like, "Meh."
I mean, look, you can't plan how birthdays are going to go, really.
Yeah, well, it is the case that people typically have certain kinds of emotions associated with certain birthdays, but 55 isn't one of those, right? Like
Mm-mm.
50,
It's
50,
kind of a milestone.
50 people might be like, okay, well, I'm feeling old now and I'm kind of depressed at this birthday. Or 21, they're going to be like, I feel like an adult. I got to go get drunk. 30, people who are obsessed with appearance and youth typically would be like 30 is a big deal. Um, but I guess women in general more care about this stuff than men do, probably. But yeah, if it's nothing about 55 that's indicative of anything in particular. For me, it feels like
I
a
mean,
bit of
it's
a
a double
milestone.
five.
Yeah,
That's kind of cool.
it's a rounder number than say 54 or 56.
You're halfway there.
Yeah, it's the speed limit age as well.
Oh, speed limit age. That's cool.
It's the point at which your age and the speed limit are the same thing. So like when you're driving, you go the speed limit when you're 55. As you get older, you go slower and slower and slower. Before you're 55, you go a little bit faster, faster, faster than the speed limit. That's why if you're 20 or 18 or something, you drive 250 miles an hour.
Um, are you also eligible for senior citizen days at
Oh, I am.
Pioneer?
I am
Yes!
now. I
That's
am now
good!
eligible for Pioneer Market senior citizen status. I no longer have to accept it sometimes when it's given to me without
Asking.
correcting
Yeah,
them
yeah.
or telling them no when they ask me. But if I were an unprincipled type, I could have gotten away with getting a senior citizen discount probably a long time ago. Funny, I didn't have that problem when I was like 20 and wanted to buy alcohol.
Good for you. I was too chicken.
No, I'm saying I didn't have the problem. Funny meaning like there's no way I was gonna pass for 21
Oh, yeah, no.
when I was 20.
Yeah.
But now here at 55, I could easily pass for 65.
No!
I mean, if I were to make the claim, I don't think anybody would actively dispute it. It wouldn't be like, really? Are you 65? It'd be like,
No,
okay, I guess you seem 65-ish. If I'm like 20 years old and working at some place, and I'm like, hey, I see your senior menu here is for 65 and over. I'd like to order something from it because I'm 65. I don't think they call me on it. I don't know.
You're 100% right. Them's the facts.
But because I'm a man of principle, I don't do that.
That's good.
If that were the only factor, though, then it would also be the case that I would not have tried to buy alcohol before I was 21, which I definitely did in whatever way necessary. Like, why, maybe a fake ID, sure. Or also just a certain amount of swagger and dressing up a little bit, maybe with a little bit of a fake mustache or something. Whatever it takes, I'm willing to do that. I never actually used a fake mustache, but I was in mindset like how you dressed might might impact whether they would sell you the liquor. So like you dress fancier.
That's funny.
Probably that's not true, but
Yeah.
I thought it was at the time.
That's so funny. I never tried. I got into bars with a fake ID. Well, like it was like a old ID, someone's old ID that wasn't expired. My friend gave me an ID.
It looked vaguely like you.
Like, vaguely, like barely.
Yeah, they're not gonna look that much at it. Like that.
No, they look at the date.
Yeah, they're looking to see whether you're 21, not whether you look like the picture.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, it's like if there are going to be questions about that, it's going to be about the legitimacy of the ID as a whole.
Oh.
Right? So they're like, this.
I gotta give my old friend Samantha ups for that. That was a nice gift to get me into the bar.
Ah. I'm like not a full suit or whatever, but like I put on, not with a tie, but like maybe I put on the sport coat. I had debate clothes, you know.
Oh, so you put on debate clothes? It's funny. Honestly, that could be totally a bit in a movie about like kids who want to get alcohol, like thinking like
Hello there, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, your fancy friend.
Yeah, because like that's how they always say that when you try to be something you're not, it totally shows that you're not. Like, cause like when we asked for the rolling papers, I tried not to act like stoned, and I totally fucking came off stoned. Like I was like, "Hello, can I have the white whatever papers?"
Good shopkeep.
Yes.
It is I, Sir
Totally.
Fensington.
Yes, totally.
Obviously, in my late 20s, perhaps early 30s. I'm just here to provide some of this alcohol that you provide. Anyway, I don't think it worked very often.
It did work sometimes, huh?
Well, what I suspect is that on those rare occasions where they did sell to me, it probably had nothing to do at all with how I was dressed.
He probably didn't.
Yeah. Probably was like, I'll sell to you because I don't give a fuck. Almost certainly that was what was going on. Because unlike now, when I was young, I did not look older than my age. It's funny how, like, when you're super young, looking older is a good thing.
They're starting to realize that it's like.
Maybe I'm not going to stay young forever. Well, they're never going to realize that.
It's not a good thing.
That's implicitly youth.
Yeah, because there's now like 10-year-olds that have like skincare routines.
Well, good for them for preventing wrinkles.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, it doesn't matter whatever oils or shit you put on yourself at 10 years old. It's going to have absolutely no conceivable impact on whether you get wrinkles. It's insane to imagine such a thing.
And you can, like, if you're not careful about the ingredients, you could damage your skin more than help it. It has like a retinoid.
Oh, it's got, well, I would just imagine them just putting some worthless,
Well, if you're a
normal
good parent,
lotion
you don't
on
let them.
yourself.
Yeah, if you're good. Okay, in my mind, if you're a protective parent, you buy stuff for your kids that is good for their skin. But some parents like let their kids buy adult like stuff for adult faces.
Well, obviously, there's only two things you can put on your skin. Okay, it's either just pointless lotion or something bad.
Basically, yeah.
Those are the only two things you can put on your skin.
So just put on the basic lotion. It feels nice. If you have drier skin, like whatever.
I mean, there's a point. There's a point to lotion that has to do with like, oh, your skin being dry, you like the way it feels in your skin or whatever. But in terms of actually preventing wrinkles,
they're doing
that's
it to prevent.
pointless. It's not going to prevent any wrinkles.
They're doing it to prevent the 10-year-olds.
So putting lotion on your 10-year-old may be a fine thing to do, but it's not going to prevent them from getting
They
wrinkles.
should be thinking about other things, right?
I mean, it's absolutely insane, obviously. Who cares about wrinkles so much?
I know I'm gonna get wrinkly. Both my grandparents were great.
Who's paying attention to irrelevancies like that all the time?
I don't know. Celebrities pay attention to their wrinkles, so they get facelifts. And facelifts only last so long.
You know, I have various relationships with feeling old, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of them at all have anything to do with how I look. Like, I could not care less about whether I look old or not. That is not relevant to anything at all. Like, I do not understand why people could be so obsessed with this thing. When you ask me various things that are bad about getting older, list 1 to 1,000 things, I would still not be on the list that I look older. That's not an issue at all. Like, I don't. Obviously, maybe if you're single and looking for a partner, trying to present your most physically attractive self matters in that moment, I guess. But once you're with a partner, then what am I trying to look young for? I mean, sure,
Well,
for
that's
Rachel.
because I care, like, I do, like, I notice changes in my facial structure, and I'm getting, like, spots where I didn't have them before, and cellulite where I didn't have it before. Like, I don't know, I notice those things.
I guess I just don't even think those things are ever intended to except by a, like, okay, in the express trying to find a partner sense, you might
Yeah, I know.
be paying attention to your. For me, that during that period of time, I might be paying attention to my face or something, right? Like in those moments, I might be feeling insecure about my appearance or something. But outside of those contexts, I don't have any cause to think about it at all.
Well, it's good. That's reassuring because I'm definitely aging.
I'm not even talking. I'm not talking about you either at all. I'm just talking about me. I'm saying the only time I think about what I look like is if I were single and trying.
Right.
At which point in those moments, I'll feel insecure
That makes
maybe about
sense.
my appearance.
Yeah,
But
I would too.
outside of those moments, I don't think about what I look like at all.
That's good.
And I don't think it matters because I'm not trying to accomplish anything that's necessarily accomplished with appearance.
I think you're handsome.
Well, thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
So anyway,
Can I give you a kiss on the cheek? I love you.
I love you too. And yeah, you obviously worry about your appearance a lot more than I do.
I'm sorry. It
That-
must have been like ingrained in me somehow, like growing up.
I mean, personally, I like to think it's because you're a girl.
It is.
But yeah, your various concerns about those matters are all just silly to me. Are those huge worms or what?
Where?
There's things right there.
They're branches from the tree.
They're branches from the
Yeah,
tree.
yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense than them being huge worms.
I mean, that would be something you could film. for
Your
sure.
explanation is so much more sensible than mine.
I like the fantasy of yourself.
Well,
The excitement.
You know, also, to me, they look like they're moving a little bit. 'Cause I ate mushrooms, you know,
Yep.
so. It's been a pretty, I don't know what to say about this mushroom trip. Been kind of like, kind of a middle of the road affair, I guess. Like, it is true that I am largely disengaged from the chat, but I don't feel like I'm as, I don't feel like I've let loose a bucking bronco at all.
That's good.
It's lovely out with everything all wet from the rain and everything. It couldn't be more beautiful. Different shades of green and such.
Yeah, it's so spring.
Yeah. I'll go over here a little bit. We're getting rained on right now. A little bit. And you know what else is a beautiful sight in the spring? Rain? No waspatoria. They finally got the message. They're not allowed to go up here.
You sprayed it real good, right?
I didn't.
Squirted the water.
I didn't squirt them down. Oh, god damn it! They're back. These motherfuckers.
Oh, you gotta get it.
Ah. Oh wait. Actually, I'm not sure if that's even them. I think what I thought was that is them though. Oh god. I'll get them again. Don't worry. I'll get them.
Okay. Nice work.
You know the way I get them.
Do you use a ladder?
Yeah, I'll use the
Okay, I'll
ladder.
help you.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna do it right now.
No, not right now. That's your birthday.
It's also raining outside.
Yeah.
So, the longer the pole I get, the less high up the ladder I have to go.
I think you like a fresh 55.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
That's because my whole life I've eaten a lot of mint.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That would make you very fresh.
You know, it's a lot more efficacious than rubbing lotion on your 10-year-old.
I'm wondering if my kidney stones. I gotta fucking drink more water. I drink so much coffee.
You do need to drink a lot of water and make yourself pee a whole bunch, and then that probably will solve the problem.
Yeah.
But we do need to go tomorrow to make sure you get more Tamiflu.
Yeah, that's
I mean, not Tamiflu. Flomax.
Max.
Yeah.
That's key.
Show media wishes Eric a happy birthday. Tell show media I'm sorry. You know, not that it matters to him, I'm sure.
Wait, can I like can you mute it?
Yeah. Okay. And we're back. Earlier, Rachel asked me to mute it because she wanted to know if it was okay. She told her sister that I'd taken mushrooms. I said, of course that's okay. I'm not trying to hide that from anybody. If I wanted to keep it a secret, I wouldn't literally broadcast it. You know.
No, I meant that's true.
I have no objection to any of your family members knowing exactly what I do because I have no shame about anything that I do, right? My shame comes from not from any things that I do, but from things that I fail to do. Which is much preferable to the alternative, you know. It's obviously better to not be ashamed of what you do, be ashamed of what you don't do, than the other way around. I'm sure I've got plenty of regrets and actions that I wish I had not taken in my life. But that's not a feature of my current life at all. Like, I don't do things that I shouldn't do.
I'm learning. I'm learning what I should and should not do.
Oh, you also are not at risk of doing things you should not do, except a little bit with spending money maybe sometimes. But
yeah.
You seem to have gotten over that.
Yeah. Also, like, certain drugs too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Those are different kinds of shouldn't do then though. Those are prescriptively shouldn't do. Like it's it, it doesn't work for you. The party to like downside equation doesn't work for you with Adderall, for example. And that's that means you shouldn't do it for subjective reasons, which are the best reasons of all, right? uh,
I don't know what that means.
well, it means that you shouldn't do it because it's in your interest to not do it. You'll be happier, we'll be happier, whatever, things like that, right? That's why you shouldn't do it, as opposed to say stealing, which you shouldn't do because it's morally wrong, right? So,
well, you told me,
so the point I'm saying is that what the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, so I say better to be ashamed of what you fail to do than what you successfully do. What I'm saying is it's better to have shortcomings as a person in terms of fulfilling one's potential than it is to has shortcomings in terms of moral failings in terms of one's actions, right? Like it's better to be Eric and feel like ashamed of oneself for not fulfilling my potential than it would be if I were ashamed of myself for stealing and murdering and lighting fires and stuff. That's what I mean. The kind of stuff you're talking about is the other kind of should, which is like, should you take Tylenol if you have a headache? That's probably a yes. Versus, should you should you take Adderall?
Yeah, well, it's a definite no.
I said no.
It negatively affects me more than it positively affects me. It affects me positively for like a day, and then I'm like fucked up for like days.
And while you certainly can frame the the question as a moral question, given that you know the consequences of it, like
yeah,
you could
like
say,
I think of the consequences. That's how I do it.
because I'm aware that this will have harms to myself and us as a relationship, I you might at that point try to frame it as a moral question.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that doing the drug itself,
It's
independent of you as a person, is not a moral question. Pontius Pilatus, Pontius Pilatus for president. Okay, good for you, Pontius. I hope you become president as well. I don't even know anything about you, but you can't possibly be worse than our current administration and the various potential candidates that might succeed him. I mean, I've been wrong about this. Can't possibly be worse thing before. when I was like, whoever it is that is replacing Biden cannot possibly be worse than dementia guy. And I was wrong.
I thought the same thing. Thought the same fucking thing. So dumb. So just.
Yeah. Like, how did that woman get selected as a vice presidential candidate in the first place? What?
He didn't have any thinking. You know? Like,
there's nothing at all likable about her to anybody, just from a subjective standpoint, right? Forget about actually critiquing her idiotic positions and contradictory nonsense, but like normally, if you get Gavin Newsom or something as your vice president, you get that, oh, he's got some FE polish or something. Instead of competency, he's got some FE polish.
That is so fucking true.
But I don't understand what was the reasoning behind fucking Kamala Harris as a VP, because she has no competency and no FE polish.
You think maybe, like, I don't know if this is like for certain, but like, what if it's like his wife? Because Joe Biden, like, I mean, he was...
I know exactly. We all know exactly why she was selected. Because she's a black woman. That's the only reason she was selected. It's like, okay, fine, you're gonna pick a black woman. Surely you could find one better than that.
Okay,
It's like the base doesn't care anything at all about her except that she's a black woman because they're a bunch of fucking identity politics retards, you know.
Well, it didn't work for her.
It didn't work for her because she was just that bad. It's like she had what counted most for a huge proportion of the population, things that were totally irrelevant to her competency as presidency, obviously, but she had being a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she was so incredibly terrible that she couldn't even, with that advantage, beat Donald Trump. That's how incredibly terrible she was.
How that choice changed the future so much.
So, like,
Oh my god.
That I mean, it's all
But
just
who
such
is
a.
guiding him? Because like Joe Biden, like he doesn't think for himself.
The point
right?
is, what are they being guided by? They're only being guided by what they think.
Politics.
No, they're like, she's a black woman.
Oh, it's terrible.
That's gonna win over
Oh my god,
all of
that's so fucking
our base,
terrible.
and
Well, it
and nobody's going to pay
work?
attention to what she's saying or anything because they're voting for Joe Biden, not for her. And the left will be like, yes, we're the good guys because we have a black woman on the ticket.
Oh god, what a fucking mess. What a mess. Anyway, my mom has business.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, so that one, unscroll up, down.
I think. I mean, I like these ones. The way they look better, personally.
Personally, I like them too.
I like those bottom ones better, but I don't know anything about
I
which
agree.
is better without actually holding it. But regardless, don't tell her anything complicated like that. Just tell her we like the bottom one.
Okay. I'm sure she got it for everything it's worth. Trust.
Yeah, tell him I'm sorry and that I've come to see that I was wrong. That I let my intuition run away with me. Not something I normally do, but I'm not on a mushroom. I don't trust my intuition that much.
Eric's gorgeous over there. He's the birthday boy. That's why he's glowing.
It's me.
Fabulous and 55.
I do feel bad about it, Ruben, and I think about it relatively often. Like, who would have expected such a horrible expression of person to come out of me like that?
It happens.
Ugh. Are you talking about my lovely wife Rachel? Well, yeah, that's a more sensible question. And gorgeous over there is my beautiful wife Rachel, being gorgeous as always.
Thanks.
Yeah. Katie Porter is one of California governor candidates. She's a female I support. Huh. Well, I mean, the thing is, I have no problem with whomever being a vice presidential candidate. I will always have a problem with that being selected on some grounds other than merit.
Mm-hmm.
But from their perspective, merit is about ability to accomplish certain predictable electoral outcomes, like election outcomes. For them, they're individuals trying to get elected.
I want to answer so snarkily.
Go ahead.
Your mom's tits.
Yeah, she does like your mom's tits. That's always been a thing. I don't know how much we spend a month on that.
I mean, they say breast milk tastes good. It's so fucking gross.
I mean, who says that? Does anybody say that? I
don't know.
I don't say that. I've actually tasted it before, and it does not taste good.
I believe you.
Okay, it does not. It tastes weird.
Ew.
It's
for babies.
It doesn't taste like milk exactly at all. It's got this weird kind of gamey taste to it. She follows the money trail that leads to corruption and growth. Oh well, that's good for her. I have a lot more respect for that kind of anti anti shenanigans approach than maybe I used to, because I see I've been able to see what happens when you have shenanigans run amok. I think the problem comes from when you're good at being elected and you're good at talking to people, you're not good at governing. Well, let's extract the. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the case. So it is the case that being good at being elected is not remotely the same thing as being good at governing, nor is it remotely the same thing as being good at talking with people. But it's not necessarily the case that uh, that those things are mutually exclusive necessarily, right? So it is the case that people are focusing on getting elected before they're focusing on what matters, which is why anybody should actually elect them.
I took out the brown bits.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it. Um, right. Well, being likable matters, but the problem with Kamala Harris was not first and foremost her total lack of likability. Obviously, it was her total lack of intuition. I'm okay with that, ma'am. Where'd you like to go for dinner before that? You're not gonna get anywhere with Rachel.
What?
I'm just laughing at this guy who's trying to hit on you.
Huh.
That's
That's my husband.
You're not gonna get anywhere with Rachel. She's not gonna.
Don't you like that?
Yeah, I don't have to worry about you at all.
No. I take a compliment. Thank you for calling me gorgeous. That was very nice. I'm married to you, who is 55 today.
Mm-hmm.
It's his birthday.
The bottom line is ABCIA, AI, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't compete with me.
Hell no. Where's the competition? There is no competition.
You don't let my somewhat unhealthy self-concept fool you. You're barking up a tree that has no roots. Those are, I'm sure, very effective provocations in many instances, but there has to be some element of truth to it for it to, strike a nerve. We also get the court when we have a king. Sometimes there have been politicians who are charismatic leaders with good teams behind them. And then there is now. Good way to put it, Lessons Mom. I mean, it's crazy how, like, Trump kind of just blew up everything that everybody thought they knew about electioneering, right? Like, people might have various kinds of political ads, and it all seemed like a bunch of desperate pointlessness, right? Because the problem was fundamentally that people, especially the first time, people thought of Trump as a breath of fresh air, right? Like, he's not just pandering. Sure, he it was the case that he successfully pandered to conservative base, but it didn't feel at any point like he was pandering so much as he was just authentically saying, this bullshit's bullshit, and I don't have any real ideas at all, but I'm calling bullshit. And so people were like, wow, at least that's better than bullshit. And now you've got political ads that are literally showing AI creation, showing your opponent, saying stuff they never said. How crazy is that? Yes, there is such a political ad, and I think it's was the subject of a lawsuit or something, but where somebody used AI to generate their opponent saying stuff they never actually said, and they aired that on TV as their ad. Like,
What?
look at this guy, what the garbage he's saying.
Wow. How'd that
What?
turn out?
Well, I mean, it was subject to a lawsuit, but I don't know. One good thing about Trump is he illustrated that any dipshit motherfucker with extremely low vocabulary and no more than 2 brain cells put together can be president. He sure did. He sure did. Right. The thing is, of course, he's also super privileged. So, in a more negative way of framing it, you'd say, it just goes to show you only super privileged people get to be president, no matter how fucking stupid they are.
So true. That's why you should be president. Because you're smarter than all these fucking corrupt, disgusting people who are running our government.
Yeah, unfortunately, to become president requires one to have a lot of excellent TESE stuff going on. I don't have the capacity to do either in any meaningful way, in any sustained fashion. It's one of those things where if I could enter candidacy after it's already got some momentum, then I could easily see myself doing all of the SE going forward from there, you know? But
if I was running for president, I would entrust you as my vice president, and then you can get a leg up. Right? Like,
you mean I could get to be president if you died?
I don't know.
I'd like to think you'd listen to me if you were president and I was vice president.
That sucks.
It's not.
No, I'm not saying me. I'm saying like if I was a smart.
Well, I'm imagining maybe this works out well. You run for president
Hell no.
with me as your vice presidential
Who's gonna-
candidate. People are more likely to vote for you than they are for me.
I don't know about that.
My friend sued his landlord for kicking him out without notice and making him homeless. He won 2,000
Ooh.
euros.
That's good though, because that's fucked up. Without notice is fucked up. Making him homeless is terrible. That's good that he won the money. I took out all the hard pieces, so now it's just the checks.
Cool. I'm assuming the part being left out here is that your friend did not pay his rent. He said he was selling but didn't give him notice. Well, obviously, if your friend had paid for the rent, you have to let him stay at least till the end of that month, right?
Yeah.
And if he kicked him out after he paid his rent before the month is up, then he definitely deserves damages of at least the duration of the rent, that prorating that, plus probably, I would say, the full month rent would be fair. And regarding this kicking out without notice, if in fact you were just paying the rent regularly, wow, then that's a reasonable enough thing to sue somebody for. Like if he's paying the rent and everything, and he kicked him out early and or all of a sudden, like, hey, you gotta leave. What? Yeah, I'm getting rid of this place, so you gotta go like tomorrow. That's not okay. That's not okay, because you're not affording the other party any opportunity to find, alternate accommodations. Happy birthday. I'll gift you a Yankees sweep with the Rangers, so your first place A's stay in first place. Well, we'll find out how good the Yankees are when they play the Rangers, because we already know the A's took 2 of 3 from them. So if the Yankees take 2 of 3, then they're the same goodness as the A's. If the Yankees take 1 of 3, then that means the A's are better. And if the Yankees sweep them, that means the Yankees are better.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is not eating popcorn, she's eating Chex Mix, which is basically cereal. Cereal with doodads in it.
Mm-hmm. It was like a big fad in the 90s. And then it was so popular that they made it into a snack.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Winston's mom. Wow.
Thanks a lot. Okay, that way, Cloud, you make a good point. But the thing is, obviously, I apparently don't actually think the A's are as good as the Yankees. So, but I do think we are. I'm increasingly going to think that. We're pretty good. Well, our sport, the only real perk it comes with is access to a few emojis that you previously were not. Yes, I have to believe, and I do believe. Believe it. You know full well that I believe too much in the A's. That's to the detriment of my fantasy baseball team.
And that makes me feel bad. Am I a bad romantic partner? Because sometimes I'm not awake for when the A's are playing.
Well, you're just not as good of an A's fan as me.
Oh my
I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm just kidding, Rachel. Obviously, I'm just kidding. That's not what it
Well, I
means at
mean,
all.
it would be accurate, but geez.
Fandom doesn't work like that, all right? You get to have your own relationship with your own fandom and be perfectly happy with it as much as I am with mine.
So, with the membership, you get to use emojis that were selected.
Yeah, they
by...
were otherwise unavailable to you. So, that was a bit of a distraction from what I was talking about before, which is the A's and the Yankees. Thank you, Winston's mom, though. I appreciate it a great deal. I didn't mean to gloss over that. A's, Yankees. So I do believe in the A's a lot. It's also the case that, you know, we come from the entirety of our A's fandom began not that long ago when they were the worst team in the majors. And over the ensuing years, we've gotten accustomed to losing a lot. So, you know, I believed then too, and I was wrong. But I believe this time, and I believe that I am right this time. But it's also the case that one can sometimes mistakenly be influenced by past results, even though they have no bearing on future outcomes. Sometimes they have a lot of bearing on it, but this time, no.
Thanks, Irish boy.
Conversation with Americans, they're the coolest people. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. I don't know if that's true or not either. I do think that Americans have a certain open quality to them that sometimes you don't. It's that way with some other cultures and not all, right? Like Americans aren't very guarded in the way they carry themselves. I kind of like that. Huh, well, exactly what you're saying, Irish boy, is that they're not very guarded. I appreciate that quality about Americans as well. It feels like there's not a lot of machinations going on. Apparently, there's something called the lean that gives us away because we lean everywhere. Who is Mom289? Is that your wife typing? No, that's Winston's mom. She's another person in the chat. She's the one who gave you your membership. My wife's right here.
Yeah.
She can type into the chat.
Yeah, I'm going to type into the chat.
And then you'll see who she is.
Mm-hmm.
It's understandable that you might have made that mistake. I don't mean to say it was an absurd mistake to make or anything. I'm sure they could spot Americans too by our tendency to do this. That's how you always know you got an American doing that thing again. Yeah. So even though Winston's mom does live with an Eric, it's not me. It's a different Eric. Do I buy weed from the store? No, I grow it. myself. I grew a lot last year. Like, I only had the legal amount of plants, which was, I had one less than the legal amount. In fact, I had 9 instead of 10. Um, but boy, did they produce a lot of weed. Uh, I've never, I've never had such a situation before where it's like, oh my God, how am I even gonna harvest all this weed? And in fact, it took me for fucking ever because, it's like you don't want to just shove it in the jars without like at least a little bit of manicuring. But if you got that much weed, how are you gonna fucking manicure all that shit? Well, you can, but you gotta have more persistence and diligence than I was feeling like inclined towards. I have a child, an adult child. Rachel doesn't have any children.
I'm always happy when I get my period.
Yeah,
Actually, I honestly should celebrate it more.
yeah, it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter now is, get this, 27 years old? 28?
Yeah.
27.
Who?
Delilah.
She's gonna be, yeah, she's 27. She's gonna be 28, I think.
Yeah, she's gonna be 28 in September.
Right? Does that make sense?
What?
Is that true?
What? Yeah, well, it makes sense because 98 September. So that would be 2008 is 10 years. And then 18 is 20 years. And then 28 is 30 years. It's currently 26. But she won't get to be 2 years from 30 until September.
Yep. So she's 27?
Yeah, she's 27. That's pretty crazy though. Think that my child's 27 years old. It's wild. It's wild to think about. That more than anything else seems impossible to me. Like my own age seems like I can feel every mile in some sense.
Yeah.
But her age, how in the world did she get to be 27 years old? You're 25 in July? Well, enjoy your youth while you have it. But also, that doesn't mean misspend it on nonsense.
I don't know what I was doing at 27.
I was just about to have Delilah, I guess. 27.
Mm.
You talk so calm and slowly and relaxed, man. Well, I am talking that way right now. There are other times when I'm not talking that way at all. You know, there are plenty of occasions where I'm on about something, as they say.
I watched this mediocre movie about Leonard Bernstein.
Mm-hmm. I think you mean Berenstain.
Bernstein? Whatever. And he and his wife spoke in, what is that accent? The ones that uh, what's
Like
his name?
Yiddish?
No. The Locust Valley.
Oh, a lot of us talk like that.
Yeah, they did the whole time. It was freaking me out. Yeah, yeah. I was like, oh my gosh. So, because it was like 1940s, he started like to get, they like got together, and she was like, I don't know if she would, that was the tone of voice that was used.
The key thing there, Irish boy, is you are always best served to start with the weed. And then if you feel like drinking some, that will actually successfully like moderate your drinking somewhat.
I have not had a successful.
Uh,
Well,
On the other hand, if you drink first and then smoke weed, that's a disaster every fucking time. Oh, you're sober now. Yeah. Well, I'm also sober. I don't drink alcohol, so I do smoke weed, but that's why they have a different word for that. I am sober. I'm not clean and sober. Is that what getting crunk means? I'm not sure what getting crunk means. But I'm glad to hear you cut back, Irish boy. I suspect that if it was at some point a problem for you, that you may end up having to go 0 or 100. Like, it's not gonna always be that way, but that's how I found it. General for me was like I could be sober completely, or I could have an unhealthy relationship with alcohol. That the scope and scale, the unhealthiness might vary, but the binary choice did not change. So that was me. That's not you. I'm just saying that if you're like me, well, it doesn't get better. Don't mean to be preachy or anything. Sorry about that. Tricky thing to talk about. I respect other people's agency too much to try to tell them what to do. You need dopamine, whether it's alcohol or sex or something. Well, you know it's a better source of dopamine than those things? Amphetamines. That's gonna just go skip the middleman, go straight to the dopamine.
what does it mean about my dopamine that like I like crash so hard?
Probably
When
means that your normal level of dopamine is like I don't know what it means. I have no idea what it means. I would suspect that your brain chemistry is already being balanced a lot by various drugs, and it's probably a bad idea to you know to mess with that. And that
that makes sense.
you have like it, there's a variety of explanations for why you handle the dopamine crash differently than I do, right? Like one could just link to FI placement, such that what I perceive as bad feelings in this range somewhere, you perceive as without the blinder that I have as this its actual pain level or something, you know. Could be like that.
Yeah. Like that.
Could be additionally that you have, because you have FI6 slot, you don't like it more than I dislike the bad feelings in 7 slot. That could be part of it as well.
I really, yeah, I don't know. The feelings are way too much.
It could be explained through specifically just some brain chemistry, yeah, that
But
it wouldn't feel very satisfying as an explanation.
yeah, being on like other drugs that are like giving me serotonin.
Yeah, I mean, we actually kind of got the go ahead from him that it was okay for you to take it occasionally. So we know that it wasn't any kind of what do you call it, drug interaction.
Yeah, no, it's just me. I don't like the SI, like you said, the SI, like when I don't get sleep, it like translates to me as FI. And I'm like, my body's telling me something. That things are not good.
Yeah. Well, Irish boy, I'll tell you, there are more or less healthy ways to be crazy like that, right? You could do doing extreme sports kind of stuff with safety protocols in place should be adequate for any adrenaline junkie. Seems like the ways you're talking about are a little bit more maladaptive.
I don't know, like, I'm not really like that, honestly.
No, I'm not talking to you.
I'm talking to Irish boy that I'm not like that. Like, I don't feel like I need.
No, he's not talking about you either.
He's talking to you?
He's talking about himself.
Oh.
He's describing himself.
That he.
And I'm saying, if you're
gonna.
that
he needs dopamine. Oh, I thought he meant people in general.
No,
dopamine.
no, he did not mean that.
No,
he was talking about
no.
specifically himself.
Oh, yeah, that
This
happens.
is Rachel's generalizing NI.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's saying that he specifically has the issue of needing a lot of S stimulation, be it sex, alcohol, speeding in a car or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying that's a more maladaptive way of accomplishing the same kinds of things you could accomplish in a less maladaptive way with extreme sports kind of stuff. Because then you're not including others in your craziness so much, right?
You're only doing it to yourself. And then you'll adapt to learn better how not to like injure your body and stuff.
I know I'm not talking to her, but I don't mind her saying what she says about her.
I don't mean, and I don't mind you saying stuff about you either. I totally thought you were generalizing, and I was like, I don't think everyone needs.
He wasn't generalizing.
Yeah, I totally misread that. My bad.
So anyway, I think you do the best you can to incur as little wreckage as you can, while still getting
your. But I think individual sports. Why not individual sports?
Specifically, like what I was saying is extreme sports rather than say drinking, driving fast,
right,
fucking a bunch of chicks. Although, I don't want to deny the equal access to that sort of thing by the chicks. It's not like it's inherently like bad because somebody's getting hurt necessarily. It's just it's a more risky enterprise, risking of others than say rock climbing, which is it's still risky to others in terms of like your family and such. But if you have safety gear and shit, you can have both risk and minimize the possibility of catastrophic risk.
Rock climbing.
Ireland's got too many alcoholics. I like to play sports too, but not real group friends who will play with me. All they want to drink. Maybe join a sports club, problem solved. Yeah, well, if you want, but like, is that going to provide you enough
Yeah.
like adrenaline and shit? You might want to go. You might want to consider those what I consider to be stupid sports. Like that's too dangerous. Why are you
Like
doing that?
surfing. Well, surfing is if you're on the coast.
Surfing it only qualifies if you're a big wave surfer. The kind of things I'm talking about, like fucking hang gliding or
Oh, jumping off of things.
hang gliding and yeah, bungee jumping off of bridges and maybe put on those glide flap suits
Yeah, glide flap suits. Yeah,
and
you should
doing
look into
that
glide
shit.
flap
I'm talking about
suits.
that kind of stuff.
That shit looks like Daredevil stuff. You should look into that glide flap flap.
I mean, I think your idea of just going into the gym, working on stuff is great too.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's a
But, like,
good
you
thing
get,
to
like,
do.
fucking beefed up.
And it's something I'd be super benefit from getting a lot more exercise than I do. But regardless, if we're addressing your what you seem to have as kind of like a core need for high level excitement, well, somewhat that'll pass as you age too. Try not to regret too many mistakes from your younger years. Best advice anybody could give anybody, I guess. Very broad. Try not to do things you'll regret when you're older.
I don't know. So I'm looking to.
Maybe find a hot yoga chick, huh? Okay, well, you know what? You're gonna do you. Are your comments coming up on my TV? Yeah, they are coming up on my TV. Really help with anxiety and stress. Jim did. I see your comments on my TV. Maybe a little Tai Chi, says Unusual Tastes. Good idea, says Irish Boy. Downhill mountain bike,
I
says Johnny
hated
Caps.
yoga class.
I would look up
Hated.
yoga, maybe find a hot chick there. Well, you won't find Rachel there because she hated yoga class.
Yeah. So like an INFJ, I'm not sure is gonna like yoga because it's I don't know.
Well, it's because you,
ISFJs. My sister was
if
all
I had been your yoga teacher, it would have been
bendy and
different, Rachel.
what?
If I had been your yoga teacher, it would have been different. You would have come
Was
to
it?
love yoga.
It was not my teacher who was the problem. It was me. I was just like
No,
too
Rachel,
like.
if I had been teaching it, then you would have been like, I get it. I get yoga now.
I'm so glad. Thank you.
You'd realize I could do this pose. Like,
Well,
look over there pose.
the look over there pose.
Yeah. If I were a yoga teacher, I wouldn't have you doing things that were hard to do. Right? Because who wants to do hard things?
Okay, so I want to take the Eric Strauss acting class.
Okay.
Tell me something to do. Like, show me how to do it.
Okay. I will teach you how to act. So
Cool.
here's your line. I'm just gonna tell you what the line is. We're gonna see how you do it
Oh no,
naturally.
but that's SI right up front.
It's a short line, okay?
Okay.
And if you can vary it a little bit, you can ad lib off of it or whatever, you know, like the line is this.
Okay.
No, I don't want that kind of hamburger.
Okay.
Now you say it.
No, I don't want that kind of hamburger.
Okay. Now though, I said the line neutral. What I really want it to be is you are acting like a person who's telling a hamburger stand that they're trying to give them a regular hamburger. No, they want the secret drugs instead of the hamburger.
Oh shit.
Okay? So now you say the same line. No, I don't want that kind of hamburger. But you say it in a wink wink tone.
But like I'm learning from you, so can you act it and then I mimic it?
Like, no, I don't want that kind of hamburger.
Ooh, that's perfect.
Thanks. That,
No, I don't want that kind of hair. Wait, how did you do it?
I mean, I will try it again, but I just try to imagine myself in this situation because this is a situation I could understand, really put myself in the mindset of the person. No, I don't want that kind of hamburger. I can't do it again off the top of my head. Let
Okay,
me try
you did
it.
it. You did it
Let me
good.
try it though. It's like more like this. I'm imagining myself going up to the hamburger thing and be like, "Hey, can I get a hamburger? You know, a special hamburger?" And then they're trying to give me a regular hamburger. No, I mean, I don't want that kind of hamburger.
Okay.
Something like that.
No, I mean, I don't want that kind of hamburger.
Pretty good. Pretty good. But let me put myself in the mindset of the person doing the hamburgers.
So maybe I can.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Here we're gonna do.
Yes, we're gonna get
Here
it.
we're gonna do. I'm gonna stand up.
Eric, he's so good.
I'm gonna stand up.
Can I
I'm
be
gonna
director?
I'm gonna be the hamburger guy. Hold on. I don't know. What I'm imagining here is just having you stand here, right?
Okay.
I'm making the hamburgers. So, like, okay, here you go, lady. Here's your hamburger.
No, not that kind of hamburger. I can't not. I have to not smile at you.
Let me try to imagine myself in the position of the guy who's both selling regular hamburgers and
Okay, I have
drug
to not.
burgers.
Okay.
Let me imagine myself in this
I have to put
mindset.
myself as the person who wants drugs.
So I'm a guy. I have a hamburger stand. I sell hamburgers.
Are we giving up sex? That's funny. Okay.
I have a hamburger stand. This is my character. My name is Emil. I'm from Puerto Rico, and I have a hamburger stand where I sell hamburgers and drugs. You want the hamburguesa or las drogas? Okay, so now I've got myself in his mindset. I'm Emil. I'm ready to do business with you. So
Who am I?
So who are you? You have to know who you are.
Okay, so my name is Cecile.
You're Cecile, okay.
Okay, and my hair is like curly.
I'm pretty sure Cecile's a guy's name, though.
No, Cecile is a female name. Okay, Cecilia.
Cecilia sounds more like a
Cecilia.
female name.
Maybe that's what I meant. Cecilia.
Okay.
And I have like puffy black hair, like curly black hair.
Okay.
It's like a little undone.
And you want some drugs.
I want drugs, but I need to be like fiendy, like.
Well, you don't have to be fiendy.
Okay.
You just want drugs.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
And maybe you could be. I got an idea. Maybe you've been told by one of your more tattooed friends.
Okay.
About that this place is a place where you could get some drugs.
Okay.
But you're not an experienced drug buyer, and you're trying to convey to me and Neil that you want, those kind of hamburgers, right?
Okay.
So let's give it a shot. Here we go. We can start, in fact, the scene with you ordering a hamburger. Okay. Okay. So, hello, señorita. What do you want to eat?
Can I have an hamburger?
Okay, one hamburguesa.
No, not.
You have to wait now. You go stand over there. You wait. Right now, you come back. Hamburger done. Here's your hamburger.
No, not that kind of hamburger.
Okay. Your friend has not adequately conveyed to you, obviously, how it is to get the drug. You were never supposed to order a hamburger in the first place.
So I have to open it and stuff and look
You
at
should
it?
have just. Do you want the drugs?
Yes.
Okay, well, you still gonna have to pay for this hamburger.
No, I don't want that kind of hamburger. I want
You ordered this kind of hamburger. You ordered the hamburger. You want the drug? You should have ordered the drugs. You get the drugs first. You pay for the hamburger.
I don't have the money.
You have the money for the drugs and not for the hamburger?
Yes.
The drugs are a lot more expensive than the hamburger. What if I buy the hamburger?
I mean, I have exactly the right amount for the drugs. Like, I calculated. I really want these drugs.
Oh boy, I guess you shouldn't have ordered no hamburger then. That's fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it is.
What a great idea. That would be a good skit.
That would be.
That's the kind of skit that I normally would never have written myself, right? Required Rachel's collaboration there for that to get written. Because the skit idea of there's a guy who sells drugs and hamburgers.
And he makes you pay for the hamburger that you
And a
sold.
lady whose friend has told her, no, you gotta go there to the hamburger guy, just order a hamburger, you know, and then he'll give you what you want. And you taking her literally, had come to drug and said, I would like to get a hamburger. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And then
Okay.
make the hamburger. And then, like, no, I don't want that kind of hamburger. Well, what's wrong with it? Nothing. I
want the other kind of hamburger.
It's like, wait, you want drugs?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for the whole time. Okay, well, you still gonna have to pay for the hamburger. That's a great skit that I would never have conceptualized myself without collaborating with Rachel on it.
We should share a writing room.
Yeah. I think the end line should be well, I don't have enough money for both the drugs and the hamburger.
Yeah.
And then he says, well, you should have thought about that before you ordered the hamburger. I don't care what you thought, man. You're going to have to pay for the hamburger.
So pretty. I love it.
What a fantastic idea.
It really is. It's genius.
Oh. That's why Bob Odenkirk said sketch comedy is the pinnacle of human achievement, because it distills everything you need to know about people into like 3 or 4 minutes, right? Just as that skit does there. It tells you this whole story of how people, it's reference of like how certain people who go get drugs and get ask from friends, reference to stuff that everybody understands.
Totally. And I was kind of thinking like in a sixes frame of mind, because like they would like, I don't know, or even mine, like Like, I would definitely, if I didn't have money for, if I didn't know the translation and like the if I wasn't clear about wanting the hamburger, then like I would save up exactly for the drugs, not include the extra hamburger.
Right.
Like, fuck the hamburger. Like.
If the engine of the joke is the shared belief that nobody gets drugs by just saying, "Can I get some drugs?" Right?
Yeah, yeah.
What a beautiful concept, and that's why Bob Odenkirk is right about stuff like that being the like the pinnacle of art making, because it's it distills shared human experiences so beautifully, and also is joyous by being funny rather than depressing or reminding us of our world mortality or some other stuff that art sometimes does, you know?
Yeah. Like Euphoria. And other things that are supposed to be like not, that make me like doubt myself.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. What were you talking about?
Euphoria.
Oh, it's dark.
It's dark.
Yeah. Compared to like sketch comedy.
Oh, you mean what's Euphoria?
Oh, it's a TV
Oh,
show.
it's a TV show. Okay, that's why I was confused. I thought you were talking about the feeling of euphoria.
Oh, no.
So I was obviously confused.
Sorry, I didn't know, like, I thought it was like widely recognized.
Never heard of them.
It's just
Euphoria. And
I don't
the title
recommend
is
it.
ironic. It's actually super depressing. It's one of those kind of things.
Well, like the whole like
So everybody's child dies, and then some animals die.
no.
Euphoria.
I wish it was that. Are you kidding me? I fucking would be able to watch that. I mean, I would get so depressed though. Actually, now that I think about it, that would really depress me.
There's a story about a happy family of 8 with several dogs and cats. And all over the course of a single year, all but one of them died.
No.
In the end, the person's like, well, I have nothing left. The end. I mean, not a story anybody would really, I don't think, want to tell unless they were documenting it as like, this is what happened. Ooh, let's make a movie out of that. Some people want to make super depressing movies for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's so depressing that I can only watch the like episode recaps. I can't watch the whole thing because it would just like you would hear about it for days.
Yeah.
I would have to journal about it. I did journal about it. I put Euphoria is depressing in my journal.
I have to like be careful about avoiding things that are too dark and depressing, or they'll haunt me for some period of time, you know.
I get that there are lessons in what is being viewed, but like, damn.
Well, it's a tightrope too, because there are some kinds of dark subjects that I don't find depressing, but instead find interesting. And then if you're trying to watch content that's right on that edge of stuff that is dark in some sense, but not dark in the wrong way, then you might step over into dark in the wrong ways, right? And then you watch something, you're like, oh God, I wish I hadn't seen that. Or where I hadn't heard that story is what it usually is.
Well, it's like actually kind of rough from the start, I think. I don't know. It's supposed to be a realistic depiction of troubled popular teens in California high school.
A realistic depiction of how shitty things are.
Yeah, yeah, dude, exactly. Summed up so well. That's
I
very
mean,
good.
I could just look outside my door to see that. I won't see that looking outside my door, but, you know, in a broader sense, I mean.
Yes. Yeah, you don't really need. No.
I think there's a very limited market for sad stuff in general. People have so much in their lives that authentically makes them sad.
Honestly, like, I have heard, like, there are recaps that I see, like.
Okay, close that door more. I didn't latch it all the way. Thanks.
You're welcome. Like,
Ooh, fun. The troubled life of a 17-year-old drug addict fresh from rehab with no plans to stay clean.
yep, that's it.
Well, it sounds like a party.
Right? So I can't watch it, but I'm like interested because I like to keep up with like what's popular.
I would never in a million years watch that.
I can only do the recaps. But the people who do the recaps are like, wow, it's getting good.
Yeah, well, people...
I'm like, how do you, I'm like, you have a high tolerance for like depressing shit. Like, that's like on a whole, it's like on a, I can't, like I said, like I can,
Sometimes I'll be hype about stuff that's not even very good at all.
you know, before I knew about Euphoria, someone said in like a YouTube that it shaped the cinematic view for the time period. So it started in 2019, and the cinematic means that like cinematically it was very visual, like a lot of low lights with like neon like to the side to be like dark, like purposely. So like more realistic lighting. And now I see it in other media. Like even just like a rom-com, it'll have that like two people together like you and me. But if you're facing a storefront, the lighting will be on you, but like the lighting for me will be coming from somewhere else. So it's more like shadowed and like.
And that's something they do. They make it look like that with lights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not more natural lighting.
It's not. It looks more natural.
Okay.
It looks like how it would look to you if you were standing in that spot in that time.
So it's kind of like, instead of taking a room that's a mess, you carefully construct a room to look like it was a mess.
Yes.
Good. That seems like a wise thing to do. Seems like at some point you just say, maybe we could just have it actually be a mess. That would be a lot easier. My stomach hurt this morning. I don't drink alcohol. Well, I can't drink alcohol. I suffer from like horrible hangovers.
That's my problem too.
I can get free road maps. Thank God for that. I want free road maps because, like everybody, when I need to know how to get somewhere, I unfold a map, compare where I am to the landmarks listed on the map, and make my way from there.
I think when I got my first car in 20. I don't know, we got it in like 2021. I don't remember when I got it. I started driving at like 17. not 16. And I think my parents gave me like one of those like flip books. It wasn't a flip fold out map. It
Is
might
that
have
a
had one in
Thomas
there.
Guide?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Thomas Guide,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, my dad was a huge Thomas Guide person as well, so ESTJ, like ESTJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have a better feeling now for how my dad must have felt with phones replaced maps, because I think he was pleased with his ability to use maps and navigate wherever, and like to he understood that it was a skill most people don't have, right?
Yeah, it is a skill. So, like, my mom can. They used to argue. Like, I think the last time I saw a fold out map was like in. God.
I mean, how to properly use a Thomas Guide map is not an easy
I didn't learn. I
undertaking.
just looked at it and I was like, okay, if it's an emergency, like, I have this thing, but I didn't know how to read it.
Yeah, there's this crazy like it's kind of complicated. They've got different sections, and well, this is for LA. I don't know. Maybe yours wasn't quite as complicated.
Um, well, it would be like if we were like in Pennsylvania, like on a family trip. Um, or like I was just learning to drive, so just like learning to like
Yeah.
do stuff. I don't know how to read it, but like my dad unfolding probably like 1994, 92, around there, and my dad who's an INFP not knowing the directions, like not like being able to navigate it, and my mom getting frustrated and like she did it, I think, or we had to ask for directions or forget. It was a while ago. We weren't in New York. We were, I think we were in Pennsylvania. And my dad didn't want to ask for help, and yeah, then the computers came around.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing inherently complicated about Atomic Guide's approach to organizing data. But in LA, at least, there were a lot of things like you have to, like maps that have this level of scale where when you get to this, you have to go to a different map that's at a different level of scale.
Oh, that's difficult.
Um,
Because it's so big.
yeah. So, um, it's also the case that with the Thomas guys that my dad was trying to teach me about anyway, they had all kinds of data all over them, right? Different grid points, but so
colors.
My dad was trying to teach me all this stuff, you know, when trying to teach me how to do the math thing, and I was just like, oh god, this is so boring. Could anything be more boring than this? Now, son, are you paying attention? Yeah, Dad. You're gonna need this, all right? When you're driving, you're not. You don't want to have to pull over and use a payphone to call us, ask how to get somewhere because you can't figure it out. You need to be able to use this map. Okay, Dad. Well, I get the basics of it, right? I could look up the street, find it in the map. That's not enough at all, Eric. That's not how you use the map. Okay, well, can't I just call and ask how to get someplace? That's what I normally do. Not good enough. I got lost. At the time, my dad was right, of course. There's no cell phone. Once you left your house, there was no contacting you via phone unless people knew where you were going and what their phone number there was. If you've written down directions, as people did back in the day, oh, cool, I'll see you later this evening. Okay, yeah, just give me directions. Where are you coming from? I'm coming from Arcadia. Okay, well, you're gonna get on the 210 going east. Uh-huh. And then you're gonna take the 134. Uh-huh. Out to where that meets the 5. Uh-huh. And you're gonna get off on the Zoo Parkway. Uh-huh. I'd write all that stuff down, you know. And that's how you get someplace. I don't remember if I ever had to get off on Zoo Parkway, but maybe I did.
Wow. That's such a good reenactment of like what it's like though. Like
Yeah, well, so guess what happened if Judy, who's giving me directions, was wrong about something?
yeah.
And so it told me to get off on Zoo Parkway when really I should have gotten off. I should have gone down south on the 5 and then got off at Griffith Park. Well, then I'd be in trouble, wouldn't I? If I didn't have that map, what would I do? How would I find Judy? I might never find Judy. And let's say I didn't have, I only had her phone number written down in the book that I left at home.
Right.
The phone book by the phone, where the phone book goes is by the phone.
If she had your number, right? Like she called you, right? She's giving you the directions or whatever.
No, well, when I'm getting directions, I'm at home, she's at her house, okay? Fine. Now,
you're lost.
I called her, let's say, to get directions, we called, whatever. I have her phone number in my book here at the home.
Okay.
But I don't carry a phone book with me. Phone books belong next to the phone. So now I've driven away from the house. I have my directions written on a piece of paper, but I do not have Judy's phone number, nor do I have.
Oh my gosh.
So accordingly, if I obviously I don't have a cell phone, so if I pull over to the payphone, I could call my parents' house. If they're home, they could give me Judy's phone number, conceivably. But if they're not home, well, then I'm just fucked. So I could either go all the way back home, even though I'm already out here by the 5, or I could use the map, the hero of this story, to find my way to Judy's house. Because what I do have is Judy's address. So, thanks to Dad and his insistence on putting a Thomas guide in the car and insistence on teaching me how to use it, even though I don't really think I learned anything from what he taught me other than what I already knew, which was you look up the street and the thing, right? But thanks to Dad's important Thomas guide lessons, the day is saved and I am able to find Judy's house. Hi, Acacia. Hi, Johnny Cats again. It was fun to look through the street names of Thomas guys. Well, I liked the way they looked. It just this very stark kind of street map thing. It doesn't include any topography really. It does. It has like circles, but they're very like mid-century art looky. Rather than like a straight up topographical map.
I can't remember.
That's how I visualize them anyway. You know what was an interesting exercise for me was I mistakenly thought that Ruben, I thought Ruben was saying that even though people think the Challenger disaster happened in 1986, it actually happened in 1988. And I was like, no, it could not possibly have happened in 1988 because I have a clear memory of exactly where I was sitting when I was watching that thing happen. And it was in middle school. My middle school went 7, 8, 9. So the latest it possibly could have been is ninth grade. And that was 86. And then turns out, no, Ruben was saying the opposite, that in fact, people remember it as being 88, even though it was officially 86. So for a while, I was like, now, I was imagining this as, wow, this is crazy because I remember that so clearly. How could I be wrong about that? I guess this really questions the legitimacy of my memories entirely. Like, wow. In fact, when I looked it up, did happen in 86, and it happened January 86, which makes perfect sense because I would have been in ninth grade then. But it happened, say, September 86, then I would have been in high school. So it was kind of an interesting experiment because what for a stretch of time I thought really called into question the legitimacy of my memories. In the end, I absolutely validated them. Yeah, I got it twisted. I got it busy backwards. Business and disaster. What were you willing to doubt? Well, I mean, I was absolutely willing to doubt like my memory if I had read that if it actually had said like, oh, it's 1988, like I thought. I would have really been like, well, so what's thinking I trust my memory at all? Because that one seemed very much like indisputable to me. It wasn't until later, after the live stream effect, that I actually looked it up and realized, oh, it was an 86. So instead of calling into question a bunch of legitimacy of certain kinds of memories as depending on their level of specificity and etc., it in fact validates it. As does my remembering of that game Telengard. I remember a lot of things about it clearly. And those things all seem to line up with what I remember. There are a couple of things about it that I don't remember, like expressly, but that's not the same thing as remembering wrong things. I don't remember a graphic interface, but that's probably because it didn't contain the information that I thought was relevant to things. Anyhow, it's nice to have a childhood memory validated because I spent a lot of time. I don't know how Ruben was able to find it so fast. I spent a lot of time at some point trying to figure out what this game was that I had played. I could not for the fucking life of me find it. I just got swamped with all these different titles. I was like, oh god, I have no idea what the game is. Ruben found it like right away. I think it was his first one or his second one that he suggested. It's like, okay, why am I so bad at that? Why am I so bad at that? It took Ruben 1 second. I have no idea why I'm so bad at that. I guess I should have been looking for certain things that would make it stand out in terms of gameplay. Like you couldn't, the fact that you couldn't, if you died, you had to start over. Or if I had been searching with that kind of specific thing rather than things like a game about where it was like you went into a dungeon, blah, blah, blah. That was probably my problem there. Bad, bad approach to search. Bad approach to search. Also, like, probably wouldn't have, I didn't and probably wouldn't have no matter what been able to pick it out by name only. Like the name makes perfect sense. It's exactly what I was remembering as something like labyrinth or dungeon or tower or something like that. Even though Talongar doesn't mean those things, that's what where like that's the thing that you're playing in. So even if that's the name of that instance of it, it's understandable. It makes sense for me to mistake it. It's also about the right length, as I recall it being, and uh, and a single word, as I recall. So uh, fits the bill on those accounts. But because I wasn't gonna apparently recognize it by seeing the name, and I'd probably be led astray by lots of other names, I had no way to distinguish between like a variety of such incarnation, iteration of the genre, you know? I was probably fixated on the fact that it didn't have a graphic interface as well, which was it's kind of strange to think about because that doesn't really make any sense for that computer, the kind of game I was playing. It would have zero graphic interface at all. Seems unlikely. Such games do exist where you just put in words and then it tells you words, and you put in more words and then it tells you words. Usually, the very most primitive incarnation of it is it's gonna have pictures go along with it at least at some point. Some kind of like green figure made of 8 pixels or something. I can't see what the chat is saying at all, so I'll have to wait till I go inside. My eyes are not up to this task. Maybe if I really tried to put some energy into it, like I might be able to make it out. Let's see. Ooh. Yes, Eric. Wait, yes, Eric. Wait, yes, Eric. I cannot read that. I absolutely cannot read that. I mean, my eyes are a little tired. Tired enough that even with effort, I cannot read that. I'm still at the point in general where my eyes are not so tired. where I can generally read the phone without my glasses with a little effort. It's in every instance where I do so, except for this one right here where I was testing. Uh, it's a bad idea for me to do so. I should just have my glasses with me and put them on. Otherwise, I'm just getting frustrated at the slowness of engaging with the language, right? Like, I don't want the speed with which I process what people say, as is in the case in the chat, to be impacted by my being able to see it clearly. That's much more of a frustration than putting on my glasses. And not even just talking with the string, it's just anything on my phone, like when I'm texting somebody or whatever. It is not worth the aggravation to try to squint and make it go. I should always put on my glasses. But consistently, I will forget to put them on until I like click my tongue, like, this is annoying. Then I put your glasses on there. It's one of those things where people who have glasses when they're young, I'm sure, develop good glasses habits. Especially if they have to wear glasses all the time. But for me, trying to develop good glasses habits at 55 or 50 to 50 onward, let's say. Oh, I'm bad at having good habits for that kind of stuff, even if I did get them practiced when I was young. Like, I've got good habits regarding my wallet and keys and such, that were hard learned and stuff in youth, and those ones have stuck pretty good. Keeping track of glasses? Are you kidding me? I'm never gonna be able to do that. Oh, I'm lucky if I can keep track of my face, let alone glasses to put on it. Well, here we are. Now I've got my glasses. Now I can see. I don't need my glasses anymore, of course, because now I can see on the TV. Glasses. That's how they are. When you don't need them, you have them. When you do need them, you don't have them. Coming to you live from Vacaville. That's pretty close to us, right? Luke, you're pretty close to us. Vaca Valley. Vacaville. Vacaville is a strange name for a place. Vacaville or Vaca Valley. Either of them are strange names for a place. Yes, you could buy 1,000 pairs of eyes glass. Oh, number one. I missed number one part of this. It's a two-parter. I'll have to go up to and see number one. Anyone else sleep with a podcast on every night? Rachel does. Not a podcast per se, but something.
Yeah, I said YouTube.
Some kind of stuff. Oh, she already answered you. Vacaville is just down the road from Stack. Oh yeah, pretty close to us.
Yeah, that is pretty close to us.
Vodka cow. Is that what you guys call it? There in Vacaville, you call it vodka cow?
You said you put YouTube on too? I'm happy to hear.
Not me. I sleep with silence on.
Yeah, it's like amazing. His like SI with sleep is so good.
It's
He
not,
gets in the comfy zone. Well,
but,
I know.
but I mean, the silence thing is not any different than you. It's right. It's like I have to have it quiet. I can't I'm not flexible. Like, if it's loud, it's fine. It's not the case at all for me. Just like with you, you need to listen to stuff.
Yeah.
People have their SI needs and flexibilities. I've got more flexibility with light, a lot more flexibility with light than I do with noise.
I take forever, Carol. I used to fall asleep to television shows like I used to do when Netflix had Friends on it. I would do like I would binge watch Friends and fall asleep to it. So I got very comfortable with watching television shows and falling asleep. Or like movies that I didn't really care about. But yeah, and then when I got into YouTube, I would fall asleep to YouTube, and now I fall asleep to YouTube too.
Well, I was explaining to Rachel the other day the whole day sleep, night sleep thing. So I always seem to sleep better when I have day sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Not always, but often. My best sleeps are during the day. And the reason I think is because at night you're supposed to be sleeping, right? So there's this like performance thing going on with it. Whereas during the day, you're not supposed to be sleeping. So when you go to sleep, then you are just like, oh yeah, I'm just fully gonna indulge in this sleep because I'm not even supposed to be sleeping, but I'm getting away with it. Helps you stay out of your mind.
Yeah, I used to do like guided meditations on YouTube to like get me out of my mind when I didn't have medication.
Well, I've got, if I can't stop thinking about stuff like practicalities or whatever, then I just end up getting up. Because, and and that, that means I can't, I'm not going to fall asleep. I can generally tell if I'm not going to fall asleep,
Hmm.
um, but if I am going to fall asleep, then I'm in my head in another way. You know, it's not thinking about practicalities, just imagining myself and doing stuff. Kind of like vague, kind of storylines that end up vaguely just kind of trans- transforming into falling asleep. Kind of the same way that I've always gone to sleep since I was a little kid, as long as I can remember.
Drinking water is terrible.
Good for you, darling. I'm proud of you for drinking water. Thank you for
Thanks.
doing so.
Of course.
I would absolutely love to solve this problem in a way that doesn't cost.
Me too. I don't want that either. I didn't expect it. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, Rachel, just because you have a medical problem and nothing to apologize for.
I would have like been drinking more water from the get go. Like
You sleep horrible in the morning, get good early evening sleep, so night sleep. Yeah, well, my schedule's kind of all over the place, really. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how well I slept last night. I think I slept fine. Um, but I woke up kind of early at a time when I normally would go back to bed. And I didn't go back to bed. And I just sat up for a bit. And I was thinking about maybe like taking gabapentin and going back to bed. But instead, I did not go back to bed. Was Delilah a good sleeper when she was a baby? Yeah, she was. She slept like a log. She'd sleep with her arms outstretched above her head. Call her touchdown baby. Because it was as though she was signaling a touchdown. What more could you ask a baby to do than that? Hey, baby, you do something super cool like signal a touchdown while you sleep? No problem, Dad. Mission accomplished. I don't know why she liked to sleep like that. It seems very strange, but oh, well, Rachel's enjoying the fruits of her water consumption. We're gonna pee out that kidney stone if it's the last thing we do. Easier than having to become a for real NFLer. Right. Yeah. Easier and better because I don't want to I don't want her to get concussions. Um what are we gonna eat? That's a good question. You ask a good question. What are we going to eat? Well, I could make rice and meat. Could be spam. Could be, no, we don't have any chicken. Could be spam, I think, is all we really have. Or could, in theory, be ham. Remember, we do have a canned ham, which is pretty cool. Ah, no, we don't get any delivery stuff out here. Um, I could, in theory, make corned beef hash. I could, in theory, make tuna melts. I I don't think we have any pasta left. We're pretty down to the slimmest of pickings right now. Although in some ways we're totally stocked. Like we have a full can of pickles, which normally we kind of burn through those, but I don't know, neither Rachel or I are feeling pickles. Like this full jar of pickles has persisted as we've eaten like everything around it. What's going on with that jar of pickles? Why aren't we eating it? Well, it's one of those things like until somebody breaks the equilibrium of not eating those pickles, I guess they're floating in a state of superposition, just immune to being eaten as everything around them gets eaten. It's hard to explain why sometimes it's impossible to explain why sometimes I'm like, yeah, I totally want to eat a lot of eggs. And then I'm like, ah, wow, I should get eggs again because I ate a lot of eggs last time. Get eggs. I will eat 0 eggs. Who knows why? Part of it has to do with the fact that if I know something goes bad, I will sing right now for you, TYYP. Do you have any particular song you'd like to hear? Or would you like to hear me make up something on the keyboard or whatever you want? Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry I don't grant your request more often. You have little random food cycles you revisit, right? Well, it has something to do with perishability. Like as soon as something I know is perishable, then I've got typically one of two relationships with it. Either I I'm I'm eating like it all and then going like, oh, I wish I had gotten two of those things, or I am starting to think about how I should eat that because it might be going bad soon because I don't remember exactly when we got it. Saying whatever you'd like to, huh? Well, thanks. That's a nice request. But yes, Acacia requests are being taken.
Would you like me to make eggs and sausage?
Do we have those?
Yes, we do.
Do we have 4 sausages?
Mm-hmm.
And we've got plenty of eggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nice, thank you.
I will look up how to make your kind of eggs.
No, just make them out forever. You're having
Okay.
this fun.
Cool. How many would you like? Let me see how many eggs we have.
Yeah, see how many we have. How many eggs do we got in the box? If we don't have enough, that's a lot. We've got 6 eggs, I'll take 3. That's okay with you and me, alright. How many eggs do you like? I like 3. That's what I'm saying to me. You know, it started out morning kind of glum. Everything seemed kind of dumb. Here I was 4 years past 51. But as I let the day grew older, I took more drugs and grew older. Eventually I settled into this. Everybody wanted to be all like what you doing. I was all like, don't you worry about what I'm doing. Until they said, well, that's exactly what we are worried about. And I said, well, that's good, cause that makes sense then. That's why you're asking. Well, you know, there's that song. What else could I play? Let's see. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. And they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work of left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up, plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind's back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald played his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time Gerald has a thought. And Gerald has a lot. And Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name change of business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. To be clear, thanks, darling. To be clear, it's THOUGHT, okay? Not that vulgar contemporary term. Because I don't approve of vulgarity. No, I don't. I'm wholesome as can be. I don't need none of your vulgarity. I don't know who you think you are. I don't need none of your vulgarity, your curse words, and you're so far, far. I don't need none of your vulgarity. I don't think we want none, so get the fuck out of here, you dumb dumb. I don't need none of your vulgarity. Don't want to hear none of your bad words. I don't need none of your negativity. I don't need none of your labor. I don't need none of your water. I don't need nothing at all. So you can just get the fuck out of here. What did I call you? I called you Acacia. I didn't call you anything. Did I call you late for dinner? Uh-oh. You can call me meow, you can call me meow, but don't call me late for dinner. You ever heard that expression before? It's an old-timey joke from the olden days. I don't know if people like jokes from the olden days or not. But if you do, you might like that joke. Is Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets? Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they always run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He don't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Eric, do you have any stinging nettle in the yard? Do you know she don't use jelly? It's a Johnny's Beetle Honey Pie medley, huh? I don't know that one. I don't know that one at all. I'm just trying to play things right now that I haven't memorized because I don't really want to look at a thing. But I probably will end up looking up a thing. I don't know. Looking up a thing makes a whole nother category of thing. I don't know how to play Johnny, unfortunately. That's the kind of thing I would like to cover, but I could look it up. There's a couple of Johnny songs that play well when you look at the tabs for them and such. Some of them don't, maybe because it's a bad whatever of it. But you guys know that song? I bet you know that song. I don't, but I bet you know it. I mean, I know it in that way. I'll never let you turn around. That's not right. It's a good song. It's a good track. Yeah. I'll never let you go. I'll never let you turn around. Get back on each other. Get a good idea. Promise to your mother. Yeah, it's a good song. That's a good bit of songwriting that they did there. I like the guitar thing. You know? It's cool. It's cool indeed. A long time ago, I was an old man. I can't continue to play that rhythm without who else is doing vocals over it. It doesn't seem like that hard, but you know, it's more of a bass kind of skill than a guitar skill, I guess. Or maybe I'm just not a very good guitarist. It is true that I'm not really a very good guitarist. But I tell you what though, I'm plenty good enough to do this. And if I had a lot of chops, I'd probably suck even more than I do. That's true. If I had a lot of chops, I'd probably suck even more than I do. It's hard to dispute that. I think maybe if I'll wait till Rachel's done cooking, maybe she'll sing Cloudy Day with me later. In the interim, I guess I'm gonna have to just fucking bite the bullet and open up a tab with things on it. I have to go to set list by bet list, which is not even a set list at all. the lying title for this document. It's just a compendium of all my various songs that I have written down and stuff. That I have written down and stuff. And stuff provides you a lot of additional information here that you need to have. Because they're not just written down, okay? They're also, they have the words and the chords written down. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of remembering the words if you can't play the song? Yeah. I'm sorry, but I don't know who was telling you otherwise, but there is no point to that. The person who's telling you that was a liar. Okay. I think that's good enough. That'll fit just fine. In fact, I could make it bigger if I were to view full screen. There we go. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. All the crabs come to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, when the slope in cars today. Options at large. Other ways. Take a chance now. Just want to check. But don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far a long turnaround. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Oh, I fucked it up. So hard to get all through there without fucking it up at all. But don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fluke. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Turn around and have the better course. Was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Fantastic. It's like, of all the things I've written, when I come back to playing at least that part of the song, the beginning part is whatever. That part of the song, that is my absolute pinnacle level songwriting right there. I have no idea how I came up with that, but it's outstanding. This song's kind of boring to play. I don't play this. I haven't played this in a super long time. This is such a challenge to play. But it's got its charms. Do I want to play this? What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he rather like Dan? Is a terrible man? Is he more like Joe? Who's top of the bill? I gotta make it bigger. I can't read the lyrics. I can see the chords but I cannot see the lyrics. So we're gonna make that 100%. Actually, we're gonna make it 125%. It's a little bit blurry because it's not actually typed in. It's a picture of something that was typed in. An image of that. Why? Because Eric does shit stupid. I know why. Because I had it in the background of a video that I'd made, like, of the song, and then I lost this document. That's why. Oh, what's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan? Is he a terrible man? Is he rather like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or instead like Jack, too stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Does she know what to do if they bring attitude? Does she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Brandon? Is he living sin? He's been hanging with Jan and looking Margaret thing. It's too hard. I haven't played this song in a long time. I have to practice that a bit. That's too difficult for me to just pull out of my ass like that. Too difficult indeed. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all irely eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. Feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. You flat there? Whatever. I'm not gonna mess around anymore with this nonsense. That's enough out of you nonsense, and that's enough out of me and my nonsense. Okay? I remember the stupid things, the mood rings, the bracelets, and the beads, nickets, and dimes, yours and mine. Did you cash in all your dreams? I remember the stupid thing. I don't know how is that the lyrics of that song? The one about, like, I remember. Is that the lyrics of that one? Like that. I'll never let you go. What's going to happen to Trump with the midterms? Well, nothing. He's not up for re-election.
Yeah.
And nothing at all is going to happen with him. To him. It was never let you go. Huh? Cool. It's good to know. It's such a good song, isn't it? It's like I have this like sudden today all of a sudden recognition of like, Wow, that's a really good song. I love the way the guitar sounds and comes in. Such a good song.
I like how it goes from like, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you turn
Around, go back on you. Good idea. Promise to your mother.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll never let you turn around your back on each other. It's a good idea if I could promise to your mother. And then she says, there's very good reason for letting you go. She's sneaky and smoked out and starting to show. So that's interesting. It's like, um, it's got that darkish, conflicted quality to it that I associate with that band.
Yeah, totally.
Like, there's definitely some meth being done around them parts. You know what I'm saying? Definitely a little bit of meth going down in those parts, and probably not that it rarely is to good effect, but probably in this instance, not to good effect. Yeah. Yeah, I was just super depressing song. Mm. Well, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, I don't want to be all like black and white about things, but by and large, meth is bad. By and large, you know. Obviously, on special occasions like Christmas, Tuesdays, that's a different story. It's always Taco Tuesday somewhere. It's another saying to keep in mind. And obviously, if you hot rail it, it doesn't really count. It doesn't count against the total amount of meth you should do. Those are like freebies. You make a channel called Meth Enabler. Alright, look. I know right now you're rocked out of your head and you're beginning to question like, should I be doing all this meth? Well, let me ask you this. Remember how you felt before you did meth? Well, you don't want ordinary boringness like that anymore, do you? No. So go forth, meth warrior. Go forth. Is it a good idea to sell your stuff to get more money? Well, of course it is, because how else are you going to have the energy to do things to make money? Listen, the problem's not too much math. It's too much masturbating. You just need to tone it down with the fapping. Everything will be fine. Listen, yes, maybe last time you got a teener, things got a little out of hand. Yeah, maybe, you neglected to remember this thing that was super important you're supposed to do. But you know what? That was last teener. This teener is going to be different. It's a good idea for a YouTube channel. Probably get a fair amount of traffic from people who want their meth habits enabled. The thing about that stuff is you can fall into and get out of it. Okay, fine, no big deal necessarily. Unless you shoot it, in which case you're fucked. I never shot it. That's a bad idea. I mean, regardless, let's put it this way. You're probably not going to be embraced by society at large. Hard to sustain normality as a tweaker. Hard, but not impossible. I did once, it was hell. Oh, you once shot meth? I don't think. What did I say doesn't go hand in hand with tweaking? I don't know what you said that didn't go hand in hand with tweaking. Everybody loves tweaking. I took that hit and then a bump down. Everyone's favorite holiday show. It's a very methy Christmas. Hey everybody, welcome. Christmas. What's going on? What are we doing? We're making these crazy Christmas ornaments. I know it doesn't look like much yet, but with another 16 to 32 hours of work, this is going to be fantastic. I don't think masturbation and self-control or discipline have anything to do with each other, except when you're maybe on meth, but even then it's not a matter of self-control, I don't think. Like, I went through a fappy phase at the beginning of doing meth, but that gave way fairly quickly to spending most of my time on non-fappy matters, you know. Still streaming like the river that is not confined by only banks of meow. Well, it is my birthday, you know, so if I'm gonna indulge myself in a long stream and drugs and stuff, I've got a perfect excuse for it. People can be like, don't be so self-indulgent. And I'll be like, it's my birthday. I go, okay, well, fuck you, Eric. That's how it can go down. That's how it would go down. The Atlantic coast of Canada has a bizarre greasy birthday tradition. When you're celebrating your birthday, a family member or friend might sneak up on you and smear butter all over your nose. That's a terrible tradition. What a horrible tradition. Who wants to have somebody smear butter all over their nose? Thanks, Doyle. I appreciate it. And I want to say happy birthday to you too, Doyle. Because when it's Eric's birthday, it's everybody's birthday. That's how things work. It's like that birthday paradox, right? Like, how many people do you have to have in a room together where it's likely the two of them have the same birthday? It's not that many people. But if you ask a question like this, how many people there need to be in the room where it's likely for me and one other person to have the same birthday? That's a different question. A more challenging criterion to meet. So, obviously, that's less. People go, what? Well, how could I be? How could you only need, there's 365 days in a year. How could you only need 23 people to have a likelihood of two of them sharing the same birthday or something? Something like that. Because the point is, each of them gets as many chances at being that same birthday as there are people in the room. So it's not like there's a 1 in 365 chance that somebody has the same birthday as me. It's like there's 20 people in the room. I've got 20 chances at that. And everybody else does too. So that's why it's like that. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about this before, if you've watched videos about it. I have watched videos about it, so I'm an expert. And that's how it goes with the birthday thing. It's not that much of a surprise when you realize that it's not one person specifically has to have the same birthday as somebody else. It's any two people could have the same birthday. Then it's not so surprising. Best birthday is February 29th. I'm going to agree with you, Doyle. You could argue you're 1/4 your age. Plus, it's fun. You're born on a leap year. I guess that is what that means. You're born on a leap year. Must be. And everyone's going to be like, wow, you're special. You were born on a leap year. You'll get the same jokes every year when you try to celebrate it on February 28th or I guess potentially March 1st. March 1st would be the better time to celebrate it because that's more corresponding day for you. That's probably when they celebrate it, is March 1st, I would guess. On the 3 years when it's not leap year. Well, you are welcome. I mean, salute back, Acacia. Yeah, it's a fun counterintuitive reality. I like it when Matt does that stuff. Like same with the Monty Hall problem, right? Super counterintuitive because you think, oh, okay, there's three doors. I have a 1 in 3 chance of getting the right door. There's no reason to switch with any of the other doors because I still have a 1 in 3 chance. You know, but when you think of it as Monty Hall has a 2 in 3 chance, and I have a 1 in 3 chance, and you realize that really the question is, do I want to switch for option one? If I have the right door, I win. Or option two, if either of Monty Hall's doors are right, I win. I switch to option two all the time. Because of the hidden mechanism that he's going to reveal a bad door. That's why. Not really a hidden mechanism, but I know a number of people I've shared the same birthday with. I've got not one but two friends from high school who are the same birthday as me. Uh, Roger and Jack Chang. Rachel has the same birthday as my friend Dave Porter. So, yeah, there was a little thing of a, kind of a triple birthday celebration when we were in high school. Oh, we also had a tradition that we kept up for a while of going to Denny's on our birthday. Three of us. Because it used to be you could like get a free whatever on your birthday at Denny's. So, you know, people at Denny's would trip out because it'd be the three of us all had the same birthday. And we were friends. We became friends before we learned this stuff about each other. Obviously, our birthdays. Because who who goes around making friends and shortly thereafter telling them what day your birthday is? It's like it doesn't really come up that much. Now I was unable to convince people that we were triplets because Roger was Korean, Jack was Chinese, and I was fluidly transracial. So it depended with different dads. Well, that might make sense. Jack was a year younger than me and Roger. So he could be the same dad. I guess you don't have to wait for the dad though. Right. But the point is like Jack and me could be same mom, different dad, but Roger and me, well, I don't know how that would work. We have to be same dad, different moms, I guess. That happen to give birth on exactly the same day. That would be an interesting family relationship if Roger and I were half brothers born on the same day. That would be incredible timing. And the father's like, yeah, I fucked your mom at 1 p.m. And then later that day, I fucked your mom at 4 p.m. So it makes sense that I started the buttons in the oven at the same time, pretty much. They come out at the same time, too. That would be a cool family story to be able to tell people. So, how's your relationship with your father? Oh, he's in jail. Uh, you know, In addition to his womanizing, he was up to a bunch of nefarious stuff. But fortunately, both of our moms are wonderful ladies, and they became close when they each found out that he had cheated on them. And accordingly, we were raised as kind of like cousin brothers. We lived in different houses, but we understood that we were related even though our moms weren't. So, I go over to their house, have Chinese food. They come over to my house, have fluidly transracial food. It's just all part of our big, loving, extended family. Both of our moms refer to our dad as the sperm donor, as women are wont to do when.
Oh, I hate to be mean to her, but do you mind moving her to her bed or something?
No.
Thank you.
What do you got on you, kid? Get down. I don't know what you got on you, but get down. Alright, that's fine. The cat has some white stuff on her. I don't know what it is. Like leaves or flour or I don't even know what it is. Have you met many people that share your birth? I already read that. So, anyway, one of the delightful outcomes of today's mushroom trip / live stream was the
I'm not letting you out.
the exceedingly brilliant and fully formed skit of Hamburger Drug Seller Man. What a great idea! How satisfying is it to have great ideas like this? These are maybe the most satisfying kind of satisfying things because they're all positive. Like, hilarious is all good. There's no, like, arguing with anybody. Anyway, the concept of a a young lady who learns from her friend about this one hamburger stand guy who sells drugs from his hamburger stand and tells her, go and just tell me you want that hamburger. And she goes and does this. And he makes her a hamburger. When she says, no, not that kind of hamburger. And he eventually they realize, oh, you want drugs? Oh, you want the drugs? He's like, yeah, drugs. Well, and here's where the hilarity begins. He tells her, you still have to pay for the hamburger. And, she only has enough money for the drugs. But, as per the hamburger stand guy, well, you should have asked for drugs. And,
No, that voice that you had was perfect as before.
The thing is, obviously, if she didn't want to pay for a hamburger, she shouldn't have ordered it. It's a great skit idea. I can add it to my collection of great skit ideas. This one is collaboratively generated rather than of my authorship. But regardless, I'll put it on my list of good skit ideas. If I ever, that's what, like the sort of thing where I actually have, I could assemble them as sequential ideas or whatever, then I'd probably have like all the substantive writing work done for actually doing those skits. I don't know. And having Rachel do that with me made me realize we could do those skits. It's not the sort of thing that I ever consider actually filming. Some of them require more people, right? And if you want to do a good job of it, you need some like props or something. But no, the point is, in this hamburger shop, the way you order drugs is you say, "Can I get some drugs, please?" So he naturally expects her to pay for the hamburger. But she doesn't have enough money for both the hamburger and the drugs. So he tells her, "Well, you should have thought about that before you ordered the hamburger." It's a fantastic idea.
It really is. Because like I could see myself hearing from someone about this like hamburger stand where you get drugs, right? But like I don't know, like I was working a minimum wage job, so I would only have enough money for like the drugs. So they tell me to say hamburger. It's implied.
Well, I think the skit ends with her walking away eating a hamburger, sadly, with no drugs.
Trouble.
But yeah, I really super enjoyed that interview with Bob Odenkirk that I watched. Such a such a likable guy and so full of like wisdom and like honesty about things in the interview. And it was interesting the way in which he was expressly drew a distinction between. In fact, he corrected the podcast guy who tried to muddy the difference. He's like, no, there's a clear difference between being a performer and doing a comedy skit or something and being honest. If you want to be honest and say what you mean and so forth, then do that in a context like this, a podcast, and not in a context like your comedic performance. And he's absolutely right that there's no place for, hey, you know what? Can I just be honest for a minute here on the comedy stage? Unless you're making fun of that, right? He talked about how this is not something that I have ever thought before, but it was like how the most compelling time of your life is when your kids are little, and the guy asked him, did you know that then, or did you know that you just know that now?" And he said, "No, I knew that then. That it's never going to get more. It's never going to get better than this." The thing is, I was always dealing. Well, I mean, for me, my time spent with Delilah was also time where other things were going on, like, you know, her childhood was not an idyllic time of normal parenting and normal things going on for me because like I went through a divorce when she was fairly little that was initiated by her mother's infidelity, and that had nothing to do with my relationship with Delilah, but I'm just saying that I didn't have that rosy view of an idyllic family life across the board. I, I felt that I felt intensely the preciousness of my child and how much I loved her, but I didn't see it the way he was seeing it or describing it at all. In terms of my relationship with her, see I see all of its different manifestations as being something different, I guess. But I kind of understood this point where you're in a period of life where you're young enough that the future is yet to be defined. You've got little kids who are as maximally so as that as possible, and you're making the future together. And that's a vibrant period of life that differs in terms of your like architectural arrangement with life in ways that you know that you never get back. Like it's always going to be the case that different periods of life have different advantages, disadvantages, and different frames of reference, and um, the thing that people don't really expressly say about getting older is the reality that the kind of futures and how far into the future people can include you in or imagine you in, right? Like, so at 55, there's a conceivable set of futures where all of a sudden Rachel and I would have a kid and I'd get a full-time job and but that's not realistic. It's also not what this time of life is for,
Like, I don't know. I'm so selfish. Like, I can't.
I don't want that at all, Rachel. I'm not saying I want that. What I'm saying is that different times of life have their different things, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, right.
this time of life
Well,
is
you were my first everything.
that's right.
You're my first love.
And your first love, your first sex.
First kiss.
I think it was cool how we didn't have sex until we got married as well.
Of course.
We had to wait a long time.
That is a long time.
Yeah, but we now know that we get to still go to heaven. And if we hadn't done that, I think you know where we'd be going. Straight down to H.E. Double hockey sticks. How it I how long have you been cooking?
I've been doing them individually. Well, I know how.
Okay.
It's coming up, I swear.
That's fine. I thought, yeah, I know approximately how long it took to cook some eggs and sausage, but I was like,
Sorry.
no, it's fine. I'm not complaining about it. I was just wondering what what was going on over there. I guess she's cooking each egg individually. course, eggs aren't the kind of thing where, yeah, there's some kind of things like, wow, if you put one potato in the microwave, it takes meow amount of minutes. But if you put two potatoes in the microwave, it takes more minutes, right? Eggs aren't like that. Eggs in a pan, like you could put them both in the pan at the same time and flip them and the timer's over. But I think Rachel may be unsure as to whether that's the case. You know, T.E. Polar and all. She can be quite adorably uh, let's just say naive about how certain things work. Like her cooking one egg at a time. How adorable is that? I mean, I think any human being in the world is going to, if that's their girl, they're going to be like, okay, that's adorable. Cooking eggs one at a time. Well, kids end up teaching us things we forget. That is what I found great about my kids. The older I get, the less satisfied I am with my parenting. I'm super grateful for my wonderful daughter. There's some things I did fine, but I just had the wrong mindset in general about things. Like, just whatever. I don't want to think about it. Uh, the older I get, the more starkly all my failures resolve. You know, it's like it starts with recognizing things you didn't think as failures or failures, and then you go from there all the way until you just have the naked truth of all of your deficits laid bare before you and the significance of those. And of course, you get to compare against an ideal. Okay. Not against alternatives. A little fun thing they call wisdom. Oh boy, I get some wisdom. I don't want wisdom. Wisdom is just a fancy word for pain. wisdom. He made it sound so sexy, Dungeons and Dragons, but really, it's entirely sexless. Eric, sexless is not the opposite of sexy. Okay, fair enough. Unsexy then. Why so serious? Can you say the dude abides? Like Sam Elliott? I don't think it was Sam Elliott who said the dude abides. I believe that was, what is his name? Beau Brummel. That's not his name. Maybe it's Beau Bridges? Is that his name? Who plays that? The dude?
Burnham.
No, the dude in that movie.
What movie?
The one with the dude abides. Big Lebowski. What is that actor's name?
One with the white hair.
The guy in the Big Lebowski. The Big Lebowski.
Yeah, there's the guy who's in Roseanne who plays the dad and the other guy who orders white Russians, right?
No, not Roseanne. In the Big
I
Lebowski.
know. That's the one with the dude, right?
I'm talking about the main character in the Big Lebowski.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong
Yeah,
movie.
the dude, right?
Dude,
Yeah, what's that actor's name? Is it Beau Bridges? Or is it the other Bridges?
It's one of the Bridges, you're right.
What's Jeff Bridges? Thank you, Doyle. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were talking about him doing something on Roseanne. I thought.
Yeah, because like what's his name is also in that movie. He has glasses.
What's his name is also in what movie?
Is in the Big Lebowski.
Oh. Well, what's his name with the glasses?
He has like a buzz cut in it.
He has a buzz cut and glasses, huh?
Oh.
And he was in Roseanne? He was in Roseanne?
Yeah, he was the dad.
Oh, he's the dad. I know that guy. I know who that guy is.
Yeah.
Was he in the Big Lebowski? Oh yeah, he was in the Big Lebowski. You're right about that. John Goodman.
John Goodman, yes.
Good job, John Dillermand. So, what in the world are you doing?
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'm just wondering, like, where are you getting the idea that this is a good way to cook eggs?
The internet.
Okay, well, it's got to be the slowest way to cook eggs I've ever conceived of.
How do you usually do it?
I mean, first of all, why are you cooking them one at a time?
I don't know, because that's how it was shown. That's the directions it gave me.
Okay. I normally would crack all three into a bowl, then pour that bowl into the pan, right? It's better than, you could also crack each of them in the pan like that, but I like to do it, put it in the bowl first, then pour it into the pan. And then I would normally, I'm not saying that the way I cook eggs is better.
I am only going by directions. That's why. I wanted to apologize beforehand.
It's fine. You got it on super low flames, too.
Yeah, like I'm following directions.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm just.
That's the only reason why. I'm so sorry. I'm like literally cooking for an individual. Like one egg for one person.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
But I hope when you go to cook the sausages, you turn the flame up higher.
It is. That's what the directions say. I've been going. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know. I've been going. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I came in and backseat drove in the kitchen. I did not intend to do that. I just thought like, even though she's cooking the eggs one at a time, wow, this is taking a super long time.
I know. I'm really
And the
sorry.
reason is because she's also cooking them on super low
And
flame.
that's what it said for overhard. I'm only following directions.
I believe it, darling, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to be critiquing it.
I'm sorry.
I'm not even particularly hungry. I'm not like I want some food. I was just like I
I know. I knew. I was like, I wonder how long it's gonna take for him to question how long this is taking. I'm sorry.
It's totally fine.
I feel like a dumbass.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel like a dumbass.
It's okay.
This is this is the beautiful adorableness of SIANTE polar.
Yeah.
Like, well, I guess probably ISFJ have similar relationship things, maybe. But they learn it faster, I guess, maybe. But, like, I guess once you understand how to do something, it seems very obvious. But before you do, it doesn't seem obvious. I had that experience recently with bread. Um, Now it seems obvious to me, like, what the timings should be on things and what I'm looking for regardless of time. But until I understood what I was looking for, uh, it was not obvious to me at all how long I should let it go or what it should look like when it was down. None of those things were obvious at all to me. Okay. You literally can't mess up an egg. You can mess it up, but it does take some doing to mess it up. Our, our eggs are slowly simmered for 18 hours to a golden brown. Aunt Rachel's slow cooked eggs.
Oh my god, I am so sorry.
It's hilarious. I like it. I like the idea of a restaurant that advertises that.
I was thinking.
We
like,
slowly simmer our eggs for 18 hours until they're golden brown. You imagine some poor fry cook having to have the fire on the lowest possible setting. So the egg finally gets over medium after 18 hours. Oh, I'm done. Voila! Our famous 18-hour egg. You know what? It tastes exactly like a regular egg. Maybe a little bit more rubbery. The point is, we put a lot of time into this egg. I gotta ask you, what do you want? A quick make it in a minute egg, or you want an egg that you really take your time with? Okay, well, yeah, I guess I want the egg you take your time with. I just wouldn't want it to have slow cooking too much. Yeah, well, so, slow cooking is not slow cooking eggs. I don't think is a it's like the hot new trend right there. Although I think it would be funny if it was. It's like super pointless, right? I'm gonna hard boil this egg, but at temperatures slightly less than boiling for a longer time. Thanks, Spooky Goblin. Happy birthday to you too. Happy birthday to us all. Happy Egg Day. Happy Advent of Slow Cooked Eggs Day. And happy International Egg Day.
I'm never making eggs again. Only for myself.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to have taken such amusement at your egg making. I'm very sorry about that. It was not, it's not even a critique. It wasn't intended as it, even though it came, I definitely critiqued you some, but I'm sorry.
Whatever. I hope they're just good.
I appreciate you putting in the effort, and I am sorry that I was operating from what I had a certain idea of how long eggs would take to make it.
I know I should have told you that, like, I really don't know the directions because I only did it, what, 2 days ago?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I feel bad now.
Well, that makes two of us. Hey, Eric, are you Christian? Yeah. How about you, Spooky Goblin? Catholic, huh? Well, good for you. I guess that means you got a priest you talk to periodically in the confessional, and you say things like, I did this horrible thing. And then he says, that's all right. We'll forgive you this time. And you feel better. Would I submit to Rome? No. Pretty much no matter what you could possibly mean by that strange question, the answer is no. Do I want to be a Catholic? No. Catholicism's cool from a distance, you know? I'm not anti-Catholic, but I don't want to be Catholic. would not say that the Vatican is particularly reliable on any number of matters of moral concern, potentially. You know, kind of a questionable history of questionable advocacies, alignments, and so forth. I hate having shitty working memory, makes everything more difficult. I'm sure it does. I think it's super sweet that Rachel taught herself to make you birthdays. I think it's super sweet too. And I feel really bad about it. Right, so I think it's super sweet that you made me birthday.
I feel bad that they're like gonna be cold and it took me so long.
It's fine. I feel bad about having so much amusement out of it because I didn't realize it was hurting your feelings. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I see. That's the sausage cooking now.
Yeah.
I was like, well, eggs sound like they're probably going pretty hot at this point. No, that's the sausages.
They went from slow to hot.
That's the sausages.
Oh, like, I feel really stupid.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I should have understood better. But
I should have said, like, before, it would take, like, forever, since I only did it, like, once.
just goes to show you how expectations can cause problems. Like, that whole thing was caused by my faulty notion of like how long it would take, And it's not even that I wanted them sooner. It's just, well, what's going on here? So that's my bad for again, like pretty much every man in life you can say projecting my frame of reference. In this case, it was me projecting myself making eggs. Take antipsychotics. Oh, I see. That's not a command. That's the end of your previous sentence. I've, throughout my life, been good at math that's more abstract and shitty at doing. I'd be too strong if I had good working memory, better executive function, and didn't have to take antipsychotics. Well, I'd be too strong if I had a lot more muscle. I'd be too short if I were 4.5 feet shorter. And I think everyone would agree at that point I'd be too short. I'd just be 2 feet tall. I don't think anyone's going to advocate that my 2 foot tall self was not tall enough. Stimulants actually did help me a bit with things like mental math. By stimulants, you mean amphetamines? Because if you're talking about dumb stimulants, then what asthma goes to dumb stimulants? There's a reason why they're not called the smart stimulants. Like, who really wants to take a stimulant of caffeine and bullsemen? What's that?
I forgot that the refrigerator didn't like that.
Yeah, okay. What am I doing here? I guess I came to get a drink because I forgot that we have new drink. But I tell you what, we do have a glass.
Iced tea?
And some iced tea. So that's what I'll have. Iced tea for you, iced tea for me. Oh.
That always happens when I forget to close the thing. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna get iced tea. And I'm gonna pour ourselves some iced tea. We're gonna go crazy and pour ourselves a full glass of iced tea. I was gonna be like, no, Eric, you don't deserve a full glass of iced tea, but then I changed my mind.
Why not have a full glass?
Why not? Indeed. Yeah, I don't know why I was not filling it up all the way. So no athletics game today. Exciting baseball team. An exciting, exciting baseball team. Wonderful time to be an A's fan in general. I certainly look forward to their games. But today's kind of like the last day of the weekend for me because it happens to be my birthday on a Monday. Otherwise, there's stuff we would have attended to today. But I was planning on attending to today, but then sometime after I got up, I was like, wait a second, is today the 27th? And I looked at it, and it was the 27th. I'm like, wait a second, I think that's my birthday. Let me check my birth certificate real quick. Sure enough. So, at that point, I was kind of like, wow, it's been days since I last took my shrimp. I'm running towards the end of a bottle of Adderall. This will have to be the last hurrah of this bottle. And I stretched it longer than I have historically. So rather significantly longer. I still have a day or two left. And let's say I take the last one on Wednesday, which seems likely. Well, I get again a week from Friday. A week from this Friday. That was just enough time to crash, recover some, That works out pretty smoothly. I think this bottle, could have done a better job. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I gotta figure out how or whether it's ultimately sustainable. Even I don't really know. I've got such mixed feelings about it because it's natural that it's natural for me to want the the bright parts of it and to note that those do come with genuine productivity and whatnot. And to acknowledge that it comes at the expense of the darker parts of it. but but whether the total cost to overall productivity and practical concerns anyway, um, plus the impacts to like SI shit. In theory, if I never took it, I could probably develop some better SI habits, I suppose. But that's a that's a long ways from Tuesday. I think your best years are ahead, sister. Oh, thank you. Um, AI said so when I asked. I'm just kidding. I didn't ask AI. Just has been a hot topic lately, I think. Your best days are ahead. Yeah, it's been a topic for me in terms of like I still believe myself absolutely capable of doing whatever kind of thing that it's the kind of thing that I do anyway at my at my peak. Like I don't think that I think that at every moment prior to now, my instincts about like what's a good idea or a bad idea and stuff like that are sharper than they've ever been before. So I mean, I messed up the construction of that, but I think that I think I still have great songwriting in me. I came up with that piano song not that long ago, which I really like. It's interesting because I think historically I would always have been pleased with success on things, on metrics that I valued independent of impacts. I'm not sure I value them that way anymore. Although for certain things, certain kinds of things, it has to be rendered impactfully or remains just an idea. And it can be sometimes difficult to render those things impactfully. Like, for example, a skit that requires multiple people and props and stuff and production. Well, that's quite an operation to put together. Um, and of course, you know, you like, I have a long history of engaging in all kinds of projects purely on speculative uh, speculation. This might turn out good or maybe it won't, and we'll just see what happens. But I guess I've kind of become demoralized to some extent. Like, maybe I don't really think I could pull it off. Like, it's not the sort of thing, like, let's say I wanted to, uh, let's say we're just talking about skit ideas that I've had that I think are good ideas. I feel as though the work I did there is writing these things rather than performing them or producing the skit. I think of those things as separate jobs, right? So with things like that, I can still feel very satisfied with the idea, independent of anything happening of it. But it's also the case that I don't, just because I think it's a great idea, doesn't mean I think I should make the skit, right? For other kinds of ideas and such, well, in general, for me, there's a linkage to YouTube videos. So if I have ideas I want to express and I express them, I think, well, then typically I'll be pleased enough with the video. Sometimes I'll be disappointed that it gets so few views because I think whatever it is I'm saying is important or informative. Um, but when it comes to more ambitious kind of projects, I guess I'm a little bit scared to get started on any of them. Scared of my inability to persist through things. Something I have to think about. You know, it's like I was saying earlier that it's probably not, I think it's fair to say, it's certainly not healthy to try to position or convert all of one's failures to do into ontological or character critiques. So it's like I'm very interested about in what my failure to do says about me in a way that's not useful or healthy because I it's like it's the wrong question to ask in that data, right? Like, oh, I failed to do this. The right question to ask is, well, why didn't you do it? Not what's wrong with you and what does this tell us about what a terrible person you are. That is not the right question to ask. Oh, look at this. This is delicious. This looks fantastic. I'm gonna dig into this. I do like the idea of there being a restaurant that advertises Slow cooked 18-hour eggs. That's fantastic. That's fantastic, Rachel. Rachel? Rachel? She must be listening to something in her headphones. I don't know. Want some egg, kitty? Get some sausage. She's like, I don't want no egg. I want meat. There you go. You got both choices. How did I start writing that book? I don't know what you're talking about, but no, I didn't plan. Like, most of the time the answer is no, I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, it's fantastic. Do you have something? You have headphones in or something?
No.
Oh, guys, I called you several times.
You did?
I said, Rachel.
Oh, I didn't hear you at all.
Oh. Alright, it's loud in there.
Oh, the
The
fan.
fan, yeah. Anyway, I yelled to say this is absolutely fantastic.
I'm glad you like it. I'm sorry it took so long and
Oh,
the eggs are cold.
It's so good. The coldness is irrelevant, but it actually came out just like phenomenal.
Oh, I'm so glad. You don't have to lie either.
Well,
Okay. You don't have to lie.
Rachel, I would not lie about this.
Okay.
I would say, oh, these are great or whatever.
Okay.
These eggs came out phenomenal. They're
Oh, I'm
fantastic.
so glad.
Whatever recipe you're following, they do it that way for a reason, I guess.
I'm glad you like them.
Me too. The thing is, with a cognitive function book, I could easily enough plan it out ahead of time. I guess the challenge would be like I could design it for a couple of different purposes. Like there's a number of different ways I could format it. I'm not really sure what the best way would be. For example, I could frame it like a how to type people book. In that framing of things, you have it be, let's start with the kind of questions you ask, what kind of things you're looking for, and then you'd have supplementary explanation as to why that test this function, other aspects of the function explaining how and why to interpret the test and the limits thereof. Everything would be framed through that, right? Or could frame it like the 8 functions and the different expressions of that function in different types or in different slots, you know, like under NI, you start with INGA, INFJ, and work your way down to ESFJ, ESTJ. It's going to get unwieldy fast, though. It's going to be too expansive. Or it could be more like a textbook kind of framing where you go, you know, chapter 1, basic mechanics stuff. Chapter 2, something like, well, broadly, you'd have more chapters than 3, but broadly you'd have chapter 1 be mechanics, chapter 2 be testing, and chapter 3 be expressions or type descriptions, you know. That's cool. I guess you could divide the mechanics chapter into like actual mechanics stuff and then like narrative explanations of the functions. It's not really mechanics.
I'm sorry about those. Are they okay?
They're fantastic. Everything's fantastic.
Oh, good. I just wanted to fill your belly.
You did a great job of that, darling.
And I don't want to ruin your birthday, so everything's fine. Okay, good.
I don't want to ruin your birthday, so everything's fine. Well, it makes me wonder, is everything not fine?
Oh, yeah, no, everything is fine. No,
Cool.
I'm glad that everything came out okay. Like, that's all I cared about. I was worried.
Well, surprisingly good. These, the amount of, over hardness is good. I think the first one was better than this one, but
Sorry.
Rachel, we all have, every time I make eggs, I make 3 eggs every single time. One of them will be the best egg. One of them will be the worst egg.
Mm.
It's impossible to not have that happen with eggs. And why? Because eggs are a fussy mistress.
Yeah, they are. What was the first one that you ate? Because they all turned out like different, kind of.
Well, I mean, I do know which one was the first one I ate, but I don't know how to. It was.
Was it the flat one or the puffier one?
It looked like cleaner, had less browniness around.
Okay, yeah. That was the first one.
That one was a real slamming success.
Mm.
Hmm. Well. What have we here? Big birthday man with his big birthday fun times.
Yeah, you're gonna have to change the title again.
Really? Why?
Because it's been changing since you've been doing the stuff that's been on the thing. So now you're done eating.
Right.
So
I have eaten.
you
Right.
two-
You're right. No, you're absolutely
Yeah.
right. So let me fix that right now. When you turn 55 and eat well, when you turn 55 and the evening beckons.
So what do you think is gonna?
What do I think is gonna happen?
Yeah, what does
in the
that
evening?
mean? Yeah.
It doesn't mean much, I think.
Oh really? I'm still in party mode.
You're still in party mode, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm fairly tired-ish.
Mm.
I mean, I still, I'm down to continue for a while for sure. But if you're thinking about like going out or something, I don't know about that.
No. When do I ever mean party and go out?
I don't know.
Do I ever? I mean party here. Like I feel like I don't know. Like I'm like pumped. It's still your birthday. Although if you're probably as a baby, you were probably sleeping at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against certain realities or tales. I think a lot of YouTube personalities feel the need to tweak things. You just establish definitions is good. Right, well, it's also the case that it matters to me when I'm watching videos a person's attitude, not just what they're saying. So I would be remiss to not try to pay attention to that as well. And a lot of times when I'm making videos, I'm making them because I'm mad about somebody's wrongness or whatever. And the tone of those videos is not going to make anybody want to watch them. It's one of those third slot FE things that it can be kind of like a child about it, you know. In some ways, third slot is a great place to have FE because I see it as a value, but I'm not good enough at it that I have to incur all of the actual consequences of having that as a value that you're deft at, you know. But when it comes to the actual core engine of FE, namely likability and or competence and warmth, as they say, uh, I'm pretty bad at it. You know, I'm getting better enough at it that I'm starting to I recognize more like how bad I am at it, and I think it's worth having better FE. It's also the case that there's this motivation angle consideration, right? Like, how motivated am I to do something and how much it's about FE stuff versus whatever it is I'm interested in saying in the first place. Well, it's one of those kind of things where at some point it it ceases to be interesting to me to do because it's not accomplishing anything argumentationally, right? And on the other hand, I also don't like to just accomplish things argumentationally that nobody will ever watch because it doesn't make people feel good. You know, I eat slow cooked eggs. A lot of people sometimes think that maybe that makes me slow myself. But let me tell you, maybe 55 years old, and I eat slow cooked eggs, but I'm fast as a whippersnapper. Okay? So don't you start thinking I've slowed down one bit. Somebody was here earlier, maybe it was Alex Holdfast. He was saying how he recently turned 54 and he went running. Now he has shin splints. Like, I'm gonna go running for the first time in a long time. Oh, the title of the stream should be on 55-inch slow cooked eggs. That is a better title for sure, Doyle. I'm going with your title 100%. You turn 55 and love slow cooked eggs. There. Scientology speedruns. What a trippy idea, right? I guess these people, they, they have, I guess they have a map of the Scientology building, and then they're like, talking about various Scientology things. I want to hear what this speedrun thing is about, though. Man, I need to have you explain why Scientology is bad to me. I already know Scientology is bad. So, these people are, they're, I guess, trying to run through the Scientology building before they can catch them and kick them out. It sounds kind of funny. Let's see. Can you just get to it already? Can you just get to some actual clips of it? While you're talking about it? What? Okay. I'm not impressed with this video. Let's see what's going on here. Well, they just got kicked out of Scientology land, I guess. I don't know. It's not that impressive, but now they look like they're getting somewhere. Okay, now these kids are getting somewhere. They're getting deep into the bowels of Scientology headquarters. Why didn't you get on the elevator? Because it took a minute. What? Can you just get back to the... This is terrible. This video... Now, there we go. Just show this part. I don't need to have you in your commentary. Pivot pretty hard when they see an actual guy coming to stop them. Look tad menacing. They're getting information about the building to improve their speedrunning techniques. Of course, they've got people who are trying to get them out of the building as best they can. Oh, well, there's physical confrontation and such. Yeah, this is not allowed by the law. I agree. But I also, I'm not very sympathetic with Scientology. And if kids covering their faces and trying to run through your building and get away again without being caught is the worst thing that's happening to Scientology, then they are lucky. You got the moves, but you haven't got the touch. Cherry pie or hairy pie? Zach, you are being vulgar. And this is a family show. Most of the people who ever watch this stream are mothers with their young children. You know, it's like, do you want to watch Barney or Talking with Famous People? Those are the two choices you have, small children. So we try to keep things nice and clean around here. Clean, lean, and full of spleen. Well, I think I'm going to play the keyboard for a minute or two. And after that, go outside for a cigarette. After that, probably wrap it up. I'm feeling super tired. Like my eyelids are feeling weighted down by fatigue. Well, a hairy pie is a pie that the baker has accidentally gotten some of their hair into. Obviously, nobody wants to eat that. And that's why these days the baker wears a hairnet. And everyone was like, finally! I'm so tired of always having hair in my pie. Let's see here. Swing H. That's right. It's my what now? It's my birthday. What now? It's my birthday. It's my what now? No, not that. There we go. That's right. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Yeah, it is. It's my birthday. For a little bit more time. totally cannot sing and play bass at the same time. But I can sing to this. What do you mean this is cheating? Hey, that's not cheating. Just because you can't see my hands doesn't mean I'm not doing all that part. Well, 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 well. It's my well, 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 well. It's my birthday. I said, well, 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 well. It's my birthday. Just like it was Earth Day, which happened not that long ago. 'Cause my birthday is in April, just like Earth Day. It is 6 days after Earth Day. That's my birthday, that's a fact. Because Earth Day is on 4/21. That is the 21st of April, and today is 27 for you, son. Oh, don't you know the difference between Earth Day and my birthday? One celebrates the Earth, and the other celebrates the day of my birth. But hey, I get it, you know. Some of us find things difficult that others find easy. There's nothing wrong with you getting those two things mixed up. They do sound kind of similar. Quick and easy shorthand to remember is Earth Day is about the Earth, whereas my birthday ain't about the Earth at all. It's far too funky for that. Oh yeah. In fact, my birthday is a pollutant of epic proportions, 'cause the Earth can totally go fuck itself. So that how you can tell them apart on Earth Day when you go to the park. Nobody will be saying the Earth can go fuck itself, whereas on my birthday when you go to the park, you're definitely gonna see that for sure. And that's how you tell the difference between Earth Day and my birthday. Thank you, thank you. And, you know, it's not just the person to whom that song was sung. You or someone you know may have this problem of not being able to tell apart Earth Day and my birthday. In which case, you can refer them to that song. Heron pie does not sound like it's done on purpose. No, I'm confident that the lady who's baking the pies, when her hair gets into the pie, she did not willfully put it there. But unfortunately, she has the same kind of hair that Trouble has. So it's constantly falling out onto everything. The worst hair for a baker could possibly have. So I'm going to go outside, have this cigarette, and then I'm going to wrap it up.
You're wrapping up?
After this cigarette, yeah. Go on outside. So I've got a final cigarette with the internet. And for posterity. Not that I will ever watch this, but it's a record of my 55th birthday nonetheless. I'm not that backwards looking, really, in terms of having interest in revisiting what I did on my 50th birthday or something. You know, there's conceivably a world where, say, Delilah has offspring. One could conceive of Delilah's offspring or their offspring being interested in their, grandfather, great grandfather's great great grandfather, whatever relationship it is, their ability to access all this stuff about me could be potentially interesting to the right personality type. Who's really into that kind of family stuff. But of course, no matter how interested a party could conceivably be, you know, like, what's anybody gonna do when confronted with this massive mound of videos and live streams of God knows what total number of hours? Well, I'll tell you what they do. They use AI to sort through it. That's what they do, and they feel as though they've got a good handle on what the whole catalog involves, different kinds of videos there are, good sense of, probably at that point, they'll be able to just tell AI, like, give me a summary of this guy. He was moody, mercurial, various adjectives they have to describe me. Well, thanks a lot, whoever did that. I didn't see who it was, but thanks so much. Was that Winston's mom who did that? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Winston's mom. You're the best. You're a hero of channel of epic lore and significance. A truly wonderful woman in every sense of the word. The kind of person I give thanks for on Thanksgiving Day. Oh, and thanks. I also feel grateful for Winston's mom. Like, I might toss in there, and if I were at I don't really have family Thanksgiving dinners anymore, but if I were at one such, that might be one I'd toss in there. Certainly, it's true. In general, I'm thankful for everybody who's here and who comes here sometimes and engages and such. It's an important part of my life that I could, like, in theory, cultivate activity in the live stream a lot better, but like, titles make a big difference. If I have a title that's got a hot button topic, I get a fair amount of traffic from that kind of stuff. But regardless, I really appreciate the durability of the community in the absence of those efforts by me. Sometimes I feel like a stranger in my own body. Like, wait a second. You're in charge of this guy? Yeah. Surely you're not the one responsible for this guy. Yeah, that's all you, dude. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure I'll straighten this guy out momentarily. And then, like 5 minutes later, that guy and I are sitting down pulling bong rips. You know what? This guy's not so bad. Oh God, another one corrupted by you, Eric. Well, that's what I get for bifurcating like that. Rectangular prism. What a horrible name for it. We gotta have a better name. All right, I'm gonna just go ahead and call it rectanguloid. I think that's a fine name for it. Because when I think about a prism, I think about something that breaks up light into its different shades of color. I don't think about it being the shape of a rectanguloid. Rectanglagon. Rectanglagon is also a good one for it. Either one is fine. But I'm nixing any further talk of these prisms referring to anything that doesn't break light into its different colors.
I'm watching. No, are you? What are you?
No, I was just wondering what you're watching.
I was watching a recap of the last Euphoria episode. This guy's reaction to like this one character's like boobs basically like falling out of her wedding dress. Like it's so funny. Because it is like in slow mo, like with this like wedding dresses, like you're like, oh my god, like is she gonna fall out of it? Like the guy's like, oh my god.
Well, I guess she must not have, huh?
No, she didn't.
Unless it's one of those kind of shows where they show boobs on it.
Yeah, it is. And like I think the whole point is too that like she could have fallen out of her wedding dress and like at that point it wouldn't even matter because she like is probably gonna do like OnlyFans.
It would have been even more dramatic if she fell entirely out of it. So that somehow she tripped and was stripped bare naked by the...
She basically is like in the episode like before, like her neighbor is like, and like you dress like a baby, and she's like, yeah, it's like a niche audience. She dresses like a baby and she has her boobs out.
Oh, that the character is an OnlyFans model?
Yeah.
Oh. I see. Well, That doesn't sound like the kind of show I want to watch.
No, it's definitely not the point. I'm not watching it. I'm just watching a recap of it.
Oh.
Cause like it's pretty dark.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
Well, that's like the least part. Like,
No, I mean, the thing about an OnlyFans model is gonna be dark. Or see you later, Doyle. I'm heading out right now too. Thanks a lot for being here. Unless they're gonna try to romanticize it in some way, it's gonna be
I don't
dark.
know. We'll see what they do.
Here comes Kitty Man. All right. Well, thanks a lot for being here. I'll see you all later. I'm gonna watch some TV and go to bed and wake up tomorrow and try to get some stuff done.